السلام ومرحبا بكم معنا مباشرة من الدار البيضاء في القاعة المغطاة ديال مركب محمد الخامس في أول دورة ديال البطولة الإفريقية للألعاب الإلكترونية الدار البيضاء 2024 المنظمة من طرف الجامعة الملكية المغربية للألعاب الإلكترونية بيان سور مع الجامعة الدولية للرياضات الإلكترونية. فرحانين بزاف نكونوا معكم اليوم وهذا الصباح دايوغ صباحكم مبروك الناس كاملين اللي غادي يلتحقوا بنا في لي لايف ستريم اللي كاينين سوغ لي ريزو سوسيو. علاش فرحانين؟ حيت بيان سور كنتلاقاو في هذا العرس ديال الاي سبور او الرياضات الالكترونيه في المغرب هنايا مع اكثر من 180 اتليت اللي كانوا حاضرين في هذا ليفينمون. بزاف ديال الماتشات تلعبوا اي بيان سور تكاليفياو دي زيكيب من لي جروب اللي كانوا دازوا في هذا الويكاند. بيان سور راكم عارفين كاينين بزاف ديال لي جو اللي غادي ولا بزاف ديال لي تيتر اللي غادي نشوفوا ونحضروا لهم في هاد 3 ايام اللي بقاو نوتامون CS2 نوتامون MLBB ولا encore PUBG Mobile. Welcome everybody. We're so happy to be with you for this first edition of the African Esports Championship Casablanca 2024. More than 180 athletes have been playing since Saturday. We had some qualifications, and today we're kicking off the day with this playoff match. We're going to be watching two teams, two from the best teams in Africa, Team Namibia on my right and Team Tunisia on my left. CS2. Now we're going to the casters. Welcome everybody.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Yes, we are going to be live with another great game here. We're in Africa playing Counter-Strike. Now, how are you doing on this fine morning?
I'm looking forward to it. This is very good, right? We got we got to catch a little bit of the groups, right? We saw kind of Group A being that group of death. Tunisia finished top,
Right.
flawless.
Crazy.
Credit to them, right? And a very, very difficult group. So that quad OT against Morocco, insane map number 1. There's South Africa in the group as well. Very, very difficult team. Namibia on the other side finished second over in their group behind Egypt. And that was a little bit easier because only 3 teams there, but the top 2 making it out. And now they get the real test. So Tunisia so far, throughout the qualifiers to get here, 4-0. Throughout the groups since here, flawless again. So nobody's been able to really take this side down at the moment. So we're looking to see whether maybe Namibia can be the first team.
Yeah, I know they're super excited. We heard the war cries on the stage. Like, they're definitely super ready. I think it's going to be a very tough game for them here. The bracket, as you can tell, I mean, Tunisia, yeah, they've come out a little bit ahead of everybody else at the moment, which is kind of exciting to see, representing the region super, super well. But yeah, I think Namibia was the team that had 36 hours to travel here. So like they've you know, like they've really been put through a bit to try and get here. So show some passion. I think like they really care about this, and you know they've been training hard to you know get into the best possible position. So I'm excited.
Exactly, and of course our second game of the day, Egypt taking on South Africa. Also a bit of a banger. There's 2 titans in terms of the Counter-Strike scene here in Africa that are going to be facing off against each other in that second matchup of the day. Bit of a banger, and then of course winner takes on that moving forward. There will be a third place match later down the line, but we'll have to wait until we get there. But this is our top 4, and the spots available, of course, for the World Esports Championships are on the line. So that's what everybody is playing for. That chance to play in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I mean, for all of us, that is the big goal.
It is like what a crazy road, right? You have to go through the online stage. Now we're here with the regional qualifier, and then all the way to the end in Riyadh. That's going to be really crazy. We do have some teams to present to you guys as well. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. The Tunisians are a little bit better, but Namibia here, I mean, we got to talk to one of the guys. Nowhere seemed like a super cool guy, super chill. So don't know about how they're going to do in the server, but we'll find out.
Yeah, got a chance to talk to Nowhere, and he was telling us about his 35-hour travel.
Yeah.
It kind of insane. So let's go kind of from Namibia to Frankfurt, and then from Frankfurt back into Africa. I guess our also shows just how big the continent is. We were kind of having a conversation beforehand. People underestimate, I think, at times, just how big Africa is, and the travel between the north and south in itself is a bit of a journey. But I'm looking forward to seeing this Namibia side. We didn't get to catch them, of course, in the qualifiers, being as from where they are over in that south side of the continent. They sort of have their own regionals, their own sort of qualifiers to get here, and in doing so, we didn't really get to catch them, right? We only really touched them really with North Africa. Over in this side of Tunisia, we did touch them with them. 4-0, flawless start their qualifiers, looked incredible. Only one team, Egypt, on one occasion were able to get double digits against them in the qualifiers, 13-10. Every other map was a 13-9 or less, and on a couple occasions they got back-to-back 13-0s in 4 different maps, back-to-back-to-back. So pretty insane from the Tunisian side. They were very, very strong. They looked great throughout the qualifiers. They looked great as well, especially in that second map of the first game, right, against Morocco. At Quad OT, where it was insane, 25-23, a marathon of a game, went on towards Nuke 13-2. Light work coming through from Tunisia, showcased just how good they are. So they're definitely a side that you can't sleep on. They have a couple of pocket picks. We spoke about that Nuke. That's definitely for them. Throughout the qualifiers, the one map that they definitely had the advantage on. It's a map in which a lot of teams don't really practice as much. Maybe they pug it a little bit, but it's not a map you can pug very well compared to the likes of a Mirage. Everybody knows Mirage, or an Inferno, or an Ancient these days. Ancient's become very popular, especially towards the best of ones. But Nuke is not a map you can do that. So if it's not a permaban, Tunisia are going to pick it in against you.
And also, you know, they have the setups, right? They have the grenades that you like. They know the strats. They have all the like cool Molotovs to throw, and then they have Remind that they send out as like a a lone ranger. And he's obviously like seems to be a level above most players in the competition at the moment. So he's like able to go out, open up the rounds for Tunisia, and then they play off that. Like it's maybe a little bit of a predictable strategy, but you know what, it works. So who really cares? Like, unless somebody can defeat it, why would you want to change it? Here we go. We're into the game now. Tunisia versus Namibia, and we are live on Inferno for the first map here at the best of 3. Definitely curious to see what Namibia. They're going to be starting on the T side here. So, you know, that can actually, I think, sometimes be a little bit nice. Like, you get to make more decisions. Maybe you're a little bit less favored because of the map, but you're the one in charge of where you want to go and how you want to play. Yeah,
and it has to be said as well that currently, statistically, this is the most even map in the pool. It's 52% CT-sided, so it's only ever so slightly CT-sided. So I think T-side starts can have their benefits. You set the tempo, you're the one to control the speed of the game a little bit. You're the one who dictates when the fights are taken.
Oh, he's in trouble. He's alone.
Yeah, he's got other ideas here. He's got to try and get at least one, and he can't. Shackles and Tura will get one apiece. That's a good way to start things off, but they're still pressing towards B.
Yeah, but what does he have here? One player, dualies. Okay, that's at least something to work with, right? He's got the bullets to try and shut down everybody, but with no real backup, it's not going to be easy. They surely run him down. Yeah, just the one kill for Phallus. So far, so good. Wriggler with a little bit of jump around the corner. He's got the right idea, looking for nowhere behind the sands. A nice shot, though, on the Glock, and Namibia to take the pistol round.
Yeah, a bit of a cry as well from them. They know that's a big round to take. Early scalp like that's really going to set the tone nice and well. However, there's one thing that we've always got to keep in our minds, and we saw this happen in the game against Morocco, is that they did take a bit of time to get in towards the game. Just a bit of time to warm up. But it was once they warmed up, they were so difficult to shut down. So maybe they've got to start strong and then continue this going forward. But very good pistol round taken from them. Early fight there with Pote didn't need to happen. He didn't need to push down Banana on his own. Or at least if he was, a bit of support, a smoke or a flash.
Yes.
Sort of help him fight in that sense. Didn't happen. We're going to see a bit of a low bite.
They've got 5 Mac 10s. I kind of vibe with this. Like, they're at least going to make the money. Okay, a little bit of a kill and return, and a team kill in the middle of it, but they're cleaning up the round as they definitely should be without the lack of armor on the CT side. Yeah. This is kind of what we expect. So no real surprise. Probably, I mean, if you look at it overall, you might say, well, it's hard for everyone to make the money back on the Mac 10.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe they just use them in the next round anyway.
Yeah, Zest made his money back. He's a very rich man at the moment. 3 kills to his name. That 600 kill bonus, he's looking absolutely fine. Speaking of a Mac 10, we're just going to pick himself up 1. That was dropped as well as off the back of Zeph's team kill. So there's a Mac 10 on either side. It may still be a little bit precarious. Molotov will tickle the toes. They now know Wriggler's there. He might just dip out of this save, potentially stick around, see what he can do. But he has briefly been spotted, I'm sure of it. He's taking a bit of spam as well. Does get tagged, and now Wriggler, I don't know, we know what you do here. Just going to probably save. Here's a Mac 10. I don't even think he'll really use it the next round either way. And he'll die regardless to the bomb. No armor, and you just no way he's going to get far enough away in that time. Namibia, nice round. Only a couple of casualties, one of them being a team casualty too, so you're not giving kill bonus on the other side. I guess it's not the end of the world with those Mac 10s. And now they're coming towards this round. They've got double AK, triple Mac 10. It's a bonus buy.
Yes.
So the expectations aren't exactly taking this round. It's about primarily making it expensive.
To be honest, you rarely see CTs use the Mac 10. Even if you successfully save it, you say, whatever, like we're not going to really want to try that. So not too worried about him losing in the last round. Third round coming up here, and you're right, it is a bit of a bonus round for Namibia. So if you can do some damage, you get the bomb planted, keep the economy low on the Tunisian side. That's a bit of a win in itself. Obviously, win the round entirely, then you're really cooking at that point in time. You're off to a decent start here. But it's too early to tell at the moment here. Again, they're favoring Tunisia leaving Fala's alone over at the B-bomb. So it's not a big problem. It's very standard, in fact, on Inferno. But we'll see if it's going to come back to bite them later on. Maybe Namibia have a bit of a plan right now if they want to take control of top mid. That's going to be super difficult. There's a lot of people here.
You can see as well, Romain goes over and he drops off a util towards CT. So they're just going to let him sit there and basically just keep rotating this util out. Keep just trading it through and through. First fight, they're taking him towards short. Shackles for one. Potai for the trade. Trying to get this control. Romain will come in for support. It is scrappy. And Romain gets a few. Potai will get one. He dips off. Kazi's dropped from in towards pit. I mean, at the very least, it's a decent position, but they know he's there. And he's all alone. I mean, what can he actually even do?
Yeah, he needs his teammates to come through the middle, right? Like, they have to be more successful, but then his flank is going to be really sick. But without it, not really on him to try and do anything. I think he also had to push with the smoke to even get there. Only the one kill on Wriggler. Again, keeping the economy low, I think, is super important here for Namibia. So a bit of a shame they couldn't do a little bit more, but not necessarily the end of the world. Like, it's a bonus round, so you just have to kind of power through. But also, like, with no bomb plant, so a little bit less money in the bank.
There might actually be, you know, especially those two guys who invested in towards AKs, there might actually be an issue for them where I think, if I'm right in saying, if money checks out, they should be on double eco because they're on about 1.4k. So then they actually have to force into this, but they can't bring a hell of a lot. They're going to like Tech 9 half armor, maybe a bit of util. I don't even think they could go Mach 10s, so it makes it a little bit awkward. And I mean, Nowhere's on 1.4, but he has actually bought a P250, but even still, he's going to technically eco next round as well. Shackles, same for him, 1.7, but they haven't got the loss bonus built up. So the money's actually really feeble towards Namibia, but they have low ball here. Normally, I would just buy back in towards a round like this and just try and reset the economy fully. Nowhere gets caught through the smoke. Fires on the spam. Just get one. Couple more crossover behind it, though. Where are we going to go here, Pistols? They've got a little bit of util to work with. Double flash, smoke, and an aid. It's not exactly the worst scenario to maybe try and get a bomb plant, but it's going to be tough.
That would be a real luxury at the moment here. Tech 9's got the right idea, but unfortunately unable to hit the shot there, so Tura goes down. Shackles and Kazi left. 2 versus 4.
And the tags, they should be dropped very quickly. Shackles with that P250, going to try and make a little move in towards the palm. It's got the support of the Tech 9 too. I feel like, though, this one is probably unlikely to get started. Famas will swing in. Chidondra going to double to close things out. Tunisia going to tie this game up. 2 rounds apiece. And now we've got a bit of a conversation to be had. Nowhere's on 3.3, so he's actually going to struggle to buy in properly. Maybe a Galil armor is the route you'd go here over the Mach 10, because you know there's head armor on the other side. Or does he try and go for that Mach 10 and hope that he can just get a couple of body shots off the back? But it's tough. I think in terms of their finances, it's so all over the place, because they've got, one player's got like 7.5k. That's enough to buy an AWP, but on the other side, then Mach 10's alongside us. And they do actually get that. AWP will come through, and it's actually Nowhere's going to pick up the AWP, and he'll drop over the Galil towards Shackles. That's how they made this sort of work.
Okay, fair enough. It means they have a little bit more utility. I kind of appreciate that. I'd like to see them try and, do some more executes, have at least the flashes to get around some of the corners here. I think that's important. Again, push to the middle, actually the bottom of Banana now, so a different variation in the defense here for Tunisia, which is nice. You want to keep the T side guessing so that it's not just always the same look every single round, but yeah, this is going to be really hard to break through. It should be, at least. See if they can do anything here. Fala's taking a lot of the attention away. You can see nobody's thinking about it. Shackles goes down, and Fala's going to take down Nowhere as well. Almost peeking into the reload. That's a little bit of a risk, but right through the smoke is nearly a double kill. That was almost collateral there on the Seth. He could have been dropped without even knowing what hit him.
And now he's all alone. Tagged. Surely no chance in this round as well. 1v3 feels like it's asking just a little bit too much. Smoking towards mid, smoking towards Banana. He has nowhere to go. Everywhere that he possibly would try to make a move towards the site is blocked off by smokes. And all Tunisia have to do is just play time. And they've got plenty of it to work with. 40 seconds to just try and tick down this clock with that util. Got the smoke. Potile spots him. Zephyr fall in Tunisia. 3-4-3. Since the guns have come out, they've been in control.
Yeah, I think, again, you like the silver linings here have to be about doing damage. Like, even if you lose a bunch of rounds right now for Namibia, if you can do, enough, like get about 3 kills per round or more, at least you're keeping them close enough that you have some way back into the game. But if they build too much money on the CT side, that's typically when things really get out of control. It's very, very hard to recover. So we'll see. Yeah, they're struggling a little bit right now to get good openings into the rounds. Like, you can tell, without getting Banana or top mid control, you're kind of locked in on the T side, right?
Yeah.
Like, those are tactical platforms from which you can execute the rest of the round without those positions. I mean, you can make out of spawn calls, and that is not necessarily even a bad thing. Like, if you want to do that, then that's like, but that's a very different game you're playing then. You're saying, all right, let's just cross our fingers and hope we get there.
And it feels like right now as well, they are doing that in the sense that Namibia are making a call out of spawn, but the issue is it's not going successfully off the rip, and then the mid to late rounds actually letting them down. They get a little bit lost, but we don't understand where we go from here. Or, plan A's fail was plan B. We don't actually have the contingencies yet for that plan B, and that's been a little bit of the costly one. Great util sets, though, are being dropped it by Tunisia. They're so happy to take this control, and you can see why, right? Because it's been working. Pop flash over, doesn't affect up close, but Fales was reloading. Thankfully, Remine's going to get the kill. In this game as well, we're not seeing that Remind lurk. We're seeing him actually be super aggro in terms of these opening fights. He's playing in the thick of it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like that. I tend to think if you feel like you are ahead of your opponent, like putting more pressure on them instead of waiting around is definitely the way to go, right? Because you're taking away so much of the space that they might need to kind of like put their feet on the ground and like feel a little bit at home. Yeah. Like if you can take that away from them, then you're just going to be winning a lot more, and that's I think a good idea. Trying to make it out in towards the pit is going to be very, very difficult. They just don't have the utility for it, unfortunately. Chidon's going to get a little bit of chance to have a say, but it's a very good round for Tunisia. They're loving life right now.
And this is the awkward position that we're kind of getting into now for Namibia. It's full buy-in, go into a round, do very minimal amounts of damage, and not get a bomb plant. So their economy's not building up. They're getting loss bonus, but it's 3.4k loss bonus. There's no bomb plant off the back of it, giving them that extra 800. So they just left in a bit of a low space in terms of the economy. So it's this rinse and repeat cycle that is so brutal for them. Buy-in, lose the round, no bomb plant, have to eco the next, buy in again. And this is the cycle they have to break. If they don't, they're going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble. Hotai, all right, getting aggro. This is a ballsy move. He looks into a second mid. There's deep smoke that's going to give him coverage, and he will just dip away. Doesn't overextend.
It's 12,000 on Chidonge as well, like in terms of having a bank on the CT side. That's pretty difficult to overcome, but we'll see if they're going to be able to. Yeah, Fatai was very good with the AWP in some of the earlier games that we saw him in, so that was exciting. Kazi, it's a nice opening here. Fales thought someone was up close, and he nearly gets the double in return, but that's not quite enough. You can see Kazi surviving there on 16 health, so very close to shutting it down. The bomb is all the way on the other side, so Kazi, I think, is doing a good job sort of playing a distraction here. Yeah. If they can get into the A-bomb side right now, I think it'd be well worth it.
They dropped a smoke in towards Coffins. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, for a second, that could work. They dropped a smoke in towards Coffins. Kazi goes through it. And it could have been a slight oversight, but it wasn't. Hotai holds, finds. Only issue is Tura's now here out towards A. Bomb will go down planted by Iesf. First time we've seen a plant too. Numbers advantage for Namibia in this post plant. This is tough. There is a little bit of a util set though on the other side.
Yeah, and this is where experience comes in, right? Like you're playing for the bomb now. You're not looking for fights. They put up smokes. There's a good sign, right? They understand. Just try and keep the CTs away. Don't allow them to take any kind of battles right now. So they're doing everything right at the moment. I like this from Namibia. The afterplant's looking very good right now. Bombs slowly ticking away, and they're making life very hard for Tunisia on the retake. Iesf with a nice headshot. Yeah, super well disciplined. This is very cool to see because if you have a little bit less experience or you're a little bit stressed out by losing a couple of rounds here, that's where you start to make mistakes. You're fighting more than you should be, and you end up losing these rounds. So yeah, great play for Namibia. I enjoy that.
Yeah, exactly. That's really well played. Right? I think at the end there as well, it's kind of perfectly done because there's only one player taking contact. He's the site player itself. They got a player towards pit and a player towards mini pit. Both of them aren't showing any presence. There's a nade thrown over towards that motor smoke to break it open for the site player to peek, and he gets his kill. It's expertly played. You can't complain about that at all. So hopefully this can be more of the same coming through for Namibia. But at the moment, it is still a game which is in the control of Tunisia. And like you already mentioned, plenty of cash to work with over for them. They have players, multiple of them on 10,000 plus. So they're going to have sort of no issues reinvesting back in towards this one. The issue is, though, how do they maybe change things up? I think only really one thing went wrong for me in that round for Tunisia was actually just maybe the slight over-aggression, or actually I think more the oversight, because they just didn't expect the player already in Banana. He was tucked in cubby, and he caught them on the reload, right? That was the issue. Caught the first guy on the reload, second guy behind it, and I think that was just an oversight. They actually thought they were still behind the smoke. Maybe just didn't expect them to be as audacious as they were, right? But it worked. So I think that's the only thing that really cost Tunisia in that round, was just that slight oversight. If they can fix that, I think they would have been absolutely fine.
It looks a little bit in some of those banana engagements right now for Tunisia, like they're so carefree in what's happening. Like they're sort of half peeking while reloading. Like they might just feel like, well, it's all going to be fine, right? Yeah. And that's good as far as it goes, but you've got to be like Namibia. They seem to they're able to hit some of these shots like that. You've got to be careful that you're not giving like you're not feeling too confident either, because suddenly you end up losing some of those fights, and if the money runs out, you don't really know what could happen here.
Peeks behind that smoke as well, very close to that shot, just whisks past his shoulder. Will be met with an nade on towards half warp. That's going to hurt him. Molotov will force him further back as well, but there's 2 players out in front of this. So Pote gets forced back, yes, but the lack of control is not there. Tunisia have very good presence here towards top banana.
Yeah, for Pote, like that peak in itself tells you something about like the level of experience, right? It's like I'm gonna exploit every single gap. So pretty cool to see. But they will get the early kill. It's Phallus to go down. Like you said, there's a lot of people here at top banana, so they might not be expecting for there to still be a presence. Pop flash in from the site itself. It's a good idea. Pote's going to be showing up now. He's the only one here with the AWP. If he dies, the round is probably going to be gone with him.
Yeah, flash will come over. Won't catch him. He won't be able to catch anything himself because they're not going to commit towards this banana play just yet. Bit of presence over towards A, bit of presence in towards mid. They're under no need to go towards B. However, he peeks in, spots nobody, and that might start to be a bit of a relay of information. Fellas, nothing here. Eyes up when you go towards A. Smoke towards long. What's off perfectly timed as well in towards apartments. I'll just slow them down if they wanted to go for that peek, but they're actually grouping up via a short play.
Wriggler has another Molotov, so because there's only 25 seconds left, if he throws it down at the right time, which is pretty good right here, going to burn even more time off the clock, it's very uncomfortable. But Tay would get the shot onto Kazi, and they're trying to plant the bomb right in front, but they kind of have to clear the side a little bit here. Wriggler in a perfect position, and with only 13 seconds left here, this is falling apart nowhere alone, and he might just have to save the AWP. He really can't plant the bomb, obviously. They're all on front, so great grenade used late in the round for Tunisia. It's making life very, very hard for the T side.
Yeah, well, the one real question I had there for Namibia is sort of why they don't commit to the plant, because they tap on towards it. There's no spam behind it, and then they get off the plant. And in doing so, it actually gives Tunisia a chance to reposition, get onto his cold zero box, and then find him as he pushes through that smoke. That's the only thing that could have changed things up. If they just committed to that short plant, there was a smoke there, so they were sort of covered in that sense. They probably would have been okay, but ends up not being, and it will be yet another round for Tunisia, 5-3. So far, so good. Namibia back to a bit of an awkward buy. They got that AWP saved, yes, but then around it, the support's not exactly great. We're talking, a Mac 10 and a few Tech 9s, bit of U-tools, could be awkward. Phallus, 1, looking for 2. Reminder coming for support. Double from him as Kazi and Zef get caught.
Oh, the grenade down in front as well. Doing a little bit of damage. Nice shot from nowhere. He's going to be able to take down Remind. That'll get them started. The bomb is still committed to that side, so there's no question they have to find their way through. And the awkward timing there. Grenade in hand, and Phallus able to take them both down. So it's Tunisia kind of back on track here. Like they're getting control of this game very hard now.
Yeah, nicely done. So far, so good. Cannot complain. Of course, this is their opponent's map pick as well. So if they're able to take this and relatively comfortably too, it sets them up very nicely for the series. Of course, we saw this not yesterday, the day before against Morocco, where on their opponent's map pick, it was that marathon of a game, but then on their own, that's where they were in, a world of comfort, right? So this might be more of the same here. For Namibia, we really need to see them get probably at least 5 rounds T-side to be somewhat comfortable. Anything less, I start to get a little bit worried.
A little bit of typing going on, so I'm wondering if everything is all right. They seem to be making their way out of spawn. But
everyone's moving, yeah. But then, something tells me this might be a little reset here. Nobody took damage, right?
Yeah.
So at the very least, that's okay.
Feels like it could be a round restart coming in. We'll see what the admins say when they figure it out. But yeah, there we go. Bit of a restart. Fair enough. Sometimes it happens. Good to get a little bit of a reset. So, like you said, if nobody takes any damage, it's a lot easier to redo the round than if people have already been in a fight. Obviously, it's going to be really awkward.
I guess it's a good time as well for us to talk about the Veto as well. We really haven't touched on that. Inferno, of course, on map number 1. Dust 2 is our pick by Tunisia, and if we need it, we've got Anubis as that third. I mean, Dust 2 as well as that pick coming through. Something that actually Tunisia did play in the qualifiers, and quite successfully. They beat Ghana, I think it was 13-0, and they looked pretty good at it. So that's a map in which we kind of saw in the qualifiers. It looked very, very solid on, and sort of expectations that it might be more of the same here. That's right, because it probably puts a lot more pressure on towards this Inferno. I think if Namibia are to drop this map, it would really put a bit of a spanner in the works for them and their chances of moving forward in towards that next stage.
Oh yeah, for sure. But they're doing so well right now, Tunisia. I feel like they are like they're not having to put a ton of effort into some of these rounds, right? Like it's kind of there for it. Like I don't think they're reaching deep into like they don't have to timeouts needed to discuss anything. Like as long as this keeps going, they're going to be happy with what they're doing at the moment. So no reason to change anything. Yeah, and Dust 2 is a great map. Like if you feel like you've got the mechanical advantage, like you're going to be running wild. Like you see Porte with some of these AWP challenges. Like Dust 2 is going to be doing that even more. And then, we haven't even really talked about Remind yet, but obviously we know that like he has another gear that he can go to if they need it. So that could be in the future too for Namibia, unfortunately.
It's true, and the real interesting thing is I think Inferno is one of those maps. It's actually very difficult to be a lurking presence, bar apartments lurks, right? And of course, you only really do apartments lurks on the T side anyway. So Remind can't really do what he does best, which is actually getting in behind and being a bit of a nuisance and all the rest, and kind of catching people off guard. Dust 2 is a great map for that. There's so many different places you can play from. You can play, late lurks out towards long doors. That's a very popular one that people seem to do. Late lurking in towards upper and lower tunnels as well, over towards B, things like that, lurking out of mid doors as well, just trying to find a bit of a gap there. This is where a player of Remind's sort of stature, we saw what he was like on Anubis on kind of that map 1 where he can just do a lot of damage. So definitely something we're going to keep an eye on. Oh, rushing towards second mid. Ring's going on to take a fight here. This could work out in its favor. Remind will come and support him. Zef will fall. Tura will answer back. Wriggler gets caught on the trade, and Tura adds a double as Remind also falls as well. Maybe a slight overextension from Tunisia. You're left in a chance here, but there's an apartments player. Chironjo transfer for the both. How?
Oh, he should be dead right then. He's actually coming back for more. That's so risky. Nowhere's going to be able to take him down. That's pretty sick, though. I mean, I actually like it from Tunisia, changing the, completely. Like, they've been aggressive on bottom banana. Now they flashed away over into second mid to try and really catch the T's off guard. I think Shackles got a bit of an advantage here, but Fallas, I didn't think he'd actually seen him, but maybe he was aware. Now, Nowhere's going to be alone, 1 versus 2, right through the Molotov. He wanted to take that fight before the backup arrived. It makes sense, but it's just a very hard fight to win there. So, good job on Fallas, I think, to save the round there.
Yeah. I think of Fallas, so he's playing the pixel peak, right? We just, literally, like I said, you can only spot a pixel, right? But the way he goes about it is actually quite interesting. Normally, and the way he was kind of set up for, he pixel peaked, he had a Molotov in hand, but he actually opts not to use it in that first fight, because he's like, whoa, I haven't spotted him again. That means he has cross. He's on that left-hand side. Let me just swing him. It's a right-side peak for him. So he has a slight advantage, especially on a LAN environment. So it's quite well played in that sense. And then the Molotov behind for the second, really, really expertly done. If he falls, the B side's open, the bomb plant goes down, and it's a long old road to retake as well. That's going to chip away a solid 10 seconds or so off that clock. 7-3. Tunisia have guaranteed bare minimum a lead heading in towards that second half. Shackles, though, will find the first. Spam is good. Remind gets caught.
Yeah, they managed to silence him a couple of times now. That's great. Like, it's a perfect start if you can do that.
Ooh. Perfect nade.
That is a touchdown, isn't it?
Yeah.
It couldn't have landed harder on him, I think. So, unfortunately, they lose that presence. And the question is, what do you do now? Like, do you go back and retake it, or do you just try and push on towards the A-bomb site?
True.
It can feel very telegraphed if you just keep going after losing banana, because you're like, well, they know we're going to call it. They very likely know, right?
Yeah.
They've checked. There's nobody else on banana. So obviously it's going to be A, and you can actually see that they're rotating a third man in towards the A-bomb site. So there's going to be a lot of defense here very soon.
That's very true. Jiranji's repositioned and safely as well. Smoke out for the cross. Fale's going to play behind this one. There's the first. Second was behind him. He can't quite find his aim. Nowhere will trade. Tag on towards Jiranji as well, but they don't expect Wriggler on the site. It's messy, and it's working in favor of Tunisia. And Wriggler 180s for the second. Beautiful shutdown again towards the site. Tunisia find yet another round. And now we're in my sort of worrying spot, like I said. I said, if Namibia can't get at least 5, I'm a little bit concerned.
Yeah.
And the best they can do now is 4.
I would agree. So much of it now is going to be hinging as well on winning the pistol in the second half all of a sudden. So they're definitely running into some trouble here. But again, like I feel like if they can get into sort of straight aim battles, it seems like they were actually able to win some of those fights.
Yeah.
But it does kind of require getting some of the openings, and they've had a really tough time with it. 2 Mat 10s, 2 Galils for the last here. Some aggression in the middle, and almost getting out of control here for Tunisia. I think they're able to stabilize for a moment, but we'll see how long that lasts for. Pate, he's in a position where he loses a fight here. He's going to be dead or misses a shot. Yeah, there we go. Instantly gets dropped. Molotov to slow them down, and Kazi actually wants to push in front. Fallas, he might have seen this, though. Ready behind the wooden boards. Oh, I almost thought he screwed that up, but well done again. Running down, not even with the rifle out. Remind goes down, and suddenly it's a 1 versus 1. It might have backfired here on Tunisia.
Yeah, Remind's completely overextended there. He
Yeah.
spotted the bomb and he's ran past it and died. So the bomb just gets picked up and planted because they know Falles is towards B. Remind, all he has to do is just sit and wait. Second mid play or something of the sort, he could just hold from range. But now he's really given an opportunity over towards Tura here. What he got a kill to his name, of course, that being Remind, the bomb planter. He's playing a very unorthodox position. Falles might just completely overlook this. Tura's holding on the cross. She'll get caught, and he will. Tura sees off the half. I think that's completely thrown there by Remind. He does not need to peek, doesn't need to fight. Overextends, and it gives it away.
Yeah, and again, I think that's that confidence kind of like running away with Tunisia as a whole. One of those things that, if you want to do some like post-match analysis for the team as a whole, you'd sit them down and you'd say, hey, these are some of the rounds that we have to remind ourselves to find a way to say, let's not do that because it isn't worth it. But that comes with time. Like you do it enough, and you've got some, a coach or a manager of the team or something that can kind of like say, all right, listen, we make it to Riyadh. Let's try not to lose rounds like that because it's not worth it.
Because Counter-Strike's a game of percentages, right? Ultimately, and I think in that instance you've got I've got a very good chance of getting a kill here, but also a small chance of falling, or I've got a 0% chance of falling if I just hold, and a 100% chance of a kill, but I have to wait 30 seconds. So it's about patience and discipline, something which sometimes can elude those here and there. So it's small things. I think you spot up. Shackles, nice shot for him. We'll find Chadonge. We start things off. Shackles going to get a second as well. He's shutting things down from pit, and he is happy to fight, looking for more. A couple of scouts want to be collected. The third, nearly there as well, and he'll get it. They go for the knife Remind, and it will cost him his life. Falles finally gets the trade, but Shackles, job done. 3 kills.
I think he ran under bullets there. There's actually a way to win the round, though. Like, the bomb's planted. They've got 2 people with Glocks. Glocks in CS2, super powerful right now. And, they're in a kind of a dug-in position, so this is winnable all of a sudden here. We'll see if the CTs can go for a bit of a retake. It's very important for Namibia to actually get this round. Falles, good headshot there. Another one just absolutely straight deletes Tura, and Pote coming in from the other side is looking for it. Kazi's dropped low already, and the bomb is ticking in front here. Oh, Pote, he can't actually find it. That's crazy. They're looking for the bomb. You got to be on it right now. There we go. All right, a little bit scary, but it should have time for it. That is a close round. 2 versus 4, but Namibia, they pick it up. It's a very important round.
Exactly. I mean, it's a big sigh of relief. I think Shackles was really, really well. 3 kills to his name, uber important to kind of keep them in a conversation there. But a 2v4, which goes down to a 1 versus 1, is in itself a little bit inherently worrying. And of course, a bomb plant with those kills will absolutely mean Tunisia force buying towards the next. It'd be so surprising if they don't. Galil's, Mac-10s have a decent amount of Utah on the belt as well, so they'll be in an absolutely fine position to make this work for them. The question is now, though, is how we're going to make this a bit of a consistent factor. Can we get consecutive rounds for Namibia? They're the big things we're looking at, because that's something that slightly eluded them in that first half. They were having these flash in the pan sort of rounds, but the lack of consistency, as we kind of saw, really hurt their economy. It was forced buy-in, lose around, no bomb plant, and eco, and then rinse and repeat. They've got to find a way to build up just a little bit of stability.
Yeah, I'm so curious how this is going to be playing out. It looks like Tunisia already just cracking on through, taking that banana position and straight into the bomb site. So not the greatest news here for Namibia.
I just say.
Yeah, this is it's one of those things, right, where, again, if you're playing the percentages, you'd probably say, actually, we're not going to be able to win this round, but we'll see. First kill, probably going to convince them that now is the time for it, but this is very likely the outcome. Like, Inferno's notorious for having both bomb sites. It's very hard to retake them.
Yeah.
No surprise, I think.
Yeah, B-site, especially of Inferno, is so difficult to retake because you're so confined. There's so little space in a sense, and it's so difficult to fight your way back in. No, we're going to try and save this FAMAS. I mean, I don't even know. They're getting pretty close to the hunt, in all fairness. He might actually get caught, but he might actually have just slipped in there. Okay. Somehow perfectly. They come from long, they come from short, and he just perfectly finds this gap. So the FAMAS will be kept alive at the very least, but it is going to be Tunisia taking a round and very quickly responding off the back of a lost pistol with a 1 force buy. That's all you can really ask for. And it will mean that Namibia now have a bit of a tough spot to kind of be putting themselves. They're in double eco, so they have to force. There's no twist about it. There's no point saving here because you're going to be ecoing in the next round afterwards. So you have to buy around this saved FAMAS, but it's a really awkward buy. We're talking, I mean, at least for now, 5.7's P250. Tough spot that they're putting. And even Utah, a little slim bar nowhere, of course, who had just saved his. Let's see what they've got. Bit of information spotted in towards second mid, but Already this feels like Tunisia could be on track to taking this map.
Yeah, it's right there in front of them, right? I mean, especially with the economy being low on the Namibian side, all you really need is, like, you know, to win the one critical round where they actually will have guns, and you're probably going to make your way through. So we pretty much have, I think, like 1.5 chances here in Namibia to put an end to it. Shackles in a good position. 5-7 always dangerous at close range, and this is why. Second headshot to take down. Matea's really sick, and the rest of them, they're going to be trying to push into the B-bomb side. It looks like they still have Chadonch on the other side who's trying to catch Shackles over there. Nowhere to go down, and there's still a minute left, so they can get back into this one, no question. Chadonch very patient out here. He knows that there's a player down here somewhere. If you get the kill for free, it's on. The bomb's been picked up now. 2 versus 4, but again, this round is not over for Tunisia. You've got to be really careful.
No, that's for sure. I mean, so far, the 3 casualties that have come through from Tunisia, nobody was there to trade them. They're all isolated, right?
Yeah.
Every single fight taken one by one. So it has allowed for these pistols to overwhelm. Falas went for a flank there, gets one, just doesn't expect the second. I can understand that, but Pota and Wriggler getting caught like that by the 5-7 on the drive-by is dicey. Speaking of the 5-7, maybe more for Shackles. Had a 3K in the pistol, got a 3K now with this 5-7. He looks for 4, and Shackles will shut it down. 5-7, never underestimate this gun. 1 bullet headshot, no matter if you have head armor, it will make your life hell. And Shackles shows why. Beautiful round. And that's a perfect way to respond off the back of the force by lost, is to win one of your own.
Yeah, that is sick. Those are the kind of rounds that really also changes like the chemistry in the team. Like if everyone's a little bit like, oh guys, we're kind of losing, it's not looking that great. That kind of round you think, all right, like let's get fired up. We want to make something of this. Like we had a guy just had a sick round. Yeah. Let's make sure we build on it. And they really can, right? If they win this next round, then the money's going to be gone for Tunisia. Suddenly, it'll be about 8 rounds for Namibia, and it's kind of a wide-open game. So there's something to play for here. Remind, though, trying to make that a little bit tricky. He's going to get the retake there, or the refrag to take down the player in middle. Nowhere, overwhelmed. There's a lot of people coming for him. Remind activated. We talked about him earlier. Again, we haven't said his name too much here. Yeah. But we know he's got the caliber. Inside of the bomb site is Tura with no real backup, and Remind is just not going to be stopped this round. 3 kills. Yeah. Such a demon.
Yeah, they just barrel in towards the A side, don't they? And I think now, for Shackles, for Kazi, just keep on what you've got. There's no real point. And even that might be a tall order. Potai. He smells blood in the water. Oh my god, there is no way. He just doesn't look at him. He doesn't kind of clear the close left. I mean, it's a bit of an unorthodox angle, so I'll say I can sort of understand it. I've been there before, but
depending
that's unfortunate.
Depending on the resolution, he might...
Yeah, if it's 4-3, we won't see him.
Yeah. Like, I think at our resolution, we could just see the tip of the gun, but... yeah, he might not have been able to, or he might just not have been looking at that way. That'll happen. They're still going to win the round. They'll be quite happy with it. Like I said, they would have saved otherwise here, Tunisia. So they're kind of a little bit fortunate to get out of this round.
Yeah. And it will, of course, mean for Tunisia locking in double digits now on their opponent's map pick. Not too bad. Of course, Inferno, Dust 2, and Anubis, our 3 maps. Dust 2 up next. Tunisia's pick. If they take this map of Inferno, and Anubis might not even be needed as a decider. We know they were very good on it in the qualifier. And so far, so good. They got a 4-round buffer zone over Namibia, 3 rounds away from taking the map itself, inching ever closer. And a sort of a 1 round like that is going to put a lot more pressure again on towards Namibia. They sort of, I think, have to go for a buy. This is the awkward thing. It's the force buy wars at the moment. Back and forth, and you just got to keep going for it. I think that's the way to go. And at least now for Namibia, they have a little bit better firepower to work with. AK saved, M4 invested in, MP9s alongside it. It's not the worst buy in the world. No. Especially considering you'll know that in some way you're going to have some sort of SMG or some sort of Galil that they saved from that previous round.
And I mean, on Inferno, right, there are so many close-range fights that, you know, the MP9, yeah, it's not as good as if it was an M4, but you can make it work. You can definitely do a lot of damage with it, so not necessarily the end of the world. 4-round gap here between the two of them. And some of these next rounds are going to be so important. Namibia struggling to get a real foothold in the game, right? Like, they need a round here where Tunisia are really saving, and they can really, like, get a little bit of, like, a sigh of relief and say, okay, like, we've got a bit of a platform here to work with. Not the case at the moment, so we'll see if they can carve one out for themselves. Nice opening for Remind, but he will get traded immediately. Shackles stepping up as quite the formidable force here on the Namibian side.
True. Nowhere playing anti. As the support of Zef. Zef takes first contact. Nowhere behind it, but Wriggler gets the first. Zef will trade. He'll double it down as well before John will trade. 2 versus 2. Firepower just a little bit better over towards likes of Tunisia. They're going to start barreling in towards the A site all alone here. Tura, what have you got for us? MP9 up close. Does get caught. Potai swings and clears. Site open. Bomb down. 1v2. And Shackles. A lot of pressure on a guy who has bailed Namibia out time and time again in this game.
He's got the kit, but he's just got no utilities. It's very hard to set himself up for anything here. Grenade going to be around the corner. Damage not really going to be important here, but yeah, he would be sick if he'd had a Molotov or a flashbang or something to set himself up for this first fight, because having to just swing their corner and just hope you get the first kill is
wow.
Shadonj, I don't think he realized how open he was. Shackles comes in. That is sick. A 1 versus 2. He'll take the round and keep Namibia alive. That's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by the setup. Back completely exposed to long, and the smoke's faded as well. Normally, if the smoke fades, you're sort of relaying over that information. Just be careful a little bit. But I probably just didn't even realize just that little bit of his back showing. And it means heal 4. Then Potai only had 1 point of HP, so he was sort of already 1 foot in the grave, unfortunately. Really good clutch coming through from Shackles. And like we said, time and time again, has been bailing this side out of bad situations. 3K in the pistol, 4K in the 4-spy, and now a 1v2 clutch. So he is stepping up in a big way. Yeah,
if you wanted to criticize the Tunisian afterplan, you would say typically you want 1 person in pit and 1 at the site. For the crossfire, they don't have that, and that's, it kind of backfires a little bit on them there. All right. An investment into this round for Tunisia, but they're getting nothing for it right now. Shut down for the smoke. They had the Tech 9s and the Mac 10, so they could have done some damage if they could have made their way through, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen at the moment. Namibia closing the gap slowly. You know, this is very cool because some of the teams that were playing in the qualifier, like I think Nigeria and Ghana, definitely showing that in terms of Counter-Strike experience, there's just a huge gap between, like, say, them and Tunisia or Egypt or whatever. But I think Namibia is starting. There's something to build on here, right? Like, these guys definitely know how to play Counter-Strike. You keep coming back, and the region keeps growing. Like, there's something that's interesting that's happening. I think that's very cool to see, all on its own, right? And I mean, at this stage, honestly, they could win the map if they keep going like this. So, I just think it's very exciting.
It is actually quite an interesting spot they're in now, right? Because we've got Tunisia, they've half bought this. They're going to fall by next. If Namibia win their next round, we're talking about them probably actually getting to the spot or maybe even tying this game up. And at that point, things then get very, very interesting. We're then talking about probably maybe even like a 10-9, potentially even tying this game up. So it's a very interesting spot that we kind of find ourselves in right now where the pressure is ultimately on Tunisia. Fighting towards pit. No, we'll get one. Tura going to get a second off the back of it as well. And a shutdown towards the A site. Namibia making a 2-round game. And this now does get very interesting. We will see a buy coming through in some regards. Somebody's going to have to take a hit. I'm looking like it'll probably be Remind on 3K. But we will see some sort of a force buy in a sense. But lose that. And the game's probably tied up 10-0. And then that's when Namibia can start to talk about actually taking this map.
Yeah, I think that they're doing a really good job right now. Like, they're doing everything they need to. You keep shutting it down if you can deny some of the, like, it's the same thing right now for Tunisia as it was for Namibia in the first half. Yeah. You need top mid and banana control to execute strategies. We know Tunisia from the other maps, I'm sure they're going to have like real executes where you set up a banana, you throw the right Molotovs and the smokes towards coffins and all the rest. Like, I'm sure they know all of those things, but if you don't get the control for it, it doesn't matter. Like, you can't execute the strategy. So yeah, if you can keep denying that, you're stopping them really early on. Quick little tech pause here to sort out a couple of issues before we get back into it, which is fine.
All right.
Seems happy. He's in a good mood.
Yeah, just double checking with the fellas. Does this look right to you guys? And then we'll get things back underway.
Yeah.
But it's a good spot they're in right now, of course. For Namibia. No way, having a bit of a conversation with the team, just sort of explaining what he wants to see coming through in towards the next. But so far, so good. We've enjoyed what we've seen from Namibia in these last few rounds.
Absolutely.
And you can really see how things have been quite interesting. Shackles there at the top. For us, I mean, he has been lights out on a couple of these rounds. Without him, Namibia actually might not even be in this conversation.
Yeah, I think without him, like they end up losing this already. Pretty sick stuff. I've got to say, like and I mean, this is I think it's part of the joy of these ISF events is that you really do get to kind of like go and spot out local talent you'd never normally get to see. Like,
for sure.
You know, like obviously far away from like the tier 1 stages in that sense. Yeah. But having this experience and bringing it back to your country and like inspiring other people, say like there's a way to do it. Like we can actually go and play and qualify and represent our country. I think that's beautiful. Shackles definitely coming out with that kind of light at the moment. That's really nice.
Yeah, it's true. Seems like issue just getting Kazi back in the server, hopefully briefly, and then we can get him back underway. But yeah, so far so good. It's been a good game as well.
Yeah, just having no real read on what Namibia might play like. I've got to be honest, for me so far, I thought it was going to be a super one-sided game for like Tunisia, essentially steamrolling them.
Yeah.
That was kind of what I expected. So the fact that it's not happening and Namibia are putting up a really good fight is really sick. Like,
Yeah,
well
it's true.
played.
Exactly, and now it does set up the series kind of interestingly. In a sense, Dust 2 does play inherently very similar towards Inferno. It's quite puggy. It's all about certain areas of control, and then moving off the back of that, moving off the back of early bits of information or opening kills or this, that, and the other. So I think in that sense, they're able to make a competitive Inferno. You'd expect them to have some sort of a competitive understanding of Dust 2 as well. And even though Tunisia were very good on that in the qualifier, and it is definitely one of their pocket pick maps that we talk about. Nuke, Dust 2 were the two in particular that they played in the quals that were pretty lights out for them, and who basically whatever anybody else picked against them, they still managed to get a win on it. But this is where Namibia now have a chance to actually really make a conversation in this series. Nobody's been able to beat Tunisia yet, and so far they look like one of the closer sides.
So curious, how it's going to unfold for the African region in the future, right? Like obviously we're in Morocco now, the host country. They've been treating us super well. It's been awesome experience, I would say.
Yeah.
But into future years, like it'd be really interesting to see, if we're going to sort of, rotate around. And you just get to experience different places. My first time in Africa, so I think it's very cool. Like I'm excited to like now I kind of want to see more of it. Like let's explore.
Trying to say I'm trying to like lightly nudge and say hey like
I know like you've got a bias.
Being South African myself, I'd love to have a regional qualifier in South Africa. Go back home. I'm from Joburg, so it'd be kind of cool to go back home. Most of our family still live out there as well, and they do actually have a pretty good esports scene in South Africa as well. And Joburg in particular has a couple of lands there, so. It would actually be pretty cool, but obviously so far away in comparison.
Funnily enough, there's more South Africans than people realize in the esports scene in general. It's kind of funny to you keep running into people. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, why not? Again, strengthen the local scene.
Yeah.
Get more infrastructure. Get more involvement in it. I think that's kind of the promise for the future. It's really cool.
Yeah.
2-round gap as we get back into the game here. Tunisia. They still have a bit of a lead, but Namibia stronger than we expected. We'll see what they could do right now. They've got the AK, 1 MP9 there on tours, a little bit of a downgrade, but Tunisia, now they actually are getting the map control that we were talking about, right? So they have the potential here for top banana, top mid. We'll see if they can execute. I mean, they don't have a lot of grenades in this round, but enough to make something happen.
Yeah, 3 were playing out towards B early for Namibia, and a lot of that was coming off the back of just the in case it was a rush, right? Because there's a world in which this could have been more of like a full Mac 10 buy and a little bit of a weirder one.
Oh, it's going to be an interesting test to see if Tunisia know the smoke that lands on the ledge here to stop to like.
Yeah, they actually missed it earlier.
Okay.
So they were throwing the default one on the fly here. They missed it earlier. It landed on the roof.
Okay.
So maybe someone else knows it a little bit better. And maybe it was just like they were dead earlier, and that's why. But we'll see. But if they don't, they could be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, because without that, the boost can be super powerful, right? Got a player inside. Let's see. Oh, it does land on top. So again, that tells you something about the level of prep here for Tunisia and kind of what they're all about. So very cool. Jadonch with a cracking opening, taking down Kazi. That in itself is like you're half the way to winning the round when you get that kind of a kill. 10 seconds, and the bomb has actually been planted a little bit in the open. That is scary if someone was to spray him down, but they make it out, and they have a good chance of winning this one. I say that though, but Noah actually gets a very early kill. Tunisia, this afterplant, again, it's the B bomb site. They're still in a good position to win it, but there is a chance for Namibia to get back in here.
Yeah, numbers advantage here for the CT side, making a move. They've got a bit of time. They've got kits as well. Dink on towards a dark player, swing and a find by Wriggler. What a shot. They're waiting for Remind to peek, but he's not giving them anything. On the swing, he can line them up and mows them down. Looks for a third. Falaise will see it off, and it will be Tunisia finding yet another round. Numbers disadvantage post-plant, and Tunisia make it work. That's really, really well played.
Yeah, there's so many little things where you can just tell that the communication and the prep, like the smoke up on the boost is one thing. And I think the other thing here, you could see Remind is only holding the one angle because he knows his teammates have got the crossfire from the other side. So nobody can swing and shoot Remind in the back, so he just has one job, and that's all he cares about. And but that takes a little bit of communication, right? Like you have to tell your teammates, like, listen, I need you to watch the other side of the fountain all the time. Like just keep an eye on that. if they swing you, I will definitely get the refrag, so don't worry about it.
It's also just really great discipline because
Yeah.
there's always, he's hearing Coffin's information, right? He hears steps. He knows there's something going on there. They've already fought from there as well. So part of you is like, oh, let me just take a peek. Let me have a little fight. But they were holding for him. And the fact that he doesn't peek probably wins him the round. If he falls, they just double swing towards Dark. Both dead. Round done. Let's change things up. Jadonj, another opening kill for him. Looks for a second. They don't get it. Alongside the support of Potai, that's already a 3-for-1 in the early fights.
Yeah, they've overlooked Sev here, but we'll see for how long that lasts. Oh, not really the greatest spray, but he's going to get the kill. He's very low and going to get shot at the back at range there from Fallas, so it'll be Shackles alone. And again, we had to rely on him a lot for Namibia.
Yeah.
This is a whole new level of difficulty. Like 1 versus 3, the bomb is going to be planted. I don't think there's a kit on the ground. I mean, you could justify saving the M4, and like they don't have any money. That wouldn't be a bad choice here to just say, all right, we're going to have one more crack at getting into overtime.
I honestly think this is the best call. Just keep hold of what you've got. I don't really think there's too much of a point of giving this a go, if I'm being completely honest. We don't really have the money to work with towards the next round. We're actually going to struggle in terms of picking up any premium rifles regardless. Let's save an M4. Let's keep you alive. At least with then, you keep alive. We've got a little bit of loss bonus. You can drop something over, like maybe the likes of Famas, and then it's not the worst thing in the world, but it is going to be Tunisia. Map point on their opponent's map pick. And Namibia backs up against the wall here. They've got to try and dig deep. They're now playing for overtime. They've got 4 rounds being that buffer to try and get there. Not going to be easy, and that's safe to say. Tunisia very, very close to the finish line on map number 1. And of course, heading in towards their map pick of Dust 2 with a hell of a lot of confidence on their shoulders. Namibia, time is dwindling in this one. I'm interested to see how they try and squeeze out a feasible buy, and for the most part it won't be, right? They're going to have to dip in towards either upgraded pistols or SMGs at the very best.
Yeah.
So the issue is now, how do we actually change it up? You basically can't play a default here. This is how I look at it anyway. More often than not, if you play a default on a low or weird half buy like this, you're just going to lose in terms of firepower, in terms of util. They're going to barrage you with nades, they're going to barrage you with molotovs, and you're just going to lose your aim jewels, right? You've got to try and get a bit proactive. You've got to try and get up in their face and catch them off guard. For me, that's the way to try and put Tunisia on the back foot. Sort of fight fire with fire in terms of their aggression. Yeah,
and typically you're going to be lacking grenades too, so like playing that kind of a default, like the default involves grenades, that slows down everything. You don't have them, then you've got to come up with something else. So I don't disagree. Like, try and take a couple of risks. I think it's worth it. You know, you get the right flashbang on the corner, you get a couple of kills, suddenly the round is more manageable. So it's probably worth it to try and do that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel like you've just got to gamble in some way. Molotov down. Shackles wants to fight behind it as well. Of course, the only rifle to work with for Namibia in this round. He's got to hope that something will work out for him. B9 playing behind it. Zef will get the first. Hang on a second now. Maybe something could be on. Jadonj will get one of his own. Did hear a second, but nowhere. With him being low, 1 point of HP, doesn't really want to overfight.
But I like this. They know how many people were there, so they're pushing Banana at the same time. Tunisia, they're saying, all right, if you're battling a bunch of people over in the apartments, then maybe we just, you know, try and take this control here. Shackles is in the back. Again, it's on his shoulders. To try and win the map here or get back into it, he has to get a huge, probably even a triple kill maybe to stay in it. And it was very hard. Molotov perfectly placed for Tunisia. Good execute. Everything is pretty much on track here for them to win the map. They just need this bomb to go off and they're going to be good. And a re-smoke into this one, I mean, it's making life a hell of a lot more difficult. Fallas will go down, but this is a far away from being a retake.
Yeah, 2v2. Numbers even, but yeah, like you said, I mean, damage being dealt over towards Zef, which makes him very vulnerable indeed. Fading out the smoke. In this position, they've got a bit of time to work with. The only issue is that I'm seeing no kit, right? So this is going to make this difficult. They've got to make a move. They don't have a smoke for the bomb. They don't win out the first fight. Zef will trade, but he's actually got to get on this bomb, and Potai's just playing time, and even that HE could be enough. He actually doesn't need to be. Swing and a find, and Potai will see it off. Tunisia 13-8. Map number 1, their opponent's map pick taken, and what a way to take it. Dust 2 up next for them, and they've got to be feeling very confident indeed.
Yeah, definitely. Well played overall. Like, they had a handle on the game. You could kind of tell from the start, like, they were in the driving seat. I think it was more difficult than they were expecting. Certainly, Namibia showed up way more than I thought was going to happen. So I think that's very cool. That's a very promising sign to begin with. But, yeah, Tunisia kind of continue to be the powerful team in the tournament so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the thing. You know, you've got to give credit towards Namibia. Pistoron's very good
yeah.
from them. A couple of force bars are really good. The issue is just a bit of consistency on the gun rounds. And it's very difficult. Tunisia, so far, nobody taken a map off them. Throughout all the qualifiers, throughout the groups, they just look so dominant. They finished top of that group, didn't drop a game, right? They look great, right? So this is the issue, right? That nobody's been able to find a gap in this armor just yet. And Namibia, they've got to try and find something in towards Dust 2 to keep them afloat in towards this. And of course, maybe potentially push us towards that third of Anubis. But it's a big ask, right? Dust 2, we saw it in the qualifiers, a very good map for the Tunisian side. A couple of 13 zeros on it, which just shows how good they are. So yeah. These boys got to dig deep, and I don't really think they're in a position which makes it impossible. I think they showed us, at least in that game so far, that they have something up their sleeve to be able to fight.
Yeah. This is very cool. I like this. Like, you know, he's in there nowhere, like talking to his team, like firing them. That's great. That's great work. Like, you know, being a good captain, good leader. Yeah. I appreciate that. But the second map is going to be coming up. Of course, it is Dust 2. Before we get there, we will go to a bit of a break. So stay tuned. There's more Counter-Strike action coming up here from the channel. Don't go anywhere.
up on the docket. And of course, I guess for Tunisia, already got a map under their belt, now heading in towards their own map pick, which they're very good in the qualifiers, and we really need to see something a little bit more out of Namibia if they want a chance. They want to push this towards this third map. They want the chance to stay alive here in this qualifier, of course. And yeah, I mean, this is the big one. They've got to try and find a way in towards that third, and Dust 2 is difficult. Tunisia, they were so good on it when we caught them in the quals.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be an easy task at all. Shackles going to have to, you know, do even more heavy lifting, presumably.
Yeah.
But again, I think Tunisia have like more depth than they even showed on Inferno. I think they have like more players that can step up. I think it's going to be very tricky, but again, we're pleasantly surprised by Namibia being able to play as well as they did.
Yeah.
Even if it's going to be tough. I mean, it'd be a huge surprise if they were able to win this one, I've got to say.
Sure.
I'm open to that. That'd be sick. That'd be, I think, the surprise of the day if they could turn it around here. Yeah, I think Dust 2 is going to be a very tricky map to play. Tunisia just look very, very comfortable.
Yeah, when we saw them play it as well in the qualifiers, it was very reliant on individuals being quite puggy, and that of course is sort of Tunisia's style, and especially while, you know, we see players like Remind, who, you know, we're always going to bring up this guy's name, but because he's so talented. Pota had a lot of good form in the quals with the AWP as well. I mean, Dust 2 is very much an AWP-heavy map, and he was very versatile with it.
Yeah.
Sometimes he'll play through mid doors and CT side, other times play out towards long, sometimes out towards short as well. He'd go up through the site. So these small little things as well can be a big difference. And I guess also there's been a slight change since those online quals to now, where you can get on towards short on your own. You don't need a boost anymore. You don't need to go all the way around towards the site. So the CTs get that earlier peak for a pretty aggressive AWP like Pota. This actually worked quite well for him. This kind of plays into his play style. He wants to take early fights. He wants to try and put you under a lot of pressure early doors. And I think this is where he can do a lot of his best work.
Yeah, and I guess for Tunisia, like the only real thing here is finding that balance between like confidence and aggression, and kind of like knowing when you have the advantage and you know, taking it a little bit more easy. A couple of rounds there on Inferno where probably they don't need to fight as much as they do, but they just feel like, oh, we're going to win, you know, we're doing it. And that's okay, but it can cost you some rounds you don't really need to. So
it cost them once, right? You know, where they a little bit of an overextend from Remind. I mean, he dies, and then they got the bomb run towards A, bomb goes down, they won the round, right? So small things like that where, you know, it is just a percentage game. And I think, you know, here you maybe get a little bit more leeway with it, but at the World Esports Championships, they are to make it, for example. Tunisia are one of the favorites to make it too, and if they were to, they've got to clean up these small little things that would make life a lot easier against what is some really scary teams that have already qualified towards that LAN in Riyadh. So these are the things where I guess it's okay now, but it's got to be a learning experience. They've got to demo review yourselves, look back and say, okay, what went right, what went wrong, and how can we now fix this heading in towards, I mean, the next level of competition. But we'll be heading in towards Dust 2 in just a moment, and we do look towards Namibia, right? And they actually offered up quite a lot in towards that first map where they really did look pretty decent. The issue is, though, they've got to dig a little bit deeper when it comes towards consistency. That was the one thing that eluded them a little bit for me. Consecutive gun rounds have got to be the real main priority, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Like, there weren't many times when Tunisia were, like, flat broken and like, Namibia were winning enough consecutive rounds to do real damage. And that just makes the game a lot harder, you're right. Like, that's going to be a bit of a challenge for them, no question. Winning a pistol round or two definitely help out a lot.
Yes.
We're still going to be able to. We're starting on the second map here. Namibia, they're going to be on the T side, it looks like. And Tunisia, they're on the CT side. So let's see how this one plays out. Dust 2 coming up right now. And Tunisia, I mean, no one's really been able to take them down yet. Yeah,
Namibia choosing to start T-side as well is quite interesting. They must find just a little bit more confidence where they are the ones setting the tone and they're the ones who dictate sort of the pace of the game. Xbox Smoke going to come out.
Wow, look at this push.
Already gets a lot of information here. All four.
That's 4 people committed to pushing this, but you know, they're making a lot of noise and they're not ready for this. Oh, God. It's almost the perfect anti-strat to deal with it. A little bit of a lineup here from Phallus. Oh, he lands some sick headshots. Will bring down a couple of players. The bomb is dropped as well. But Tay, if you win this one, maybe there is a chance here. He's going to get the one. And now it's all down to Seth. 1 versus 2. Straight banging Glock shots coming out. And now 1 versus 1 against Remind. But again, the bomb is right there. So Remind pretty much knows that he's going to have to show up. Glock versus USP. And Remind struggling a little bit. He'll get the shot eventually. But man, that was such a sick setup for Namibia that looked like they should have been able to win that one.
Yeah, it feels like that's like a real set play from Tunisia. They've read into something there. They know something's going to happen. Yeah. 4 players playing out towards B nice and early. Really, really well done. And the first fight maybe is more of kind of a shock factor. You get caught, oh God, they're all there. But it actually works out well for them. They drive by USP, get a double, and then they set the tone quite nicely. So all in all, great round to be taken from Tunisia, of course. And now maybe where things can start to, again, on the other side, we have to look at potentially how we're going to respond in kind. Awkwardly, though, we can't really buy. We didn't really get enough kills. We didn't get a bomb plant, so we can't really buy here on the T side for Namibia. So they've kind of just got to accept this and say, we're going to go 2-0 down. We just have to sort of give this up, and that's that.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not much else they can do. Fallacy, like those shots just... That made a difference.
Yeah.
I think without that, probably a bomb plant right away for Namibia, and they're in a better position. Here we go, though. Second round coming up. We are headed out long. They got a couple of flashes. I think they got a Tech 9 to kind of lead the charge. Probably about the best they could do right now. And actually, they'll be very successful. Couple of kills. Still, I would say, very winnable round here for Tunisia. But yeah, one more kill the other way. And you never really know. Without the lack of armor on that side, it's not easy to power through.
Oh, nade banks back. That's awkward for Kazi. If that nade had gone down, it probably does a good chunk of damage towards both of them. But it just catches a little bit of clipping. I'll come back and bounce his way and put him under quite a bit of pressure. Shackles nowhere. Left with it all through, and now it's just nowhere. The man who's been the most vocal on this team, been really leading a lot of these conversations, only had a Glock, though, asking just a little bit too much. 2-0 Tunisia. And only 2 casualties as well. Not the worst thing in the world, if we're being completely honest. Namibia, though, they will come in towards a 4 by now, and they'll understand that on the other side for Tunisia it will just be a bonus, so we're not really expecting a hell of a lot here in the sense of winning it would be massive. Winning a bonus round like this, percentage-wise, is definitely against you, but if you can make it expensive, it keeps a lot of pressure on towards your opponent. If you are to take it, really puts them under, a hell of a lot of pressure to be able to try and turn things around. Shackles, though, for the opener.
Yeah, not necessarily an easy shot there. I think it was Pate running down the middle with an MP9, so he's going to be like very, very mobile back and forth there. But he's proving again that he knows what he's doing. Could be dead here, though. Not always easy to win this fight from Remind's position. Like, it can be very awkward because the T's can duck down, but a very nice shot. Brings it back and puts a little bit of danger towards Namibia again. 4 versus 4, but you're right. If they lose this round, it's a really, really good start for Tunisia, and they'll take it. Remind setting themselves up to be flashed in. Back turn, just straight in there. Good flashbang, but he just ducks into the corner. Chura stays alive somehow.
Yes, somehow, some way. Had no way for support who doesn't get caught by that flash, but Chura is so lucky. His pathing is just perfect to exit out of there and straight in towards the crossfire set up by his teammate. Actually, a beautiful reaction to being flashed as well. Unfortunately, now for Tunisia, a bit of an awkward spot that they're in. Trying to pull things sort of back in their favor. Numbers is advantage. Flashback will come round. Janonj will avoid it. We'll get one. Still alive as well. Gets shredded out by nowhere. Leaving all down to Wriggler. MP9 for him. And it doesn't look like they want to go in his direction. He's got a long rotate and a tough retake up on the cards. But he does have a bit of util. And now an AK. All right, it's not impossible. AK kit, full battle util. It's not the worst time for a 1v3, especially one being tagged. But then he's met with a Molotov just to make it more awkward.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that might make you change your mind a little bit and say, all right, you know what, it's not really worth it. Wow. I mean, that flashbang, the setup is so good, right? Those are the kind of, little things you sort of set up along the way, but it kind of, again, proves they got some confidence. That's nice for Tunisia. That should have probably worked. Like, if he gets that kill and gets away, they probably win the round.
Yeah.
So, close round in some sense, but this time Namibia come out on top. Well played.
Yeah, really well done. And it will be now as well an interesting conversation to see how Tunisia now responding towards the next, because they have taken some decent investments in towards this round. I mean, Fala's as well have a lot of money, so he's probably going to have to either take a drop from Wriggler or just take a little bit worse supply. But they should buy into this, but it's just a case of what are we actually going to bring to the table. And this is a prime opportunity now where Namibia can put a lot of pressure on, take even by tying this game up, if not a lead. And this is the exact thing Tunisia did in map 1. Things started well for Namibia, got a 2-0 start, but then because of these awkward force buys that you don't really get a choice, you have to go into them, you lose them, and it does put you under a lot of pressure. Things started well, of course, Remind found a big kill there for him, but it's just this one here where, I mean, you can't even really sort of expect that second player up towards the boxes. There's no way you would have thought that would have been a possibility. But you see a bite coming out from Tunisia. Got 2 premium rifles, 1 AK save, 1 M4, and a FAMAS behind it, and then unfortunately, just a deagle for Fales. You only have 1.7k, so that's as much as he can bring to the table.
Yeah, I think at a tier 1 level, you would probably very rarely see a player try to chase down a kill after a flashbang. Like, sometimes if you don't almost instantly get it, it's better to just get away, because like the chances that you get killed instead increase like almost every millisecond after that. But again, like it was such a good flash. I don't blame him necessarily for trying to hunt it down. Like it seemed like it was a very available kill.
Yeah, it's very true. Remind now, FAMAS in hands for him. Tempted more the same. Spot him on the cross as well, just a pixel, but enough for him to relay that information over. Short play is going to be held for by Riegel. I mean, this is a big find. If he can get one here, gives him a chance. They comes over, but a little late.
Yeah, grenade doesn't necessarily do that much. Or maybe a little bit of Shackles, actually. I thought in the online qualifier, Riegler was one of the guys that we kind of highlighted a little bit.
Yeah.
He's been playing well throughout the tournament so far, but it'd be fun to see him in the driving seat, kind of, flexing a little bit more. Remind, really thinking about testing that smoke. He's right at the edge, but they knew that. Seth really holding the angle. That's super important. And now, Shadonj, I don't think he can do anything here. With the MP9 at that range, like he should be dead every time, although shooting him in the back a little bit. Riegler nearly saving the round there. That could have been sick, and Shadonj actually doing a fine job. Somehow it's a 2 versus 2, and you probably want to go for this if you're Tunisia. You're going to feel like we can do this.
Maybe a chance here as well, right? This is absolutely a winnable round. The only issue for them, one bit of Util left, just a Molotov to work with. Now picked up a nade, though, in all fairness. Does make it a little bit more possible. That's right-hand side. They're burning in that flame. Hang on a second. Zeph has somehow avoided the flames. He did take a little bit of a tag. Do they know he's there? They must know. They spotted him, and they've dropped him. A flawless retake coming through from Tunisia on that CT side, and that is pretty commendable. The B side of Dust 2 is statistically the hardest site to retake in competitive Counter-Strike, and that's not even just including the current map pool. That's every competitive map pool that we've had. It is the hardest site to retake, and they've made that look flawless, so really well done from them. Molotov comes over, a little bit of tick damage, but he does actually avoid it somehow. It doesn't spread in towards that corner. First fight back box is really clean, and then they realize, actually, we did hear him tick. Maybe he somehow found a gap. A good clearance and a good find.
That's super crazy. Like, I think the Molotov actually stops Seth from being able to help out his teammate, right? Like, he's locked in that corner. So, I mean, I guess he could have backtracked and ran through the Molotov, but that would have been super dangerous. So, yeah, just really unfortunate here. And a good to make sure, really double-check the corner. They might have heard him burn, so they might have had an idea. But regardless, that's a huge round. Great retake. Tunisia, 3-1, and it really blows out the economy of the Namibian side here.
Yeah,
they're
absolutely.
In trouble.
Looks like a little bit of a buy, maybe.
Yeah,
just a couple of upgraded pistols. I mean, they've got plenty of money to sort of semi-half buy this and then buy next. I think the main thing, though, is keeping money on deck to potentially have the AWP for nowhere. Looks like, I think Shackles with 3K might be okay, but we did see, of course, them like that team started AWPing in towards the previous. Shackles for the first, Bowtie will trade. With these pistols, a bomb plant, some kills would be nice, and trading 1-for-1's not exactly terrible. Tunisia slightly over-fighting here, and it's giving them kills, but Kazi just caught, didn't really understand. Pants around his ankles, Remind gets a double, they drops the bomb as well, and surely now the round. Namibia left down to 1, and Zeph collected an AK, but got it all to do.
It's kind of a crazy round in many ways for Tunisia. This is probably one of those like slight bullying tactics where you say, let's really like overwhelm them, really make sure they don't feel comfortable here.
Yeah.
That can backfire. Like, that's the kind of round that can absolutely backfire. You push it up a dark like that, you lose a couple of players, suddenly the bomb is planted. Like, it can go the other way. So I don't necessarily hate it, but it is, it's a little bit risky potentially.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely the other side as well where a Tech9 can get a double, and it really throws things kind of up in the air, right? Picks up a rifle. Who knows what can happen there? We saw it happen just once into that previous map where these overextensions cost Tunisia against the low buy.
Yeah.
They didn't end up losing that round. It was a 2 versus 4, which then ended up going down to 1 versus 1, and the low buy converted. So we've seen it happen once. It does worry us a little bit, but in this case, thankfully, not to be. Nade on towards that smoke. Won't spot the cat cross. Will be. He's relaying the information. Shackle's going to get that first. Finds Remind. That's an important kill. Smoke as well to give them that lurk out from short. They can start making a bit of a move. The short molly might get extinguished.
Okay, going back into it. There's a lot of players on the other side, but he's done great work so far. Nowhere probably could have been dead as well. He's very low on health to begin with. He's going to lose his teammate Tura behind him, and Shadonj. That might be enough to win the round right then and there. I thought Pate was... Like, he had a fight that was happening at so many different angles in the middle that could be very hard to control, but great job. The bomb is lost in the middle, so Kazi, it's a kind of round where if you have the bomb on your back, like, chances that you win it go way up, but having to backtrack to the middle to pick it up, not really doable. Tunisia back. I mean, they're playing a hard game at the start here. You could tell they're very aggressive.
Yeah, and we saw this in the qualifiers. We sort of knew what to expect with Tunisia, and it's just how do you respond to it. And one thing we did see as a response yesterday from, well, not yesterday, the day before, from Morocco was actually they play very passive in terms of the early parts. No matter whether you're on the T side or the CT side, and allow sort of this Tunisian side to fight you, give them sort of the space and let them overextend. And it did actually work in quite a few times, hence why that game went to quad overtime. The only issue is, though, for Namibia, we haven't seen that reaction just yet, where they've really tried to slow things down and really tried to kind of bait in the fights. And maybe this is it. The only issue is, though, they've done it now, smoked down to deep upper tunnels where they wait for the fight. And for Tunisia, they're more than happy just to force them in towards these fights. This is such a chokehold.
Yeah, and it keeps putting on so much pressure, right? Like, you're not feeling comfortable at all on the T side here. See what Fallas can do. Funnily enough, he's kind of on his own, but might be able to get a 6 spray down. Team kill. Yeah, I mean, that looked like it was the perfect setup for Fallas just to get every single kill, but not quite. They still should be winning the round here. I don't think they're going to be able to make their way through. And indeed, another round. Only 1 casualty on the Tunisian side. So this is just setting quite a harsh tone at the start of the game, where they're really not allowing Namibia to get into this map at all.
Yeah, if they were a little bit quicker, I think the T side, they actually could have got on towards the site, because the Molotov gets thrown by the rotating mid player, but he misses it, hits the door, so actually stops them getting in towards the site. It was a CT molly there, but if they were maybe a little bit quicker, potentially they could have overwhelmed that guy who dropped out from window, but in the end, it was probably never going to get off the ground. They were playing upgraded pistols and sort of half armor at the very most, so unlikely to say the least. Potai wants to fight early in towards long. This is the first 2. He could be in a bit of trouble, but he's given the luxury of falling away. Normally, off the back of the second mid shot, absolutely you'd normally hunt that. Our player, Molotov should force out the fight here. Potai could be in a bit of trouble.
I think it's
it doesn't spread deep enough. Yeah, so he's got a great angle. And he will get the first. Iesf gets caught, and Potai happy to fight.
And the problem is now you might stop thinking about the car. Like, if you're just a little bit distracted, you might not be remembering this part, and that would be deadly. Tura goes down. Now they're kind of locked into long a little bit here, jump around. I don't know if they spotted anything, but you can shoot right through this car. So Fallas, he is a little bit exposed, but they're not thinking about it any longer. Kind of messes up the first kill, but at the end of the day, it will be fine here. Shackles, 1 versus 5, and he's already low on health. The bomb is even worse out back long there. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of a classic setup where if you kind of half Molotov a position, then you forget about it. You think, oh, it's probably okay, but if there's a player hiding, it can really backfire. Yeah,
that's what happened. So, I mean, Tunisia so far, so good. There's very, very little we can complain about from Tunisia at the moment. Really great Counter-Strike being played by them. I really wouldn't mind seeing a bit of attack pools come through from Namibia, and that's actually what we might be having right now, actually. A bit of a time to have a conversation. Just trying to slow it down, because the issue is you want to try and ice out your opponent. You don't want to let them snowball, which is the issue that we're having now. Tunisia are snowballing so positively. 7-1 scoreline. They're making light work of this. And this happened as well against their game of Morocco. Very close map, the one where they're sort of waking up, but then anything but on map number 2. Potai going to get a couple as well. Monovic catching them just on the edge of that smoke, but Kazi will get one of his own, and the bomb goes down.
Okay, that makes it a bit interesting. Fallas, I think, moving forward through the Molotov. That's a bit, again, like, you want to wait for your teammates here. No reason, you're not under that much stress. Kazi can't really get the AK out in time, and nowhere, he's definitely going to be dead here. There's just not the angle for it for the Mac 10. He couldn't really escape. So yeah, again, like, the confidence is not really in short supply for Tunisia.
Yeah.
I would say Fallas pushing in like that, it's the kind of play that can open up a chance for Namibia to win the round, but ultimately, yeah, they just look unstoppable right now on the CT side. It's really impressive.
That Molotov as well, that's thrown by Kazi, he throws it on towards CT, needs to be thrown short here, right? Because the CT angle is one in which you can sort of give them coverage to come out from, because there's so many different ways you can sort of jiggle peek without over-committing. Short, though, if they swing out, you are dead, more often than not, especially if they've got the numbers behind it. So that's where that Molotov needs to be going. CT, you can sort of give them that control. It's such a difficult place to fight from below fighting up, so they always have to go for a long rotate. Bomb was planted, time was ticking, etc. These small things are costing Namibia now 8-1. This is a dominant first half being set by the Tunisian side. But of course, back in for Namibia on this T side, but things could be awkward. I'm pretty sure Potai, the AWP, did spot him. Yeah, taking a couple of pop shots, hoping not to be so far. Remind playing anti-spam, going back and forth. Both sides taking a little bit of damage. Mind here is just this insurance policy. But Potai will fall. And Alt was playing aggro out towards long and he gets caught.
Yeah, Shackles again, just opening up absolutely everything. That's really sick. They have so much money on the Tunisian side that they might think about just doing this anyway. Obviously, 5 versus 3, the bomb's going to get planted, but there's quite a bit of money on at least two or three of those players. So they might be tempted to. Nowhere goes down. It is a very hard retake. Like, even if it's the A-bomb side here, just 5 versus 3, you're going to run out of time very lightly. Shackle's going to go down, so that's 3 versus 3. If they were thinking about it before, then they definitely are now. Even if the clock's running low, you can run on there, try and defuse the bomb last second. It is doable. Flash going over, and they're trying to see if they can power their way through. But, great crossfire setup, and that should definitely be the round here. Namibia, very important to pick this one up, and it has to be the start of something big. Like, I think they need the last 2 rounds here to make it an 8-4.
Yeah, absolutely. They opt against picking up the AWP there at the end. I think you just want to stick with the likes of the AKs, at least for a little bit of that pace, right? I think pace is where they're actually finding a lot of success. So for Namibia, I actually don't hate that call at the end, not picking up the orb. I feel like when you have it, it does inherently slow you down as a team, and that's actually what's killing them a little bit. When they're a little bit quick and they've got that pace behind them, they actually are catching sort of Tunisia off guard.
Oh, look at this again.
Yeah, one's going to go quick, and they're actually going to be given all of this upper control for now, and a free run out towards B. Nobody's playing B. They're playing retake B, which is, that in itself is super risky.
I love that Molotov. They threw the Molotov on the stairs, Namibia, so that they couldn't get flat banked. And now there's smoke behind them. Like they've really made sure that they can get in here. This is actually a really sick out-of-spawn call coming through from Namibia.
Yeah.
And I don't think Tunisia is going to be able to break their way through here. 3 versus 3. They should have this one on lockdown. I say that as Tora does go down. Remind will get the kill on nowhere. It's just Kazi left. 1 versus 2, and he's shot in the back. Great retake coming through. A little bit scary with the Molotov on top of the bomb. You're going to be careful here, but they're going to make it work. That's a difficult retake, but Tunisia make it work.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was the right call. I got to say, for just inherently, Tunisia playing no B presence is very, very risky. I know that the whole idea is around that lower tons play, but it does leave you very exposed. You've got to normally have at least one player who's at least a sort of a mid to B player, can rotate into his window quickly, or an Orpo who holds into his doors as they cross out, gets 1 or 2. Having 0 presence like that, against an execute or as a post plant which has a lot of util behind it and kind of perfected in that sense, it can actually be basically impossible to get back in. But in that sense, the smokes fade early, the fights go well, and I think just too many bodies to look for Namibia on the other side. Final round of the half. And Tunisia, the opportunity of a 10-2 finish, and it might just be there for them. Regal up for the first. Looks for a second. Challenge will get caught by Kazi, but the Molotov does the damage for the trade.
Yeah, Kazi had to sit inside that grenade just to kind of keep up the fights. Rigler, got to be careful. Maybe get the reload in. Remind is here as well. And they're going to call back that attack onto long, which they kind of had to, but it's very tricky. Like, it takes a lot of time. You have to backtrack and check the whole map out. Still winnable here for Namibia.
Going to leave Remind up on top of Blue Crayon. I don't hate this. It's not be a good 1-for-1 angle. It's just very rarely checked, if we're being completely honest, but he'll pull off it.
Wow, he
sees the AK, that's all he wants, really. Picks that up, gets out of there. Going to rotate back over. Orb holding over towards short. Remind going to play back and towards side as well. It's a decent little setup. The only issue is the Orb can get caught here without Remind being able to trade him if there was a long play, but there isn't. Mine. Oh, he jumps up. He'll get caught. Poked out with the Orb. Got to go for at least 2 here. And he will. 3rd on the cards. Might just be a possibility as Zeph will catch him. Molotov down. Bomb going to be planted. He's going to be given that luxury, but he gets off it. And Riegler catches him on the swing. 10-2 at the half. Tunisia making light work out of Dust 2.
Yeah, that's really, really comprehensive. I think even the way that Remind picked up the AK down at long, it almost proved that, like, he knew that they weren't going to be there. Like, there's no way you jump down like that if you think the T's might be around. So, for whatever reason, he was super confident that they had exited that position. So he's like, all right, I'm going to rotate up. Made a bit of a mistake himself jumping up, but overall, good round, good half. Yeah, it's their map pick, and they look confident.
There's just very little you can complain about, really, at all. It's been super clean from Tunisia, and this is the thing we spoke about a little bit towards map number 1, but we have spoke plenty of times every time we've caught this team. It's all about consistency out from them, right? Consecutive rounds get put on the board for them, and gun rounds really do find a level where a lot of teams, it's at moments flash in the pan. So far, so good. Remind will kickstart things well. Catches Shackles. That's arguably the most important man to catch at the moment. His form's been great.
Yeah.
And Him falling going to make things awkward. Falaz, one of his owners. Kazi also going to drop 6 feet under. This is making this a possibility, but 2-roll double down. Tries to catch him on the cross of the smoke, but can't. Sight lost, but a retake not impossible.
Yeah, nice shots from Tora. I mean, they needed that to even be competitive in this round here. Retake nowhere coming up catwalk. If he dies, then they can pretty much focus just on that ramp coming out of the CT spawn. So, yeah, this fight for nowhere is super important right here. And he's going to win it against Riglo. It's not bad. Pate actually fluffing a couple of shots here, and Phallus goes down, and somehow that's a 3 versus 5 that they've turned around. That's so unlikely.
Yeah, you see Namibia as well getting pretty hyped off the back of that. They needed that. They have to start in towards this half well. We're talking pistol, force buy, and then probably the first 2 gun rounds have to go their way before we can then sort of entertain the conversation about a comeback and about making this competitive, and that's the perfect way to start it. A good retake, a retake which feels very inherently just disadvantaged in itself, and they do make it work for them. Really well done. Maybe just slightly over fighting, slightly exposed as well in Tunisia's setup. And it will cost them. But of course, still a 10-3. They're by no means under any sort of pressure just yet for Tunisia. Plenty of opportunities to be able to get to a point of closing this map and series out in their favor.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be worried about it, but for Namibia, I mean, that's yeah, you're right. They're excited about it. I can't really blame them. They had to win that. We'll see how much they can build on top of it. This round, I mean, presents some danger. Even if it's 2 Galils, they can be really powerful. You don't want to underestimate it either. Shackles, you can see he's well aware. Someone could be sneaking up long. He wants to take a little bit of a peek here. Jiggling the corner just to keep the information. And pushing down middle right now is Tura, so he doesn't want to keep going. I thought maybe he was going to try and sneak all the way up there, but now they're out. This is dangerous for Shackles. You've got to be real careful. They're getting closer all the time. Good flashbang to set it up, and they run him down, and more people are in danger. Tora, he could get caught as well. He's very lucky to even make it out alive there. Down to 6 health.
Utah was a little thin on the T side in this 2 versus. The bomb will go down. MP9 jumping can sometimes be a little bit of a menace, but Toronto's spotting out anything. He's low, 13 points of HP. Basically, the only way he should play this is just tucking his head and hoping that Phallus can find early fights for free. And he will. Phallus gets 1. Toronto gets 1 of his own as well. Another spot in towards long. This could be doable. All down to nowhere in a 1 versus 2 now clutch. He has no idea where the second guy is. Now we'll spot him. Down goes Chidonj. Phallus still alive. On towards the sight, and the MP9 ripped his head off. What a find by nowhere. And Namibia find yet another round, and he is getting pumped up. That's what we want to see, and this is where now they can start talking about getting in towards this game. Pistol round found, force buy found as well. So this next round is going to be a no-buy from Tunisia. They got a bit of bomb plant, sure, so they could potentially tempt a force. But
yeah, it'd be very aggressive if they did. Like, if you played it by the book, you would say we have such a long buffer.
Half by this, by next type vibe. Yeah.
But we'll see how aggressive they want to be. I'm shocked that Nowhere managed to win. That's very, very hard. Like, he was getting... He was getting shot at from all angles, even getting onto the bomb site. That's pretty well played. All right, yeah, they want to double down. And obviously, if they win this Tunisia, the economy on the CT side is going to be blown wide open. So, yeah, aggressive, but potentially worth it. Again, they're out long. I think they just feel like they've got such an upper hand in terms of the one-to-one battles here that they will surely find a way through.
Yeah, double AK, double Galil, and a Deagle for Phallus, who is the one who picked up the bulk of the Utah. Utah, apart from him, is pretty slim, so he's got to try and stay alive at the very least. He can't kind of take a fight early for and then just really have no Utah to work with, bar whatever he drops. But smoking a flash on Chidonj and Remind. 1 minute 10, a very quiet move being made here. Contact play, no information being gained so far. Kazi did spot the head. He's now relayed this information over. He might spot a second as well. Jumping up towards Xbox. Remind, first fight is good. Kazi for a double. Nade and the MP9 simultaneously finding a second kill there.
That is really, really sick. Cross smokes might be a little bit late, but at least they make their way past. Shackles here will get both of them, and it should be enough. Phallus going to try and pick up an AK somewhere. 1 versus 3. He's got a little bit of time here for the bomb plant, but he doesn't really know that, right? He has no information about how close they are. So very, very tricky. And he's kind of playing it assuming that they're going to power their way through. He might catch one of them here. Like, it's unlikely that he would have gone back to this position. Yeah. But actually, Namibia, look at the discipline. They're staying really far away. I appreciate this. They're not just saying, oh, the round is probably won. Let's just run him down. They're saying, no, let's be very sure. So, yeah, great bit of discipline being shown here by the Namibian squad. Fallos get the first one. 8 seconds left, and they're still down there. He's going to have to plant the bomb right now if he wants to, and he'll have just enough time for it. We'll see if they can jump and take him down. Bomb planted. 1 versus 2 now. Fallos already tanked up a little bit here. He should be dead, and there'll be nowhere to take him down. Another close clutch, but Namibia, and they're putting in the work.
Yeah, that's good. That's really well played. I think at that tail end there, they just take too many fights in this year that they actually really just shouldn't be taking, and it cost them. And it will allow Namibia now to slowly but surely get back in towards this game. The T side is actually letting Tunisia down a little bit, which surprised us because on day one, the T side was really where they did a lot of their best work. You know, remind on these lurks and these slightly unorthodox plays that would come through and catch off a lot of players. It's not happening so far, and maybe Tunisia needs to change things up a little bit. But the buy is going to be awkward. Remind Hero AK. The rest of the team taking a half-ish buy. The 1.1k left for Reglay is going to leave him a little low, but loss bonus is building up. But Hero AK, for Remind, a lot of onus on his shoulders to get active. And of course, if anybody, you probably would put it on him.
If you look at the money on the Namibian side, it tells the story about why Tunisia want to keep the pressure on. It's just no money on anybody really on the CT side. So even like, you know, 3 kills in a round like this, it's more pressure. It's going to be harder for Namibia. Like, they're all the time just 1 round away from almost losing the map, or at least getting, you know, Tunisia to 12. So that's kind of the name of the game here. Shackles, see if he could do what he's been doing pretty much all series long and find an opening. It's a great shot, but he can't escape. The Deagle, Chadonch will take him down. And now Tura just hiding on the ramp with the AWP is very uncomfortable here. 1 missed shot and you're going to be dead. And you might be anyway. They're hunting you down. Wriggler. The antidote for the AWP is that MAC-10 just running him down. Bomb planted, and Namibia might think about saving this unless they get into it right away, because again, they don't have the cash to lose these rifles. It's going to be tricky.
It's very true. They have made it a 3 versus 3, so that could tempt fate with a retake. This next fight is going to be uber important. Whoever takes it basically should give them the confidence, and that might be a chance. Fallos at range. Deagle finds one. AK up close as well from Goose. And finally, for the first time in a long time, Tunisia will get around back on the board and inch ever closer to the map and the series. Bit by bit, moment by moment, and for Namibia, that's going to hurt. Like you said, losing that round and, of course, losing all those rifles means no buy-in towards the next. They don't have loss bonus built up. They don't have anything of the sort, so they're just going to have to eco this. And it means they're playing for overtime now. They're more or less playing for a 12-5 scoreline to try and turn back on its head. That's difficult. Very difficult indeed.
Looks like I have maybe a bit of a reset. Maybe it's just a hut. I'm not sure, but 1 player seems to have maybe been disconnected. So, yeah, I mean, that's there's a lot of rationale behind it for Tunisia, like keeping the pressure on all the time, and you get the reward for it here. You can kind of tell the money you could force up, but my God, like it's dangerous here. Tunisia in a good position once again. Fallos playing very well. He's got 17 kills at the moment. It's wild.
Yeah, and a lot of the time as well, he's the one who's sort of taking the hit and only having a Deagle when everyone else full buys and that kind of thing, and he's still doing really, really well. Interesting as well, something I've noticed throughout this series so far is that 3 different people have bought in and had the AWP over towards Namibia. We've had Shackles nowhere, and then Tura in that last round, who've all picked up the AWPs. I'm not sure in this case if it was spawn-based, which is definitely a potential. Could be a spawn-based peek out towards long, but we saw in different occasions where both Nowhere and Shackles both picked up the AWP in that previous map and in this one as well. So my assumption is that Nowhere was the primary AWPer, but who knows? Who knows? At least they've got that kind of versatility, flexibility when it comes to it. Slight tech issue, though, of course, as we're waiting to get things back underway. I think we have lost Tura, am I right in saying? Yeah. Hope it's getting back in
we'll get him
soon
back.
Yeah.
I'm sure about that. But
Could just be a classic PC reset if I had to guess.
It happens, you know.
That's CS2, isn't it?
Yeah, there's that. There's, you know, just all the different little pieces of hardware that can potentially fail. I feel like there's always at least a couple of microphones at some point where you're like, oh, what's happening? So we'll see if we can get it back online and get the show back on the road, Do you believe we have another best of 3 coming up later in the day as well?
Egypt versus South Africa. That
could actually be a bit of an interesting game, I think.
It could. Egypt looked very good in the qualifier, but then South Africa as a region is probably seen as one of the best in this entire continent when it comes towards Counter-Strike. A lot of talent has come from that region. Obviously, we all know about Project Bravado, they're the thing where players like JT and Sonic came, right? And then over on the other sides, where they've now sent a new cohort, this time to Europe rather than North America. It's pretty cool. I'm interested to see how things sort of pan out for them as well. And there's been a couple of other teams that have come through that have looked pretty solid. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what South Africa can bring. They finished second in their group behind Tunisia.
Okay, yeah.
So
yeah, I seem to remember them playing quite well on the Egyptian side. So I'm
yeah.
really interested to see if they're going to be putting up a bit of a fight there.
They got 10 rounds against Tunisia. Nobody else in the qualifier did. So
yeah,
that
true.
itself is pretty
good
it's
sign.
Good, right? Yeah, it's a sign that they're a side that you definitely can't underestimate or anything of the sort. But hopefully we'll get Sura back in as soon as. It seems like it is just that classic PC reset. It's Counter-Strike, ladies and gents. That is just how things work out here.
Yeah, restart things, see if they work better the next time. It's a classic move, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think so far again, like Namibia, just you've no expectations coming in, but like showing that there's definitely like room for growth here. Like like there are people in the region who are familiar with the game and all the rest of it. So hopefully they can just kind of keep making it, keep qualifying for the regional qualifier for Africa in the future, and like keep building on it. I think that'd be sick.
Yeah, and of course, this being the first African Esports Championships, it's quite cool. This is setting the bar, and then we get to see hopefully what the next few years can bring. Other regions get to host it and all the rest. I'm always going to bring my bias and say I'd love to see South Africa host it. Opportunity for me to go back home, that'll be cool. But
yeah, I mean,
a lot of places where it could be done, right?
I'll join you. I've never been to South Africa.
I'll show you around.
I'm down to go, of course.
Yeah, but also like Egypt as well is a pretty good esports scene as well. So potentially that could be a place. I've been to one place in Egypt. I don't really know how esports ready it is, but Sharm el Sheikh, it's like a holiday destination.
That is a holiday destination.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, Egypt's actually that's probably a good shot as well. Like I guess. Travel, like we said, is always going to be a little bit tricky in Africa
beautiful,
just because of the
country.
size of it. But Egypt, I mean, like that could be a cool hub to get people to. That might make sense.
It's a really beautiful country. When I went, I mean, it was years ago now, but it was really nice. But yeah,
I've mostly flown over Egypt, so I haven't had a chance to really touch down, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm down. Like, and obviously. Algeria can make it, but like like Algeria and Tunisia probably also like interesting positions in the future to potentially find.
Yeah, who knows? Tunisia could do well here, could win this, and then they could be a team that, or at least an organization like, hey, we can host this, we can give this a go.
We're interested. Very, very. So I mean, like first time around here, we're getting like a real sense of it, as far as I can tell from just. Rumors that I've heard, like it seems like there are like more countries from Africa are now interested in, like you're saying, in saying like, okay, like actually this seems cool, like we kind of want to join in, we want to participate, which is awesome. Like that's what we want to see.
Exactly.
The
goal is to have basically everybody playing in some region, in some game, or in some sort of sense, right? And I think the more you do this, the more people see the opportunities, and that's where it comes from.
Yeah, and also because like I think this, in some ways, this is like the promise of. I think essentially all sports, right? Like it's this idea of like connecting across like cultural barriers and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But esports maybe even more so because of the digital aspect of it, right? Like you can sort of play against people. Like like it's a little bit harder with football. You have to like find a football field to play on. Like we can do it online here for a lot of it. So I think that's like a great future promise for esports. So we can get there. That'd be really sick. Still, the African server infrastructure is a little bit rough at the moment. Yeah. Which. I mean, like that'd be a huge step in the right direction if we can sort of like get there. We talked to a lot of the players, and they're like, yeah, we're playing on like
200 ping or whatever.
Yeah, like servers in Dubai, or we're doing like we're having to sort of like figure out a way to do that, which is it's unfortunate. And it's a bit of a barrier to play some of these areas. I
know it's something that they're actively trying to fix over in Asia. So I was telling you about the servers in Guam.
Yeah,
which is just an island in between. It sort of connects all of them, including Australia. So everybody sort of plays on the same ping, which is like 80 ping. So maybe that's something that can be worked out. I mean, 80 ping is... I play with friends from North America, from England, and I play on 80 ping. It's doable. Like, it's not the best. I'd love to be on 5 ping, but, it is actually... It's somewhat workable. So that's sort of their fix at the moment for it.
I say... There's got to be like a crazy billionaire out there who wants to like. I think that the strategy has to be to try and anchor Australia to like the rest of the like the Asian and like pull it back. Like you put like some huge like metal wires and just over time like you just like try to because that's a good like you can't. Unfortunately, there's no fix for like the speed of light is the limit for how much we can send data. Yeah. Like the round trip time for Australia is just always going to be like super harsh, right? So, so pull it back. Like that's it's a long-term fix, but over the span of like a couple of 100 years, I'm sure we can get there. Just like every year you tighten the screws a little bit, you pull it back like another 2 centimeters, and then.
Yeah, I also read that that's happening to the moon. The moon's like every year.
Further
it's
away,
it's
yeah.
going further away. So apparently, like, I don't know who knows
Anchor
when.
that too.
Yeah, it's
Get
gonna
it back.
A day's going to be 25 hours, not 24. Eventually, at some point.
Yeah.
But tech issues concluded. It looks like we are ready to go. Turo back in the server. It looks like ready to get this one underway.
No esports on the moon yet either. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
it's a shame. We'll get there.
When they meant to do like holidays to the moon? Wasn't that like something that people were talking about for a while? Or he's flying somewhat up in space on like, was it Virgin? I think we're doing like flights basically
like
into space.
Near space flights.
And it cost like 500K a ticket or whatever it was.
Yeah,
bonkers.
miss me with that.
Yeah, hell no. Absolutely hell no. We are about to get back underway in towards this game. Tech and TAC pause concluded. And now we get the show back up on the road. We said as well, for Namibia, you're in a tough spot. You're either letting this round slide because your money's broken and you play for overtime, or you play for here and now. They're going to go for a buy here as well. So we've got a double FAMAS, double MP9, and a 5-7 with half armor to round it out. So this is all chips to the middle of the felt. This is
Fair
the
play.
all-in call, right? Lose this is probably the map, but win it, and it might give you the much better chance.
Yeah, that's true. Like you're saying, we don't really want to play necessarily for overtime. We're trying to make a real comeback happen right now. And I even appreciate the fact that they're actually being very aggressive with it. Because again, like if you're playing a default with no utility or whatever, it's going to be super hard. So they really were rolling the dice, like you said, all the chips to the center of the table. And it's not been a great start for them here. They can still be recovered, but it won't be easy. 3 versus 5. You could see Seth maybe with a chance to get a kill, but Remind is going to take down Kazi, and that really blows it open. Seth, he might get a free one, might even get a free double kill, but it's still not going to be easy behind this. USB's out, and no scope for Pate, and that's Tunisia getting it a series point.
Yeah, MP9 runs out of ammo, and I'm just kind of surprised the USP doesn't just chase him down. It's an AWP, right? He's just taking a shot. You know he's got kind of this half a second where he has to kind of cock the gun again to go back in, and he gives him that luxury of being able to do that. Then the no-scope connects, bit of fortune and all of the rest. And Tunisia, map and series point for them over Namibia. This being their map pick and showcasing just how good they've been so far. So good. And only one more, and unfortunately, money is going to be pretty dire over towards the Namibian side. Scout picked up what we see so far, and a few upgraded pistols going to be around it. It's not going to be easy at all.
Okay.
Good start for Zef, though.
Yeah, that's the beginning. There's still everyone is here for Tunisia. They've got grenades forever. Like, they can keep these two positions essentially Molotov for until the bomb goes up. So either way, it's not going to be easy. Reminder, Pate, and right for the smoke. He's going to get another kill. That's absolutely disgusting. Turo on his own. And I think for Namibia, it's the end of the road in this series here. It'll be the last kill going the way of Tunisia as they take the series 2-0 and defeat Namibia.
Yeah, really well done from Tunisia as well. A little bit closer towards map number 1, but I just think in towards that second on Dust 2, we saw them play this in the qualifier. It's such a good map for them, and it showed all the way throughout. Their protocols in terms of how they approached it, for the most part, were flawless. And I think a lot of the time, this is the difference what you saw for Tunisia against basically every team they play against, is that their ideas and their setups coming in are so damn strong. The only thing that really lets them down occasionally is just these slight individual plays where a few mistakes creep in. But for the most part, they're not being overly punished. It's not costing them maps. It's not costing them these sort of scenarios. So Tunisia, really good work from them. Great win to find as well. And they move on forward. For Namibia, close at times, but unfortunately just outclassed in terms of the mechanics, it feels. And a really, really good showing, and hopefully not the last we see of them, because there was a real nice couple of moments.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, a lot of strong individual showings. You could see Nowhere was trying to like really fire up the team and get them hyped even when things were looking a bit tough. So like good leadership overall. Yeah, I mean definitely much more than I was expecting out of Namibia for a region where we just don't know much about what Counter-Strike is like there.
It's true.
But yeah, MVP for Tunisia's Pate. He was playing super well. Very impactful with the AWP on a number of occasions. Yeah. It was interesting also to see that it wasn't really the Remind show that we saw the other times, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, exactly. When we caught them against Morocco, every sort of play hinge off the back of Remind getting some information and more often than not a kill, right? And then they will make a decision. In this instance, it was much more spread across the team, and it actually worked out really well for them. But they look very good against across both maps as well. Likes to be quite proactive with the AWP, changes up his position with it as well. We saw him a couple of times even on Inferno, where it was like playing out towards Banana, peeks in towards that top end side, and then he would sort of fall away, then playing towards second mid peaks coming through. So a lot of spawn-based things like this. He would like peeking in towards long when he had the spawn for it, playing towards short. We know that's how he did it in the qualifier as well. So very versatile as an AWPer, had a really, really good game. But I think across the team as well, everybody sort of had their moments. I think Riegler as well stepped up in quite a big way.
Yeah.
He was called upon a lot. And I think Fallas as well. I think Fallas looked really good too. He had a couple of moments where, even for him, he was sort of the only one on the team with maybe like a deagle where everybody else had full buys. He'd pick up a gun, he'd make it work. So definitely somebody who I think had a really, really good game. And I think across the board, this is a Tunisia side that are just super scary.
They are, and like I think some of the rounds they end up giving up where they could have won them is down to like having like such a sense of like we're gonna win, like we're better.
Yeah,
we're just gonna try and go for it. And
it's confidence.
Yeah, it costs you a little bit every once in a while. It's hard to criticize, but again, against stronger opposition, those rounds will cost you more and more and more as time goes on.
Exactly.
So you know, like we'll see if they're going to be able to sort of rein it in by the time they presumably get to Saudi Arabia, which I'm assuming they will, in Riyadh at the end of it. Because then the competition is definitely going to increase, and they're going to get punished more for it. But you know, something to worry about for them in the future.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's a small thing. There's plenty of time between now and Saudi Arabia as well to kind of clean up on these issues. So that's the big thing for them. They've got all the time in the world to work with, and they can kind of come in towards the preparations. So, right, this is where things went wrong. This is why we lost a round. Now let's, next time we play, or kind of even realize on the other side how we're going to counter out some of these other teams. I mean, a lot of the teams, especially coming from Europe, for example, there's so much data on them. They play so many tier 2 officials in the online space within EU that you can look at counter-tracking them and being able to find these gaps in the armor and the rest. But all in all, as we run through these highlights, you can see, you know, a 10-2 first half from Tunisia. It sort of felt like it was done already at that point. A really, really good showing from them on their CT side. They were very proactive, very aggressive. Well, Namibia had their moments, in all fairness. I think it was sort of this point where they lost that round there in the kind of against the sort of half buy from Tunisia themselves. They kind of kept forcing back in, and then they had to force themselves. They lost, went to 12, and then on 12, didn't really have much money to work with and had to go in for a buy, of course, and unfortunately just wasn't able to work out. Economy got broken. Morale maybe slightly got broken as well off the back of losing against the half buy, and game done. So all in all, really, really well done coming through from the Tunisian side, who looked great all the way throughout this series, and now we get to see maybe what this second best 3 has up to offer. It's South Africa coming up against Egypt up next. Sit tight. See you soon.
مرحبا بكم من جديد معنا هنايا في لا بروميير ايديسيون ديال الافريكان اي سبورتس تشامبيونشيب كازابلانكا 2024 هنا من القاع المخطط ديال مركب محمد الخامس مجموعين كاملين بيان سور باش نعيشوا هذا الحدث التاريخي بيسكو اول مره غادي يتنظم في افريقيا واول مره غادي يتنظم في المغرب افيك ماتش الاول اللي تلعب قبيله بين الفريق التونسي والفريق الناميبي اللي سال بالفوز ديال الفريق التونسي بجوج ديال لي بارتي الزيرو. كنذكركم اننا تلعبوا في دي سيري ديال بيست اوف 3 يعني لي ميور زيكيب من ثلاثه ديال الماتشات. دونك تونس اللي خداو البلاصه ديالهم في لو تور اللي جاي اي بيان سور باقي واحد الماتش واحد اخر اللي غادي يتلعب بين جوج من احسن لي ناسيون في الاي سبور الافريقي اي جو بارل بيان سور على مصر وعلى لافريك دو سود. دونك لي زامي غادي نشوفوا حنا وياكم شكون غادي يمشي باش يواجه تونس في لو بروشان تور في هاد لي بلاي اوف. دونك خليكم معنا حتى نتوما باش تكتشفوا لو ريزولتا من دابا شي شويه من بعد بيان سور لي ماتش اللي غادي يتلعبوا. So welcome again for this third day of the first edition of the African Esports Championship 2024 in Casablanca, Morocco. So happy to be with you as always with the first match that we always that we all saw with that victory of the Tunisian team 2-0 versus Namibia. So Tunisia has secured their spot for the next round. Let's see what Egypt gonna do or what South Africa gonna do because they will be competing against each other for the next match. Best of 3. Let's see who's gonna be joining Tunisia in the next round between two of the most prolific African esports nation. So guys, please be ready to watch that game with us. I'm going to let you with our expert casters to see who's going to be joining Tunisia between Egypt and South Africa. Casters, you're live.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us here. We have got our second best of 3 of the day. It's South Africa taking on Egypt. Now, this is two pretty titan sort of nations when it comes to Counter-Strike in this continent, right? South Africa have always been a region producing a hell of a lot of some of the best players that we've got. I mean, even now, right? Some of the best players over in North America are descended from South Africa, and Egypt on the other side, great in the qualifiers, look like a really, really solid team. Definitely one that South Africa cannot sleep on. This is our bracket, of course. We've already had Namibia, who have been dropped down now into the third place match. Tunisia have moved on in towards that final, and of course, they've booked their spots to the World Esports Championships already. That's the bare minimum. So they've got that locked in. We saw them taking their pictures afterwards. It was quite cute. They were taking their pictures with the flag and stuff because they know what they've done. They've qualified to the big final itself, and now we get to book in one more team to join them. Of course, that final will sort of just be for bragging rights and also maybe a little bit of seeding, but it will not affect. But whoever makes it through from Egypt and South Africa in this game will also be going to the World Esports Championships.
Yeah, so much on the line, a lot of experience, a lot of travel, and obviously the chance to compete, with some of the best that are represented here at Iesf. I think it's going to be really exciting to see. South Africa, I mean, we know it's a country that is just generally a lot more involved in esports over the years, like more and more people. Both working, yourself in front of the camera, like you've got a lot of those people now, but also talent being sort of shipped around the world in different games. Like, it's kind of cool to see. I think it's really awesome. So, yeah, this is the lineup that we've got. I'm excited to see these guys play. I want to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. From what I've been told as well, a couple of people to keep an eye out for towards this one. Slash is being one that somebody has been mentioned to me. Tristanaxa as well is someone also that we do have to keep an eye on coming in towards this game. But South Africa as a whole is definitely a region that's produced a hell of a lot of talent. These guys play under the organization called Kitsune as well, and apparently pretty solid domestically.
Okay, we've got Egypt here with the lineup. We know them a little bit from the online qualifier where they did play very, very well. I mean, Bingo, I think, was like the guy we knew coming into was going to be strong. But I remember Alone having some really sick moments too, and maybe a couple of new places or faces that have sort of been swapped out and out from the online qualifier. I
think so. Hoffman seems new to me off the top of my head. The reason why he seems so new is because I've got a friend called Hoffman, and I would have been a laugh. I would have been laughed at. It's his gamer tag as well, so I would have definitely laughed at that at the time. But yeah, I also remember B2K had a couple of moments where he plays a lot of those anchor and support roles, but actually did a really good job when it came towards setting themselves up when it comes towards clutches. But as a whole, whole, we just know Egypt are actually a pretty strong side coming towards this. They were the top in their group over in towards Group B. Obviously, there only 3 teams there. They were also alongside Namibia, who finished second in that group. And we know Egypt to be a pretty strong team. They dominated their side of the group, didn't pick up a single loss, didn't drop a map at all over in towards Group B. So definitely pretty scary. South Africa did finish second, which I think in itself is a little bit of a surprise. They ended up losing out to Tunisia in a 3-map thriller over there as well. Went all the way down to the third, and from what I was saying, it was 13-10, I think, in that third map as well. Tunisia just pipped them at the post. But from what we know, so far, South Africa, the only team throughout the open qual, the domestic quals, the open quals are now on land here to even just take a map of Tunisia, which if we know Tunisia being this super scary side that everybody should be keeping an eye out for, if South Africa taking a map for them, that's pretty respectful.
It is, yeah. I mean, the competition's really sharpening up now. We're getting into the game. It's going to be an Anubis to begin with. It's South Africa versus Egypt. I'm excited for this one. It's going to be South Africa. It looks like starting on the CT side, with Egypt going to be on the T side to begin with. Yeah,
and this is probably the only map where you actually can't get an estimate of whose map it is. Normally, if you start T side, it's your map pick, right? But Anubis is the only map which is inherently T-sided, so a lot of teams actually prefer to start there. So who knows? We'll keep an eye out for that a little bit later down the line. First fight, we take my dead shot up close, and he gets caught by FaZe on the drive-by. Good for one. Alone for a second as well, as he's starting to get some space up here. He might catch the backpack player, and he will. Down goes Exi, and this is not the site. Awesome. Tough job in a 1v3.
I love the speed coming out here from Egypt. Like, they're so aggressive toward a dark position. You can tell that they were just not really ready for it there. A little bit overwhelmed, shooting the USP at range along with a nice shot there. Takes down Awesome. Yeah. And it's Egypt on the board really early on. We need a pistol here. And on the T side of Anubis, that is a big deal.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really good to see early doors. Egypt set the tone, start this T side off well, really get up in their face as well. So I'm a big fan of this. South Africa for them, I'd assume not much of a force back to come through. So next he got into towards a Deagle. I don't mind a Deagle pickup here because you still have money to get in towards like some FAMAS or an MP9 in towards the next. Anything more, about half armor or any util, that's when we start actually asking a few questions. But this is a low buy. South Africa not really putting too much of an investment towards this one. Just a couple of Deagles and a little bit of a gamble stack. I say a little bit. Only 3 players over towards the side. This should be, for the most part, pretty comfortable for Egypt to get a 2-0 start. But I say that, Awesome gets a couple of successful tags off, but we'll dip away in and through the flames. The nade done a little bit more damage as well. Mac10 wants to get up in their face, and that is kill bonus, baby. Wesso adding a kill to his tally, and of course the money in the bank.
You see how much more careful they're being on both sides to not stay in like extended fights. Like, it's very much like little volley. You dip away. You're like it's a very different game from like one that we just saw between Tunisia and Namibia, where it was a lot more like engaged, like you fight to the death every single time. Like, this seems like it's a little bit of a higher sense in that. Wow, boost in the corner, slash, strong headshot, gets a second, takes down Bingo. That's how it's done now. It's a 3 versus 3 here. South Africa with a chance maybe to do a little bit more work. You could see they're dropping a bit low there on the T side. B2K is already dropped, but yeah, they're all very low on the I can't believe it. Are they really all on 7 health? No way.
21 HP across the 3 of them. Kind of ridiculous. Well, it might still give it a chance here. They're going to play off the back of each other. They've got a Mac10 to work with too. It's not exactly an impossible situation. B2K's low. The only issue is Alone and FaZe both aren't. Deadshot going to find one more though. That Mac10 gets active. Bomb will go down, but this round still on tenterhooks here. There might still be a chance. They're waiting for this smoke to fade. That's the right way to play it. Don't overextend. Don't jump for a smoke when you're so low. You can't really afford any sort of a fight. And the one nade that they did have for Egypt used inefficiently.
All right, here's the cleanup. That's why the lack of health there is a little bit of a problem. Alone able to clean it up, and he will get the last one as well. So it's a nice triple for him. They saved the round on the Egyptian side, which is very important, but yeah, still, that should give you some respect early on. You're like, all right, we actually almost could have lost that round.
Yeah, exactly. I think, it'll be a sigh of relief they took it, but I think on the other side, South Africa probably look at that and say, hey, that actually wasn't too bad, right? We made that pretty expensive with such a minimal investment, and it means that they get a pretty comfortable investment towards the next. I mean, bar the MP9, but you just want to have a little bit of extra util on hand. And I think most importantly, also a kit to work with. Exi knows that kit, in some sense, is super important. He's got to just try and play in a bit of the thick of it, and he will be. He's on towards this sort of B side, so should be fine in that sense. First true look into what these sides will look like with full guns. It's more or less a similar buy across both sides. This will be a really good indicator. South Africa, who are so scary, it seemed, in the groups. We didn't actually get to catch them, but seemed to be a very, very prolific side in the groups, bar, of course, that lost third map against Tunisia. So if you look at them as probably one of the potentials, maybe even arguably, I would say, in terms of definitely the conversations we've had here and the comparisons to all the rest of people who are a little bit more familiar with the region, they seem to see South Africa as the favourites here. And of course, our understanding is that it's more of the same.
Yeah, it would make sense, wouldn't it? Just from what we know about esports of the region and everything else. I think it's not unreasonable. Under a minute now, taking some strong mid control here. Egypt, one good kill to enter this bomb site with, and the round could be done very fast here. Udash shot on the other side. All right, he's going to get one kill. Awesome, overwhelmed, but actually somehow gets a double anyway. That's kind of surprising. Wezo holding the smoke. That's really important. 2 versus 2 now with the bomb planted and a very winnable round all of a sudden for Egypt. Grenades can land down on top there. Tagging up Exa just a little bit. And he's going to actually get close enough. It's now 1 versus 1. Picks up the AK instead. And that should level the playing field a little bit here. But that bomb defuse, how are you going to get that right here? Oh, with a headshot. That's how he does it. Huge clutch coming out, and South Africa going to be on the board. Yeah,
massive 2 kills to his name, also to Awesome as well. From my understanding, also the IGL towards this team, and a really, really good kind of leadership from him. Good retake, played well, and of course the first true gun round between both of these two sides, and it ends up in South Africa's favour. So for them, massive one to be taking. It will mean that money's a little fickle over towards Egypt. Don't really have too much of an opportunity to buy here, so we probably see, I'm going to say a low buy, but they're actually going to force into. Now, this is a bit of a brazen call. We've got a double AK, sure, then a double Mac 10 and a Tech 9. When they had about just above sort of 2K on the vast majority of players in, normally you just low buy this, buy next, or maybe Hero AK. That's been very popular these days. One person Hero AKs, rest of the team low buy, and then worst case scenario, he's on the like of a Galil in the next round, and it's not the end of the world. But this is a big call. We're going to go for a full force buy here for Egypt. Lose this, you not only lose the lead, and the game becomes tied at 2-2, but because your money's broken, South Africa probably just take a lead. And on the CT side, that's pretty important. This map is currently in the region of about 57, 58% T-sided, right? So you want to be taking bare minimum lead. I normally say 7-5 on the T side. For me is the handshake, where I think both of them can be pretty happy with it. Yeah, lose this round for Egypt could be pretty dire. We'll see, though. A bit of a tentative start here for Egypt in this early part of the round. Early bit of util. Had a little look, tried to bait out some sort of a fight, but South Africa really aren't giving them anything. The only issue is, though, Exy needs to continue to hold this, because if he doesn't, his teammate could fall and he won't be able to trade. Thankfully, smoke comes down. That's it.
Yeah, but they might just use that smoke as like a setup. Yeah, they're going to flash and Molotov their way through. Molotov doesn't really go onto the platform in the back here, so still a pretty good chance of it. Nice defense. Slash with a very quick double kill. B2K gonna get found as well. I like the attempt from Egypt. Like, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Like, the benefit of the CT throwing that smoke for you is that you can set up the flashes really well. Like, you just kind of like set it up on the other side. But it wasn't enough. And now, because of the force-up, and because nobody really dies on the CT side, they're gonna have so much money to work with, right?
Yeah.
They've stolen 2 AKs. They're going to have probably more or less of a free round here. So, like, this has actually turned into a brilliant start for South Africa all of a sudden.
This is the big issue I sort of had with the force by there. I'm not a fan of it. I think a Hero AK at the very most is where I would go. But because you don't get a conclusive buy across the board, again, it comes back to the conversation we sort of always have about what Counter-Strike is at the pro level. It's percentage-based, and I think your percentages there are very low. It's the same reason why I don't like force buying CT pistol after you lose your CT pistol, right? Because the percentages are so low. Either way, diving in towards mid. Tristan going to be tested here. Bit of damage. Molotov will come down and try and stop them, and it will actually force them into some awkward fight. Round this corner, only the one casualty, and a shot down in towards mid. Nothing getting off the ground there. Deadshot gets low, but only the one casualty on towards Tristan. Not too bad at all. South Africa take a lead. And a pretty good position for them to be now as well in terms of this lead. We're talking about where Egypt coming towards this bye, and there's a lot more pressure on this bye. You lose this, and we're talking about South Africa getting maybe even 5-2, pushing towards 6-7, and before you know it, that's when things become really awkward.
Yeah, I mean, and just look at the money on the CT side, right? They've got so much to work with, so they have like way more of a buffer to play around with here. 3-2 the scoreline, and we'll see if Egypt can kind of get things back on track. Like, they're playing like a team with a lot of confidence still. Like, you can see they're not afraid to take any fights. We'll see if South Africa can take that out of them, if Egypt can kind of get slowed down. But, you know, you win fights like that, if you're alone, you're thinking, all right, this is why we want to play like, one foot in front of the other. Like, just really try and see if we can just absolutely take all the momentum away from them. I respect it a lot, but it can be hard to keep that going if you're losing the rounds.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true indeed. Early nade gets dropped as well, just outside of dark here, and B2K takes a lot of damage. And Wesso and FaZe all taking damage too. Actually puts them quite vulnerable in the sense of they're one bullet headshots or an M4 or a bit of body spam, and that's exactly what happened. Slash gets another. B2K going to get caught. He was already low though. More look towards Wesso and FaZe, who for them already tagged to in around 70 or less. And I think in that sort of position where you're one bullet headshot to an M4, it's very risky how you want to fight. You don't want to overface too much. You don't want to give them the chance to one-tap.
About 40 seconds on the clock here, and Awesome has to stay alive. He is the only defender at the bomb side, and they're walking up. If they were a little bit faster behind there, he would have been caught, and I think the round is almost certainly over. But now it's a kind of a tough choice here. Some of your players are a little bit tagged up. The bomb is going to get planted. Do you want to go for the 4-on-4 retake? I guess you have the money to try for it, but it is risky.
Wow. That's all they have. And they're not even using it as well. The flash hasn't been used. They're just fighting dry. This is a bold call to be taken here. Not even trying to give them preferential fights. Now the numbers disadvantage. Wesso spotted. In towards back cake. Down he goes. Oh no, it's Bingo actually who gets caught. Wesso is still sort of alive here.
Yeah.
In towards main, it's carnage. Just the time to get the retake on. They don't have a smoke. So they've got to take fight. And this could actually work. They could just stick this. They've got to stick this. And the fights will be successful. Slash. Good kill. Alone falls. And they've got just about enough time to get this retake off. That will be another round for South Africa. And another unfortunate failed round for Egypt, which will sort of extend the CT lead.
Yeah, a very interesting kind of scenario there. I think maybe Egypt also just got caught off guard by how quickly they were on it on the South African side. But it certainly seemed to me like the post-plants, like there wasn't a lot of setup where they could trade kills or anything. It was like very much one by one. And yeah, that's not going to cut it. So maybe they just didn't have time. Like, yeah, the bomb is being planted as they're getting attacked. So that's probably why like they're never really getting into like a good system where they can communicate around it. That's a bit rough because otherwise Egypt did a good job. But South Africa, they're back in style. That's really sick. And again, it cost them quite a bit, right? Like two players alive at the end. Yeah. But they had the money to lose those players, so they're still going to be okay.
Yeah, bomb alarm will give them a little bit of cash, but it's just not enough to truly buy here. We get one Mac 10 out for Alone, and then the rest a couple of Mac 10s, and then the rest is Tech 9. It's just an awkward situation for Egypt. This is the sort of rinse and repeat cycle. It's force buy in, fail, and then sadly, they don't really have too much to work with. Awesome.
Oh, this is going to be an all-in, right? Like,
yeah. Make sure he gets a reload off, or else he could be in trouble. He could be overwhelmed there.
Yeah, you don't want to be facing up against that kind of an attack. It's a bit of a mid-presence. I'm assuming that Bingo at some point is going to make a call here and say, you know what, I've distracted someone, I've put some pressure on, I've drawn someone in, like I've got somebody's attention. It's Deadshot who's kind of like in that cam position. If he can keep him occupied in the middle, it's all on Awesome to defend it alone. So that's probably the part of the mission here, is just to try and see if you could do that. 45 seconds. Yeah, and they're just waiting. He's got no more grenades, Awesome. So it's not necessarily easy. And what a start here. B2K takes the kill, and there's Bingo coming in from behind. It works absolutely flawlessly.
And FaZe looks like, I thought for a second he was going to come and join him in towards mid. That'd be a risky fight. But this is looking pretty good. Xy going to find one towards Bingo to maybe give them a chance on this retake. But it's difficult. They've got a bit of util to work with, thankfully. But this is not easy.
It's absolutely not, and
they might call it, honestly.
I was going to say, like, it's very risky to push through here. They feel confident, I suppose, and they're going to try and give it a shot, but I would say this is going to be almost impossible. Yeah. Alone, going to get the kill, and actually he'll finish it off with a strong double there. Yeah, I mean, again, they have a bit of money in the bank. You can justify it, but that is a hard round to win for the CTs.
No, absolutely. I think it just requires just a little bit too much. I mean, I think the second the bomb goes down, 4 versus 3, and you've got one player who's barely alive. I think the percentage way of playing it is just to call it and be like, right, this is not going to happen. If 3 of us stay alive, we can buy no bother. I mean, they've got plenty of money, sure, but I think that's probably just like, we're talking about long-term and make sure you build up stability in the CT side. That, for me, feels like the better player. And these are small things, right, that I think, at a pro level, they, kind of a tier 1 pro level, they've got this sort of understanding where they just know that we've got, like, maybe like a 30% chance of winning this. Do we need to risk this early in the game? Probably not. But there's the other side where, like I said, they have plenty of money left in the bank for South Africa, so they can maybe afford a bit of a risk. And Oh, it's going to be messy. How has Tristan not been cleared? He's going to get away with one. Exy going to get one more, but he'll then fall to the flames. A scrappy fight, but it leaves it now on a 2 versus 3 in favor of Egypt as the bomb goes down. And once again, they're isolated. They might just call it again.
I don't know how he lived for the first one there, Tristan, on the entry, but the flashbang against it was godlike. He was blind for such a long time, and I'm guessing everyone else behind him was as well, because they absolutely got destroyed. So good execute, good power behind it here. Awesome's going to be going down. P2K finding a little bit there, and yeah, it's just going to work out for them. Egypt back online. They're going to tie up the scoreline, and even more importantly, they're going to get rid of that money on the CT side.
Yeah.
So yeah, this they really needed to do this, I think. They needed this to have a successful first half. These last 2 rounds are super important.
Yeah, maybe I've been sort of indoctrinated by James, but in my mind, both of those rounds just then, I'm calling for a save really early at this level and just saying, hey, we've got plenty of time in this half. We're not under any rush at the moment, especially that 2 versus 3 with the bomb down again, and they're isolated. That's the issue for me. It's not actually that's 2 versus 3 because there was a bit of confirmed damage. It's just the fact that they can't actually inherently play together. They're coming from completely different positions where there isn't even a crossfire for them to work with. So they're going to have to fight isolated. They're going to have to be able to find a kill and actually go untraded. And when you don't have the numbers, unfortunately, it's never going to work. All Egypt had to do is play this pack mentality in that round, and they do. So low by South Africa should be Egypt taking a lead. Once over come down, Slash. They'll have to double away. Deagle getting some decent body damage. He gets very close to a kill there. Could be a little scrappy. Macten going to get 2. Looking for 3. He's running out of ammo. Pistol pulled out, and somehow, some way, Exy can't get that trade.
Yeah, what a long fight that was. Great work on the Mac 10 though. Like that's more money being built, and they stay surviving the round. All right, could see them like jumping in their seats almost there on the Egypt side. Just really, they're really ready to go.
Yeah, and you can really see as well, just for Egypt, they're getting loud and they're getting confident. Yeah. That's exactly what we want to see. I mean, this is kind of one of those things that can help you so damn much, right? I mean, give yourself, you know, a bit of noise and a bit of confidence in terms of your play style. When you win rounds, really actually get in your heads of your opponents too. You know, don't really have 100% clearance about how noise cancelling the headphones are, for example. Sometimes the screams of your opposition, they're not even too far from each other, could leak in, right? And that I think so. Sort of get in their heads a little bit. All these mind games that we talk about. So for me, honestly, Egypt, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from them. Getting confident, playing great Counter-Strike, and exactly what we want to be seeing. Question is, though, on the other side, can we get South Africa back up online? That was a low buy. Didn't expect a hell of a lot out of it, if we're being completely honest. Maybe a couple of Constellation kills would have been all they really would have expected. But yeah, now we look at them coming back in towards a full buy. What can they do with it? Can they make something out of this?
I'm kind of excited that it is FaZe playing. I think he was tagged. That was Hoffman at the beginning there, but I like that. That's who we saw in the online qualifier. I think that's nice. It's cool to see that they have like the lineup that they kind of were looking for. So that's good news. And he was pretty good when we saw him last. So yeah, 1 round lead for Egypt.
So far, so good. Honestly, 5 rounds T-side is okay so far, but like I said, I probably want to see a T-side take a lead, if I'm being completely honest. That's generally where you give yourself the best chance. I think if you go anywhere 6-all or less on the T side, I think you're in a bit of an awkward spot. So Egypt doing exactly what I need out of them. However, back into a bite. Awesome gets flashed in as well behind that pillar. Doesn't spot anybody creeping out of the smoke. It's a very slow take here via the A main sort of position. They're going to come down as well behind it. Alone. He's first point of contact, it seems, and they're all playing very passive at Egypt. They're not tempted to fight behind. They're not tempted to really look in. They're just going to give them this control. If they peek in towards main, they're going to spot nothing, which also, in a sense, is sort of a relay of misinformation. Oh, and in they come, though.
Yeah, ready to go. It's going to be Deadshot with the first one. Awesome up here on the plateau. He's going to be good for a couple. Actually, he almost lands the perfect shot there. Oh, right through FaZe. That's kind of a disgusting kill. 2 versus 3. Maybe it keeps the hope alive here for Egypt, but they're in some trouble right now, not least because there's only 30 seconds left in the round. So if you want to make a choice, you have to make it quickly right now. Yeah, they're going to go. They've got to rotate over. It's a foot race towards the site, and actually, they will actually get a bit of space here. However, Slash, backside, gets caught back. Plat, Tristan gets traded as well. And now 1 versus 1. Bingo versus Exy. Bomb will go down. He has no clue where he's coming from. And Exy now making noise. This will be relay, surely. Yeah, must have been heard. Bingo will react to it. Swing on that corner. Spam, and a find. Bingo delivers. And Egypt get hyped. That's a big one to be taken.
A 3 versus 3, 2v2, then 1v1. Egypt convert every single increment of that round. And South Africa now left once again, actually with no money. Their money should be pretty hurt off the back of that. That was their fall buy off the back of the eco. Lost round by going to be at the very most a force in with sort of half rifles.
Yeah, they got some great energy on the Egyptian side. I've got to say, I really enjoy that. Like, you know, this is what it should be about. Like that kind of energy you want to bring onto the stage, get everybody fired up. And Bingo, we mentioned his name at the beginning. We knew he's going to be good, but that kind of a clutch, super important for them. 2-round lead now, and the money again gone for the CT side. So a really good chance right now for Egypt to take the lead, at least win the first half, maybe even more if you can keep it going. But yeah, it's a nice start, if nothing else. Bingo's going to be winning the opening duel here. And still fighting for the middle. Weso's going to be able to take care of business. Just Deagle's left here on the CT side. Yeah,
not expecting a hell of a lot, if we're being completely honest. And Egypt make light work of this round. They hit my bare minimum, right? They hit that 7. That's all I can ask from them. Anything more would be great. At 8-4, would really give them love. You think 8-4, you take a pistol, most likely get the force power target. That's 10-4 at that point. You're already on track to taking this map. So you can see how these small things can fall into place. Deadshot will get 1. It's a consolation. It won't make too much of a difference. It will be yet another round for Egypt. Massive stuff, and the flag out there as well. Very cool flag, I have to be said, Egypt. It's definitely one of those, I think we mentioned in the opening ceremony, it has like a lot of aura around it, the Egypt flag. It's some bold colors, it's cool.
Yeah, personally, I think the any kind of like red and black combination, I think always good. Always like something about it is always sick. So yeah, offset with the white in the middle. Good times. 7-4. We're moving into round number 12, the last of the half here in Egypt. A bit of a rocky start, to be honest, but they've certainly made up for it right now. And again, they're playing very aggressive, like very assertive. Like the confidence is not the problem here for Egypt, and they're kind of making good for it as well. Fight in the middle there, where so it looked like he was getting caught. He was just throwing a grenade, but he wins the fight regardless. Super important.
All right, Slash. First contact in through dark. Deadshot falling early. That's a pretty big scalp to find. He's been the kind of main man over towards South Africa so far. Awesome. Just an instinct play. The spidey sensors are tingling a little bit there, and he'll get his kill. Molotov comes down from Slash. Aptly timed. Don't think spreads on towards B2K, so he should be okay. It looks like they want to be going for a finish up close here by Dark, and they're going to double stack into it. FaZe going to be that first point of contact. What do we see behind it? This is a little janky. They're going to start to make a little bit of a move. Exy as well. Backside might be a chance. I mean, this is a really awkward fight that's going to be taken here because I just don't know if they expected. Now with the smoke out and the util, they've got another up close.
Oh, again, that's 2 kills on the round, right through the smoke. They recover from this Egypt. Awesome with the backstab. FaZe with the AWP, and suddenly 2 versus 2, but Slash is here to absolutely execute alone. It is just FaZe left, and he's going to go down. Slash with a bit of a recovery here. Good stuff for South Africa. They needed this last round to stay competitive.
They did. And like I said, for me, 7-5 feels like a handshake. I think both teams can be pretty happy with that. Puts a lot of onus on this pistol now as well, right? We're heading in towards this, and if South Africa take it, we're talking about them having a really decent likelihood of being able to tie the game up. Throws a span in the works. But if Egypt take it, then it could be a 9-5. And that's still very one-sided in itself. But South Africa go on to what is arguably seen as the more preferential side on Anubis. T-side. More teams prefer to play it. You control the tempo, but it is just very puggy in its nature. A lot of fights can be taken really early, and the spawns actually mean that the T-sides get beneficial kind of map control over the CT side. So we'll see. This pistol could be very important. Look at this. Bold move to be making. Already pushing through water, and they're going to spot out first of all, nothing, and no contact plays being played. So they've got to know that they're finishing, I'm going to say, over towards where they were, but instead, they're going to wrap all the way in behind. This is, I mean, they've got all the information, but Exy's holding.
Yeah, if he gets the kill, I think it's on. I think they might be just win the round straight away. He actually gets a double. That's sick, and it's a free and open bomb plant. And they're planting, funnily enough, on the most least used side there on the obelisk, right? Like this, far from the default plant. I wonder, they're not positioned amazingly for that bomb, but it might not make a difference because they're winning every single fight. Yeah, this is going to be absolutely fine here. Wow, what a convincing round for the T side. Yeah,
it's beautiful. So they push through B, right, and they go in towards water, and they spot, right, nobody's crossed. We've looked in towards carpets, nobody's there, and we've gone upstairs, nobody's there. But the interesting thing for me is that for Egypt, the other 2 players don't rotate. So the site itself is actually just left open, and no one's able to contest that bomb going down. So that's the biggest issue. I think when Alone pushes in towards water and he spots, fellas, nobody's here, be careful of one of two things. On the early pushes, be careful of two things. A carpet's popping towards A main, or what is most likely, just a standard B play, right?
Yeah.
But they kind of hedge all their bets on the A play, and it doesn't end up working out for them. And Exy does a really good job in that hold. Going 2 for 1 in what is a 1v3 situation there is massive. That's all you can really ask of him. And more often than not, he probably didn't expect the third player there, if we're being completely honest. Good round, as I reckon, take, and it will mean, of course, it should be a 7-all game here. Full buyout for them, and for Egypt, unfortunately, nothing. But they have gamble stacked B at least.
Yeah, we said this could be a pretty intense game, and I mean, this is the makings of it right now. They're doing a fine job. Actually, USP is doing a hell of a lot more damage than I was expecting. Awesome, yeah, trying to get out. Although the bomb is in T-spawn, so they can't completely run away. They have to stick around a little bit here, trying to see if they can recover the situation. FaZe gets one. It still should be okay. That little sort of bump in the road is the fact that the bomb is back there. All right, now they have a path to pick it up, so good job.
Bing goes low this round. It had a moment where we were like, okay, this could be really expensive, but not to be. Gen G stickers on the Galil, not an org I've seen in CS in a while. Gen G, and that kind of logo in a sense.
It's been a moment, hasn't it?
Like 20, maybe like 19, maybe like pre-COVID, I think.
Yeah,
like the last time.
They showed up to playing Flashpoint basically.
Yeah,
That was more or less it. So and they were out.
Yeah, pretty quickly.
Crazy.
7-all is where we're at. First full buy going to come through from Egypt on this CT side, and will be a really good indicator, of course, of how this side fare in the gun rounds, in what is technically a bonus buy over towards South Africa. Galil coming through, Max 10 coming through as well. This one's one where there's still a little bit of onus behind it because they don't have, this fully fledged economy behind it, but it's not the most damning thing in the world if they are to lose it. If they lose it or make it expensive, we take that in itself as a bit of a silver lining, bit of a small win in that self. If they win this round, though, on what is generally seen as a lesser buy, that would be huge. First contact. Awesome's gone aggro in towards mid. Gets all his control towards camera. And he's getting information too.
Slash in, trying to see if they could overpower Slash, and they will be able to. Not necessarily that bad. 1-for-1 trade. At least they get the kill in return there.
Yeah.
Flashbang, I don't know, he must have turned around. He was certainly ready for it, so pretty good job on Slash, to be honest. Mid control for South Africa. Trying to make their way through. Wezo just jiggling the corner, just to spot it out. He's going to get the info that they're coming. B2K having a really hard time disengaging with that one. Nice lineup for Alone. He pulls out the pistol, wants to fight more, and he could have maybe had the shot there. 2 versus 2 now. In 45 seconds, the bomb is going to be planted in this round for sure.
They have really basically no information about where this second player is. They tag Wezo, and they sort of should have the understanding about him. It's actually more about FaZe. They really won't know where he's coming from. Hence why they're kind of going through the due diligence here, right? Smoking towards main and a molly down in towards connector, but FaZe will find his shot. He pops off, good for one, looks for a second, unable to do so. Tristan thrust now into a 1 versus 1. Both are low. It's first to spot first. It's ring around the roses here. Oh my god, Tristan, he's looking the wrong way and he'll fall. It was all about who spots who first, and Tristan, too many angles to clear, too many places to look, and like a deer in headlights, he just gets caught off guard in that 1 versus 1. A massive one to be taken for Egypt. However, and I'm going to come back to the original point, that was a bonus round for South Africa. They got a bomb plant out of it, made it super expensive. It is still going to have a bit of a knock-on effect towards the economy over on Egypt. So they're still going to have to go in towards what is an awkward buy. I would not be surprised to see South Africa force buy in towards this back again. They don't have a fully fledged out economy across the rest, but they've got to know that Egypt's money is going to be a little bit worse aware, or at least their buy is going to be a little bit haphazardly, where we're seeing MP9s, or maybe even in some cases, kind of if you, like a Deagle full armor and full util. So in that sense, there could be a temptation to buy here.
I mean,
you'll see it as well.
If not for the double kill on Alone there, he's into 18. If he doesn't get that double, then they don't even get close to that round. So pretty sick work from him. Yeah, here we go. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a faster execute. Very fast, in fact. Double Molotov to the back, but B2K hiding at the edge of the smoke. He's only good for the 1 kill, so yeah, actually going to be very worthwhile here. Bombs should be planted, and awesome double entry for him. This is working out very well at the moment.
Bomb still needs to go down, and thankfully, Awesome is tagged low, down to 23, but he will get that bomb planted. Need as well to deny him of that. Alone going to get his first fight. He's still trying to be a little bit of a nuisance here, and he's still alive somehow. Barely taking any damage. Pot flash will come through. That should catch him, and it will catch. That's a beautiful pot flash. little bit of an unorthodox one. Will do its job. Wesso nearly gets a second, but Exy Deagle spamming to the body. Will catch him. And that is going to be another round taken for South Africa. And a good one to take as well. Responding off the back of the full buy from Egypt. You lose your bonus buy. You know that they're, in some way, their buy is going to be a little bit awkward. And you make it work for you. It is going to now force out an awkward conversation. However, as they're not in double eco, I would personally, if I'm Egypt here, not buy in as much, right? I would go for a little bit of a lesser buy. And you could maybe even tempt fate. You know, we've got 2.4k loss bonus. Especially for bingo. There's a world, I'm not... Yeah, I mean, if he actually didn't buy the Deagle here, we could be talking about an AWP investment. AWP half armor, no util for somebody, right? He could drop it over or something of the sort. But with his Deagle investment, it probably means no, unless you glass cannon, which obviously we're probably not going to see at this level. So, Heator, it should be South Africa taking a lead here, and now they're starting to spiral quite positively. But this is quite a good back and forth game. There's kind of no clear favor at the moment.
Yeah, it's about picked by South Africa, so, you know, they're certainly proving they know what they're doing. They've got a really good read on everything at the moment. And they've got the economy on their side, so, yeah, everything is kind of shaping up really nicely for them. I actually think for Egypt now, it's going to require, like, a couple of really successful rounds coming up soon for this to turn around. Otherwise, I think it'll be South Africa who could just kind of power through the stage. Huge grenade at the start of this round, and where's so? Nothing he can do. It's going to be a 9-8.
What can he actually do, if we're being honest? P250, and a hope and a dream for Wesso in this one. But this is most likely not going to get off the ground. Barely even any damage taken by South Africa. It should be absolutely fine for them to lock in this 9th. And actually quite important in a way as well that they don't allow the pistols to get too many kills. Wesso should be caught here. He's being held by Tristan.
Could be, yeah.
And he will. Nice and easy. Flawless round going to come through from the South Africans. Love to see it. It will be the 9th on the board for them. And the fact that it's completely inexpensive is massive. It means they just have that stability in terms of the long-term econ. That's all we want to see. And it's something that has actually eluded both of the teams throughout this game, of especially the second half so far. That's a big positive for South Africa. They don't have to worry about funds. They don't have to worry about the buys or anything. So they're sitting on the right. Buy back in for Egypt. We're talking, you know, pretty honestly here. If they lose this, they could be in a lot of trouble. We're talking about South Africa 11-8. That's one more gun round between them taking this map, basically.
Yeah, the gap is kind of closing a little bit here. The window is closing for Egypt to have a real impact. I think these next couple of rounds are probably going to set the pace for it. Alone's been playing super well. Wezo's up there. The rest, they're not really playing badly, but you know, we know that, you know, they all three of them can probably have a couple of good rounds here. Now would be the time to do that. So
exactly.
We'll see what they come through with.
Of course, for those only just joining us, our veto so far in towards this game, it says Nubis, Dust 2, and Mirage. Nubis picked by South Africa, Dust 2 picked by Egypt. And if we require it, Mirage, our decider. South Africa went to a 3-map affair against Tunisia, but lost that one out 13-10. They're hoping to take their own map pick, which they're currently on track to do so. Then heading towards Dust 2 with the confidence to maybe be able to snipe away that Dust 2 from them, potentially get the 2-0 similar towards what Tunisia did earlier. I mean, coming in towards this qualifier, it was Tunisia and South Africa who are our two favourites off the rip, and so far playing exactly like it. One spot in towards back, Obelisk there, and Deadshot just doesn't stick around. He doesn't need to. That's pretty good kind of patience from him and good discipline. I don't need to overfight. There's no point giving my life away for nothing. There's no one even here to trade me. Why do I need to? Get smoked out as well, so that'll kind of reaffirm his actions as well.
Yeah, forces out a little bit. There was actually 3 people at the B-bomb site, but so he doesn't get all the information, but he gets a little bit of something, right? Like, he knows at least one player mobile around that obelisk. Yeah, and forces out the smoke. I mean, that in itself is kind of a nice little goal to reach. 50 seconds, and it looks like it's going to be an A finish this time. Slash, probably a little bit confused about how he hasn't seen anyone. Like, this is very, very deep towards dark. He's almost stepping onto the B-bomb site with nobody even being spotted. Oh, what an entry. FaZe goes down. Wezo to follow the trades. Keep on going back and forth here. Finally, it goes the way for a minute, but again, they're right back into it. Bomb picked up, 27 seconds, and they're going to try and power their way through. Nice lineup here. Deadshot maybe could have had both of them alone. Is so low on health. He should be going down, and he will be. South Africa with a huge clutch coming through.
Yeah, massive in that 1 versus 1. I'm surprised it doesn't count as a headshot as well. I feel like all we could see was his head. But great shot from Tristan. Really nice little reaction. And that will be South Africa putting up another big round on the board for them. 10-8, inching closer and closer to taking their map. And the entries here were already clean. And like you mentioned, the trades as well, right? Exy gets one, traded out. Awesome gets one, traded out. And it's just sort of back and forth like this. But South Africa just had the numbers. And they utilized them so effectively. Really well done. 10-8, there won't really be too much of a buy here from Egypt. So the expectation is that it should be 11-8.
Wow. Good grenades.
Uh-oh. Just smoked himself out. I thought Alone was going to be in trouble there to the flames.
Yeah, but I think these kind of grenades thrown in a round where the CT side doesn't have a lot, like that's how you stop yourself from losing these rounds. Like
yes.
You try, like it might seem like you're wasting a lot of grenades, killing people just with pistols or making life hard on them, but it's so worth it. If you don't do it, you end up in a weird position where suddenly you're the one going down and you give up an AK and everything is a bit awkward now. It's the 5-7's back with a vengeance here. 6 shots coming out. And suddenly 3 versus 3. All right, dead shot trying to hold on to the round. And actually, it's kind of paved the way for a bomb plant, I think.
Yeah, actually didn't need to fight there. I think he gets a little bit giddy because he wants to trade his teammate. Yeah. But it actually cost him his life. And in doing so, it might actually cost him the round as well. Bomb goes down, sure, but it's a temptation here. Deagle, PT-50, and MP9. It's not the worst buy in the world.
Uh-oh, grenade. Oh, the timing is awkward, but not bad. Deadshot's going to get that kill on the phase. Bingo goes down straight afterwards, and nice. It's a good cleanup. Yeah, a little bit sketchy, a little bit worrisome at one point, but very nicely handled. South Africa, they're well on their way. They're doing fantastic work. Yeah,
they're smiling, they're happy. They know they're giving themselves really good opportunities now to potentially even close this out. And taking your own map pick and then heading in towards Dust 2 with all this confidence, that's all you can ask of them. So a really good spot that they sort of find themselves in now. 2 rounds away from closing it out. And if we're being completely honest, this is the last hurrah for Egypt. You lose this round, that is it.
Right.
You've got an AWP out, which is great. It's actually the first time we've seen an AWP all game, in all fairness. Picked up by FaZe, but I mean, potentially even a little bit too late on the AWP. It would have been so good in some of these earlier rounds. FaZe, nice shot. Tristan going to get caught, and he goes completely untraded and actually repositions over towards double doors. Standard Molotov set can be utilized here to force him away, but he hasn't got anything. So in a sense, he's probably relaying information over saying, I've got good control here. Perfect nade to break open that smoke. The trade, not quite aptly timed, but XT get in the back line, so he'll get one, then traded himself.
Honestly, like, quite a good play from XE there. Like, they're going to lose the round if he doesn't do something. If he, in the event that he can sort of swing on and get a double kill, the round is back on. So I appreciate that. But yeah, you're right. Late on the AWP, and now that it's arrived, like, kind of wish they would have had that all along. That's sick.
A couple of rounds ago, if they had an AWP, it would have helped them out a lot. I mean, just sort of guaranteeing that mid-control is so important, and having an AWP is just the easiest way to go about it. So honestly, I mean, for me so far, this is where maybe the tides can start to change a little bit over towards Egypt. However, there's a full buyout in towards the next round for South Africa, and also enough money. Deadshot's got 5.2k plus the sort of 1.4 quote-unquote loss bonus, right? We're talking about the potential of an AWP for him if he'd want it as well. So they might try and fight fire with fire. We haven't seen South Africa AWP at all so far this game. And also, this round's far from over. There's still a world. There's still a chance. 2v4 is definitely odds against them, and it will be. As it gets confirmed, closed out. B2K and Wezo combine. Egypt find a much-needed gun round. That was, like we said, what felt like a bit of a last hurrah. Lose that, and it's probably game, set, and match in towards this map. But that will change things up. I'm really interested to see now whether South Africa try and pick up an AWP themselves. There could be a temptation. They've got money, but no, full rifles. That's all they care about. They are more than happy just to continue wielding the AKs. And for all we know, we didn't get to catch them in the qualifiers. We're not 100% sure. They might not even just really have a primary AWP. It is something that a few teams have done within CS2. We've even seen it at the top tier 1 pro level. Cloud9 for about a year didn't have an AWP, right?
Yeah.
Obviously came back to bite them, but you know, it is something that teams can wield.
Yeah, I mean, I think, especially like, you know, at this stage, you've got the AKs. You're going to be much quicker with it.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily mind it. I don't hate it. So maybe we get on to like some of the other maps. It could be a little bit more prevalent. It could be that. But I think on this particular map, maybe you're going to be okay with it. All right. 11-9.
Yeah, this is a big round though. South Africa lose this one. And we are talking about probably what's going to be a tied game. Maybe even the potential of an overtime. It is fine margins. FaZe, that AWP going to find yet another opening kill. He's been pretty electric with it. Smoke going to come through. He's going to take pop shots, and I don't really blame him. Nade doesn't do a huge amount of damage, so he's okay. They can sort of stick her up, you know, towards his pillar position.
That's so well played. Like, getting the kill and then the cool to stay, like don't walk into the shots. He's like never really exposed. Like
no panic.
It's very hard to do. Like sometimes people just completely lose their cool in that moment, and that gets you killed. Wow. Imagine that if the AWP is the game changer here that prevents the victory from South Africa. It feels like maybe it could be.
Yeah, it's really changing the kind of momentum in these rounds because that's back-to-back rounds. He got an opening kill and goes untraded because they don't have anybody to fight him at range.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. They don't have anybody to post up and be able to catch him, maybe re-peek him back in. Oh my god, Slash on timing. Slash on timing. Could get a kill here, and he will. Second round that corner. Can't quite adjust his aim in time, so he'll get traded out. Numbers are alive, but look at the time. 8 seconds. Bomb's got to go down there. Got to be committed. Awesome will commit to it. And there's nobody towards the A site. They all rotate over. Slash is a human decoy, and it worked. It drags all 4 players from Egypt back over towards B, so it gives them the plant and the post plant.
Yeah, they absolutely bought that. That's something that they're going to be very upset about later on because this could definitely cost them the entire map here. Awesome's going to go down. Pretty good retake, actually. All things considered. Dead shots very low on health. They're coming for him here. Nice headshots. He needs another. He gets it. That's a sick clutch. And that puts South Africa very near the brink of winning the map here. I can't believe he won that last fight.
Oh, Deadshot, take a bow. That is a beautiful little 1v2. That tail end plucks one out of the sky, duck hunting from him, and then lines up the second with such low HP. He had like 7 HP or something ridiculous, and he walks away with that round. That is absolutely wonderful. Oh, man. And Slash, so much credit to him. I mean, obviously, Deadshot will take the owner. He had 9 points of HP, and he makes this work. That is sumptuous stuff. Bingo just cannot find that one bullet needed. And it's map point South Africa. Huge stuff for them. Oh my. But yeah, I got to give so much credit to Slash. I think he wins that round. He
pretty much.
All off that A side. That is so well played. Hello. Let's get a bit of tag damage. Hang on a second. Actually's crept through here, and then he creeps back. And actually forced them to sort of panic throw a smoke, which will sort of work against them. But a lot of kind of onus here in this round. I mean, for Egypt, they've got a full buyout, fine, but there's no more room for error.
A bit of a peek outside of the B-bomb site for the CTs, so that then they're aware no one's out here. The bomb is on the other side. I mean, I guess they could catch Deadshot in the middle if they keep going, and they are. They're still pushing out, so huge mission coming out right now for Bingo on alone. 1 kill won't cut it. They still need FaZe on this side to kind of stand tall. Oh, he was creeping back. If he had stuck around, he has that kill 100%, but instead the MAC-10 will run them down. FaZe and Wezo both in the grave, and now it's alone and Bingo. They were flanking, so they know exactly what's happening here, South Africa. In a good position, even if they're low on health, and Awesome goes down. Bomb plants it here, but look at what's left there. 13 and 14 health.
They're low. Bingo isn't exactly healthy himself. This MAC-10 actually is probably the perfect thing for this situation. Running and gunning around this corner. Jumping and gunning is bold, though. Bingo gets one. Alone gets one more. Game far from over. Still a little bit of life left in Egypt. They are far from dead as they make that 2 versus 2 work. That was so low. 13 and 14 points of HP between the 2 South African players. Needed at least that first fight to go well, and then somebody just to completely tuck, not fight, not give any sort of a way for Egypt to get back into it, and then essentially hope that...
I mean, to be honest as well, like, one of the big deciding differences that round is the fact that FaZe just decides to like step away from the angle.
Yeah.
Just like otherwise, 100% he has to kill, and it's a very different round. But yeah, good job. I mean, like they stay in the map. That's really all we care about here. I thought it was going to be over at this point, right? 3 versus 4.
Yeah.
Double MAC-10 kill center like that should have been it, but now there's a chance for overtime.
Yeah, low buy from South Africa, so we are going to get the full 24 unless some of the things go completely awry. The one issue that I'm having with South Africa right now is the one thing they need to plug, in all honesty, is they're not... When they take this fight against the Orb, no matter what angles they're peeking into, they're dry peeking it. It's never going to work, right?
True.
Every single time we've seen them fight, in towards mid, twice in towards B main, they're basically just fighting him dry, and he's obviously winning that fight out because there's no pressure on him, right? You know, at range, that swing is never going to affect him. This naked chunk them. Yeah, bye-bye, dead shot. Gets caught. A lot of damage there as well, dealt towards Flash. This round feels like a non-starter in terms of the buy, and it might be now that they're already down to 4.
Yeah, they're trying to get their way through the middle instead. They're kind of giving up on this A or the B project. Wezo, though, absolutely locking it down. No problems with the MP9. So, yeah, the adventure's kind of over this round. 11 to 12, like you said, all 24 rounds. It's not bad. Alone has got 27 kills. Outrageous.
Yeah.
He's carrying so much of this.
He's loving life. It's spread quite evenly across Africa, which I guess, if we're thinking about this in a more long-term sense, that's probably the better way to be. But, you know, you can't complain about Alone playing as well as he has. And I think FaZe actually really come alive since at the AWP. He had a really slow first half. He was single digits all the way up until a few rounds ago with it. And since that AWP came into play, it's really elevated him a little bit.
Yeah, he's had a big impact all of a sudden.
That's it though, right? Round of 24. Can South Africa close it out, or are they going to have the problem that we saw with Tunisia against Morocco, where they just cannot seem to see it off on this map as well?
Yeah.
It just seems to be the curse or the blessing, depending on how you see it, about Anubis. Goes the distance, got the life left in it, and potentially even overtime is part of the parcel.
T-side, very apprehensive at the start of this, which I totally get, right? Like, you want to take a moment here just to figure out, like, where are they going to show up? Like, what's going on? Like, make sure you're not getting pushed anywhere. So, yeah, I like this. Just relax for a second, and let's see how this plays out. Still a minute on the clock, so plenty of time. Double setup towards Dark for Egypt. Not necessarily bad. A little bit more flexible. Like, you can turn it into a bit of a push if you want to. Wow, they're really waiting for it here. South Africa, they're so sure that Egypt are going to try something.
Yeah, it's very, very patient. B2K, he'll probably be that first point of contact. He doesn't need to peek. I think if he swings, he dies, right? It's all about, actually, whoever peeks first normally loses in this situation. Nice timing on the Molotov, though. That'll slow things down. This is a nice little 1-2 punch. B2K is so tempted, isn't he? Wants to fight. They're going to dry peek this again, though, South Africa, and it's not going to work out. They love these dry peeks. It's not the right way to play it. B2K gets a double, and he's still alive as well. They'll know that. Alone does get caught. A nade will come down. This will bank off, and it should catch a lot of damage, but he's somehow still alive. 4 points of HP. Bomb going to try to go down, and will, in all fairness. B2K's got a really good angle. He might be able to catch another.
Slash is on the flank, though. He's actually walking right up past the mid. His teammates need to live, though. That's the issue. There we go. Slash with the kill. Deadshot gets another one. They might be saving this at the brink. Egypt, they thought they had overtime. They had the man lead. Everything was going their way, but it might be all for nothing. The crossfire should be enough here. FaZe gets one. Flash around the corner here. He's running it close, and he gets the headshot. It's unbelievable. Egypt, they had no business bringing this back, but they will into overtime.
I cannot believe he gets away with that. I thought Slash had played that well, and actually, I think he does, right? Because he throws the flash, and he hears it hit him, so he knows he's close. That's why he swings. It's the right way to play it. He just misses the shot, unfortunately, and he gets headshot on the other side. Simple, fine margins, and we go for more. Overtime required here in map number 1, and it just seems to be the blessing of Anubis. More than 24 rounds needed every single time, and I thought they'd had it as well. So look, he banked it off, it hits him directly, so that's why he swings. But
yeah, he
just gets caught by FaZe. Really well played. What a game we're getting here. Still that small issue. The only issue really that I've seen with South Africa that's glaring is the dry peaks. They're so happy to fight going dry, which it's good as a gimmick. It's not good as a consistent factor, and it caught them off guard there. B2K got a double for free.
Yeah.
Bingo picking up the AWP as well. Double AWPing now for Egypt. They're changing it up in overtime.
That's pretty interesting. Very hard to retake with the double AWP, but I mean, if you get the kills to start with, then it doesn't really matter. You're never even going to need to retake anything. So, I'd say it's risky, but might pay off.
Tristan got an AWP on his side. First time we see South Africa AWP. Maybe a little late into the game, but is it going to be enough? Awesome. Nice find. Bingo will fall. Second behind it. Awesome gets pretty damn close. He nearly gets caught on rotation.
They're trying to split this A-bomb side. Deep Molotov on towards the cake, really putting some pressure on the AWP that's down there. Tristan has a nice shot. You can see FaZe, the entire left side is burned out. He can't go there. And Awesome's closing the gap on the other side. So, was briefly a 2 versus 4, but B2K's got one of the kills. Trying to fight his way back. There's another one. Grenade dunked on Awesome. And suddenly we're back into a 2 versus 2. The bomb planted. Tristan with the back here, or actually in front with the AWP, so one chance for it. Misses the first one. Let's see. Yeah, Molotov might be a better choice to close that little bit of distance behind him. He swings wide, and he should have maybe had that kill. I can't believe that Tristan's still alive, but 1 versus 2 alone, trying to clutch it out. He gets one, spots the second, but can he get him up from behind the pillar? He's running out of time, and he can't. Slash will win it.
Oh my god, that is close. The age-old classic as well, Anders, right, where you kind of choke out in regulation, you go to overtime, you win the round that you needed to win in regulation every single time. But happens in South Africa, they will find 13 and keep themselves in a somewhat strong position here. They get that lead, and now it's about can they continue it. You know, if you can go 2 for 1, I think, on the T side, I think you're, for the most part, in an okay spot. And Iesf, though, might be a little bit problematic. Egypt back in towards the buy. This time not double AWPing either. It's going to be that solo AWP with just on the back of FaZe. AWP was scooped up the end and dropped back over towards Tristan.
1 round. South Africa, they've been in before, but they need to keep it going. That's a very nice shot. My God, they've shut down. That's a 3-man push coming out. How do you hit that AWP shot to begin with? That's really nicely done. Egypt didn't see a lot of flashbangs coming over. That might have been the big problem in that kind of a push, because they had the manpower to do it.
Literally 1 shallow flash there, pop through the smoke, and bang. We're
That's
talking
probably
about
it, yeah.
like a perfect, at least getting 2 out of the 3 at a bare minimum, making that somewhat of a doable push. But, I mean, again, this is the issue that we called over towards Africa, and the issue now that we kind of relay over on the other side of these dry peaks. They're great as gimmicks, right? When they're used every now and again, or like lurking plays. People like Remind, I think, is probably a great example of it over towards Tunisia, where he goes for these dry lurks, no util, because you don't want to show any presence. You want to be a little bit of an elusive character in that sense. But in these instances where we're seeing these like consistent dry peaks come through and pushing smokes like that, you are just naturally at a disadvantage. And it comes down to the age-old thing that we always talk about, which is just percentage Counter-Strike, and that is the case there. 14 for South Africa. Inching ever closer. The number we're looking for is 16 here in overtime. And if they can go 3 for 3 on T-side OT, that might be job done. They didn't really have a terrible CT side, and it feels like they've kind of woken up a little bit towards this OT now.
Alone has got 30 kills. Like, he's doing so much work at the moment. But it's South Africa that's pulling ahead, slowly but surely. You're right, though. Like a 3rd round here for the getting all 3 on the T side. I mean, that's gonna set them up very nicely. We'll see how it plays out. Normal double up on the CT side. They obviously cannot afford that, but headed into it here. Wezo, good damage at the start, just tagging up Awesome a little bit on the other side. That was on here.
Yeah, double stack it. B2K, he's holding the smoke, and he's basically just there for if Plat gets mollied. He'll smoke, but actually then the boost will be above the smoke, so it actually ends up working in your favor. It's a real kind of win-win sort of scenario.
Yeah.
Either way, if there's a Molotov that's there, they're happy to. And if there's not a Molotov, then you just peek dry. And then the second you take any contact, you can drop a smoke to maybe even help you escape. Slash, hold till Wezo's over peak, and it'll delete him. That's a fight they'll take every day of the week. South Africa say thank you.
Yeah, they try to flash him in, but I guess that's a very hard flash to hit, because if it goes a little bit too far, then it, he's just hidden by the corner on the other side. Nice shot from Bingo, taking on Slash. They really need this round. Egypt is super important that they pick this one up to have a bit of a platform for the second half that's coming up of the overtime. Back towards the B bomb side again. We'll see if that boost is going to work out for them. There are a couple of grenades, no Molotovs to be thrown into the corner, so that's not going to be the main issue, but yeah. Oh, there's a 3rd player here as well. Are they going to be ready? They kind of had the idea, but it wasn't enough here. Awesome and Deadshot in some trouble. Flank, 25 seconds. He's running through the middle. The bomb is lost here. This is almost an impossible clutch for him to try and win. Yeah,
literally. I mean, 20 seconds. You've got to go through the flames here as well. A lot of damage, under 30 points of HP. Surely, GG. I say that, though. Also going to find one. He's going to now push through as well. 12 seconds, but he gets caught by B2K. So a sigh of relief. Not the worst in the world. 1 for 2 on CT side. It sort of makes sense on a T-sided map. But now we've got to see what Egypt can do when they're heading towards this next half. They'll go going towards the T-side. South Africa still advantage in their court. 2 away from the number of 16 that we're looking for. But Egypt now back on towards the T side. That's maybe where they might do a bit more of their best work. They went 7 for 5 in that first half. Same exact thing that South Africa did. So in the same way that South Africa went 2 for 1 there, you could maybe expect Egypt to do more of the same. And especially now that they got the AWP in play. I'm interested to see what the T side AWPing is looking like. We didn't see it at all in regulation from the T side of Egypt. So I want to see what they've really got on their locker. It might be something that actually could elevate them a little bit more here.
I mean, he looked very confident, FaZe, taking some funny fights there. So, yeah, why not try and open up the map using that? First team to 16 is what we're looking for now in overtime. Had a good start. Awesome. It's taking down the star player of Alone right now, who is miles ahead of his teammates. It's got to be said again, like he really is. So getting rid of him, big deal.
Yeah, it's a massive kill to find early. Over 10 kills more than anybody kind of near him, right, on his team. And
nice grenade.
A little bit awkward, yeah. Decent damage being dealt. Westo and FaZe both going to be tagged up pretty heavily there, but now they realize about not peeking, there's no point actually pushing there.
If they can win this round, South Africa, they at least secure double OT, right? Like,
Sure.
Even that is a little bit nice. You're like, all right, okay. You know, now we can focus. We know we've done this much.
True.
Gives you a little bit of freedom.
The issue is, as you saw in Tunisia, that happened like so many times. How was it? It was like 10 match points they had, right? And I think sometimes teams just get way too comfortable when they have it, and it kind of flips the other way. So it sometimes works against you.
That was so bizarre, wasn't it? Like, I've rarely seen it like that. So many match points. I don't know who holds the record, but...
it's got to be. 10 match points lost out is crazy.
Oh, here we go. Back into it, maybe.
Westo left B2K there over towards mid, and they just stopped peeking, and it might actually work in their favor. I say that, though. Ekti and Slash going to get one apiece.
Great timing on the peaks. Only 15 seconds left. The bomb is lost to the side. There's nothing you can do to win this. It's way too far away. He can't find all the kills, and he certainly cannot plant the bomb, so no chance, unfortunately. Great defense. Like, the timing for the two B anchors to be peeking there was absolutely flawless. Well done.
If B2K just relays over to the team, guys, just please don't execute for like, just give me 5 seconds. Let me just get in behind and then go for execute. Then that is an incredible play, but the timing is off between the two of them, and that's actually the costly thing. If B2K tells them to hold, just wait. So if you look here, right, he's still got a massive rotate to be taken over from mid.
Yeah.
I mean, he's barely coming out of mid at the point in which they're already executing on towards the site and getting kind of mowed down, at least, right? If he's flanked in behind, worst case scenario, he just dies, but he gets information, right? There's one guy over towards connector, but yeah, I just think, unfortunately, the comms or the timing wasn't quite there. South Africa, map point on their map pick, exactly what they want. Egypt playing for double OT. They need to go 2 for 2 here to do so. It's going to require something.
Yeah, they need back-to-back rounds where this just works for them. Clean entries, the bomb plants to follow. They can't really make any mistakes here. Awesome. It's going to be the first point of contact on the CT side. It's a great lineup for him. Immediately, probably should have been a double right then and there. Alone is the first to go down again, but they will find Awesome. He did a lot of damage onto Westo, and already South Africa trying to do this retake before the bomb is even planted. They want to fight to the very end. Exa and Slash 2 versus 3. They plant just in that fishtail of the bomb site. Tough retake on this one, to be honest, but you might as well go for it. You got the money.
Yeah, exactly. And not exactly like you under too much pressure. There's one guy back K. They've got to just clear the open player. That Molotov will do it. Okay, there we go. West are going to call the flames. FaZe will fall. 1v2. Now a chance as well. Trade not exactly there. Bingo does manage to dip away, but a smoke on towards not actually the bomb itself. Now it could work against them. Could be a little bit exposed here. Flash comes over. The tap, not quite there. The fight will go in favor of Bingo. Egypt stay alive, and somehow South Africa unable to close out that round. I think the smoke goes a little bit too shallow, so he's not confident actually about sticking that defuse. If it had gone on the bomb, he might have gone for it. But I think there's just a world in which, because of where that smoke's angled, they can cross into his back pillar and he's exposed. So he knows he actually has to take a fight there, and it works against him.
I'll say this, that the flashbang makes it work so well, right? Because when he throws the flashbang over, Bingo has to peek. He has no idea if he's tapped the defuse in the middle of it, so he has to swing for it. Like, Slash, in his mind, he's like, he knows he should have won that. Like, the setup for it, I agree the smoke was a bit off, but like the flashbang is like, that forces the move on Bingo's side. He has no choice but to do it. So
it full blinded him too, right? That's why he dipped in towards main. He was completely out of it.
That's a really cool idea, but man, not this time. Might be going to double overtime. I'm shocked. Like, it's a good retake for South Africa.
Yep.
They pretty much did everything right up until the end, but it's Bingo to help out. Trying to catch up with Alone a little bit. It's a good job.
All right. Nate will break open that smoke. Awesome. Another opener for him. Great work. He's been getting quite consistent openers through main there, and it's working for him. And the great thing is that he's not overextending. Finds his kill, dips away. Knows he has the util belt to work with to slow things down, and knows that there's no point losing the man advantage in this situation. And also, there's no more information behind it. Nobody came in to trade, so surely a relay back over towards B.
Look at the grenades on Egypt's side. Yeah. 4 on 5, sure, but man,
good look at a post plant.
These entries have got to be really crisp as well. There's not a lot to really set them up. Slash going to be worried that the smoke doesn't run out there. They have to go for it, but there's a flank coming in. Deadshot shooting Wesso before they even get onto the site. Disastrous for Egypt. That might be the end of it. That flank is so sick, and bingo, he surely can't pull them out again. He's clutched it time and time again. He's ready. No. It's a 1 versus 4, and he's brought it down now to 1 versus 1. He nearly gets it, but he's not enough. Awesome to save the day and save South Africa from going to double OT. That is a very, very close round there, but a win at the end.
Yeah, my God, at one point it looked like Bingham might have been able to bail them out again. Not to be this time. South Africa will take their map pick. They will take Anubis, but it did require overtime to get there. What a game. These two sides seem pretty evenly matched, and Dust 2 could be more the same. Of all the series that we've had, this one has the feeling that it actually could have 3 maps behind it. These two sides, in terms of the individuals, in terms of the gameplay, the strategic side behind it, very, very evenly matched. I'm excited to see what comes forward in towards Dust 2, our next map, and maybe whether that Mirage decider is going to be needed. But for South Africa, that's a massive sigh of relief. Our map pick, our advantage in this veto, we've taken it. No matter Dust 2, no matter about overtime ASA or anything of the sort, all they care about is they have taken the map that they've picked into and the one that they're going to come in prepped for. So that's all that they would really want. They can't complain.
Yeah, really, really well done. I think right towards the end of the map here, we really got like a taste of what bingo is all about.
Sure.
It felt like if he'd playing a little bit more like that from the start, it might have been enough to tip it in favor of Egypt instead. Like, he had some insane clutches towards the end there. So pretty cool to see. But yeah, it just wasn't quite enough this time. Good start to the series. I've got to say, like, it could be a bit of a banging match, this one. It already is, but, you know, the other maps, I'm sure it's going to be interesting and close. Yeah,
the cool thing is that I think for us, we saw really how Egypt actually woke up a little bit. They started a little bit slow in some sense. I know they got that 7-5 half, but for the most part, it was very scrappy, and they weren't really sure. It was basically a one-man show, right? It was all alone, doing everything. But the fact that now we're getting other players in this team, B2K had a real couple of moments, especially towards tail end of the regulation and in towards overtime, showcase just how good he can be into these lurk positions. So the fact that we've kind of got all of these sort of things working out now for Egypt, it could give them a chance heading in towards Dust 2. But at the same time, late in towards that game, Tristan picked up the orb. They look good with it. So these are the advantages maybe where South Africa on a map like Dust 2 could have an advantage.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We've got the second map coming up here in South Africa, playing up against Egypt here. It's kind of been a fighting game so far. We had overtime in that first one. I loved it.
It was a really good game. I mean, honestly, there was a real world in which Egypt, who it felt like they kind of came alive at the tail end, could have actually pushed that in their overtime to maybe even go in their favor. I just think a little bit of slow starting towards overtime sort of killed them a little bit, and the momentum was sort of against them. And sadly, for them, they just slightly drifted apart. However, map number 2, Dust 2, is their pick. So maybe, just maybe, a world in which they can push this towards a third. South Africa, of course, known as one of the scariest sides in this qualifier. Probably for most people, us included, were one of our favorites to make it through to the World Esports Championships. And we'll have to see whether that is the case. We're heading underway. It is Dust 2. It's Egypt's map pick coming up next. And we're excited to see how this one begins. South Africa will be starting on that CT side. Egypt's on the T side as well. We get the standard buys coming through. Armor across the ball kit. And
look at the smoke already. From T-spawn, they threw that smoke to the door. So they're going to go. They're not slowing down. Nice setup for it here, but Exy, honestly, great headshot too on top of everything else. Bingo trying to get back into B2K. Will find a couple of shots as they try to get the retake on, but it's not working out so well. Egypt well on their way on this one. The execute from the start, the pace that they set, and then B2K holding that upper dark position. Sick play.
That's a really nice round, right? And that's one of those things where it's a call from spawn where things go right immediately.
Yeah.
The opening kill goes their way, and the rotates who come through just unfortunately can't get that much legway in that situation. So very, very nicely done. As it will be Egypt getting that first round on the board for them. Kickstarting that T side well, and it will mean a good opportunity to just get a bit of confidence coming in towards map number 2. Map number 1, the end, was, I think, a really good showcase from both sides. It just slightly pipped to the post there, Egypt. They want to come in towards this one, set the tone nice and early, and they've done exactly that. South Africa, low buy from them on this CT side. Not expecting really a hell of a lot in this one. So Egypt should, in North Area, get a pretty clean 2-0. And in doing so, going to be exactly what you want to see out the gates, right? See, we'll talk about setting the tone, but just kind of giving them a bit of confidence and say, right, this is Dust 2, what is statistically quite an even map. Let's just try and see how much we can get in the early part of this game but before we get South Africa up and running. We know how good they can be on the gun rounds. Bingo for the first. For more as well, going to get overwhelmed maybe, or instead on for the ace. Gets the first 4 in a matter of moments, one of which being with the Flames, and Awesome just doesn't want to give him that one. He's going to completely run away from this.
Man, the timing of that Molotov was exposing him to a little bit of risk, but overall well handled. And he will get the ace at the end. Why not? Awesome. That's a gentlemanly thing to do,
I do think it's a smart way in which, because he saw Mac 10 in towards CT. So it's actually like, do I want to give the Mac 10 kill bonus there, or do I actually want to just give the ace over towards the AK? It's only 100 kill bonus rather than 600. I think that's a smart way to play it. You're going to die anyway. You're a dead man walking. You're completely pincered in. You may as well fall to the AKs to give less bonus on that side. And sure, Bingo gets his ace, which is a real confidence booster for him. He had a really good tail end of that map as well. In those clutches, looks very, very good. Yeah. So starting well like this is decent. First gun round for South Africa. Very early, we get to see this sort of litmus test about how they look on towards Dust 2 CT. Can be quite difficult at times. It's one of those maps which is obviously quite big in a sense, so it's really easy to be spread out thin. In comparison to Anubis, quick rotations there, it's a lot easier to sort of rely off the back of these quick rotates, but on Dust 2 not as much. You lose a sight, it's a long old road to get back into it.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really important.
I like this. I'm going to leave Deadshot here, and actually, sort of, we can just fall away. Slash doesn't need to stick around with him. It's a very good angle to hold. It's also very difficult to trade him as well, because you can just keep tucking his head, and they actually can't really shoot him. So that's a good angle to hold. That's a nice way to play that sort of mid-control, and then they can space out other ways. Go towards short, go over towards long, and the rest. And even if he smoked as well, the smoke, if they do the proper one, it bounces on the ledge of that box. But more often than not, people just throw it on the fly. And that on the fly smoke will leave in this gap at the top.
Well, also, they just don't have that many grenades right now on the T side anyway. So, like, for them to block off everything, I think it's going to be almost impossible. So, they might try and throw it. Ooh, I think that failed. Oh, I think that landed in the door somehow.
Yeah, it caused something.
Yeah, it's not exactly ideal because they wanted that to be for the mid-smoke here. They're in a lot of trouble right now. Egypt, they're going to have to power their way through on just the bullets alone. Slash will go down at the start, 30 seconds. They're pulling the pin on this one, but again, they know everything. Deadshot, his position is still pretty good, right? Because he's going to be able to tell the rest of the team. They are definitely coming back to this A-bomb side. Awesome at long takes down Bingo. Not necessarily a bad start to the defense here. 3 versus 3 now as Wezo goes down and Deadshot comes back in. Huge impact of the round in terms of the information and certainly in terms of the double kill here.
Yeah, it's a really nice hold, actually. Good rotation coming back over. Good reaction from South Africa as well. And it will be a first round on the board for them. Gun round goes successfully. No complaints from them at all. And an AK upgrade as well. You're going to take that every day of the week. Will mean now Egypt go back into a buy of their own. Without the bomb plant, it's going to be a little bit more because somebody's going to have to take a hit somewhere in terms of util. And you sort of see that. Alone, Wezo don't have a full belt to work with, but at least it's off the buy. That was a bonus round regardless. So it's not the most damning thing in the world. But a really nice control out the gates in South Africa. Good call. The boost comes up. Deadshot relayed all this information over as well. When Slash falls, he sees nobody crossed, and he heard the rotations back away in towards doors. So they know they didn't have to commit to too much B aggression or too much mid aggression too. They knew they could stick around towards A and it'd be fine.
Would have been fun to see Egypt execute that plan with the smoke landing in CT spawn. Just to like, see if they had more of a chance. Obviously, like, that set them up very, very badly to do anything in that round, unfortunately. So, still, if they win this round, South Africa, then it gets a little bit more interesting. Egypt are going to be out of money, and it could be, again, another good start for South Africa. They certainly had that on Anubis. Really, really good rounds early on. Looks like it's going to be a split towards the A bomb site with Bingo, kind of the straggler, going to be lurking out on long, see if he can take down Tristan, who's on the other side. Dead shot. Dangerous if you re-peek it now. Flash to set it up. He does go for it, and he will go down. Yeah,
not exactly the play you want to go there, especially when you're a known quantity. Not the way to go about it. Tristan, sort of this insurance policy out towards long. Wonder how much you can get behind this. Nate goes a little early there, in all fairness. B2K starts to climb up in towards the site itself. Bingo. A big fight to be taken for him. Starts to take a bit of a move. He does clear it, but he can't get the kill. Slash, Tristan, one apiece, and that will give them the man advantage in this retake. Still a world behind it. Double kit to work with. Bit of util as well towards the CT side. Far from out of the realms of possibility. And Exy and Slash going to get one apiece, leaving it all down to FaZe. 1v3, tucked in towards Goose. Bouncing around, trying to find a fight, but it's not going to work in his favor. Tristan will deliver. South Africa 2-4-2, important. And yeah, we get a bomb plot Egypt, but with not that full loss bonus, they're not going to get a buyout properly in this next round. So this should be South Africa taking the lead.
If Tristan doesn't win the fight against Bingo along, I think South Africa called the save right then and there.
I think so too.
It's over almost instantly because you just can't do it with no long presence.
Yeah.
Really well played. That's super sick. He obviously picks up the AK, goes back, wins the last fight there. They actually have stolen 3 AKs, I believe, now on the CT side. It's super sick, guys. So much to carry forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, Egypt in a little bit of trouble at the beginning here. They're going to be buying some Tech 9s to try and do some more damage, but expectation is that South Africa should be able to win this round.
Yeah, exactly. Full guns out over towards the CT side. This is a more than fine position for them to be in. Only molly deep in towards upper tons. I would just slow them down. If they wanted to go for a B pop, they have to go through the flames, and I don't think you want to be taking a risk of that, especially considering Alone doesn't have armor, and even with the half armor guys, makes him so vulnerable. Slash, just holding for a swing out in towards door here. Got the right idea.
Pull the trigger now, it'd be a lot of damage, but obviously you can't know that. Nice pop. There's the smoke they were looking for earlier. Now they can try and put their way towards the B bomb site. Oh, but the smoke blows open. It's not bad at all. Some good damage, slows them down, makes them a little bit confused as to try to get into the site. More grenade damage, and the defense is holding rock solid, only losing Slash. I don't know. I like the plan from Egypt, to be honest. I mean, that's a good idea. Just didn't quite get into the B-bomb site.
It's a really nice little 1-2 punch there as well. You got the one player holding doors that rotate in through mid, and he can catch players jumping up towards heaven. He catches 2, but actually there's a back box player who is that insurance policy for the B site itself. Awesome is sort of expected to be traded inevitably at some point there, but the back box player holds raw rotations, means Awesome doesn't need to look over towards tunnels at any point because he knows his teammates got him backed, and it's a really nice little hole. Simple stuff coming through, and it'll be another round for South Africa. Egypt back into the buy. Of course, South Africa having a map up already. Taking Dust 2 will book their spots into the final, and of course the World Esports Championship already. Pretty sick for them. Tunisia already there with their win earlier over Namibia in that 2-0 fashion. Pretty close game in that one. This one also had a lot of life in it too. We had overtime map number 1. This Dust 2 being Egypt's pick, it has that feeling that it could be a bit of a lengthy one as well.
All right. They need pretty clean entry here towards long. They might be able to get it. See if the flash is going to be working. Oh, it doesn't quite. Good position for Deadshot. I mean, that could have easily been a double kill. You can see Alone and Bingo taking so much damage behind it, but they do make it out. I wouldn't say it's clean, but it gives them a bit of a position to do something with. They still have Wezo, who's hanging out there in lower dark. If he gets caught here, then it's a kind of a one-dimensional attack towards the A-bomb site. So it'd be really important for Westo to stay alive. Should be able to. Oh, the timing's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's perfect. Well played from Awesome. Good due diligence just to do his clearances, make sure nobody's up close. They're starting to scale up on towards the A site. They'll come over. Good chunk of damage with Bingo. Still keeping the numbers in favor of Egypt.
They have more grenades, though.
Yeah.
Bomb planted, Molotov down in front here. Oh, they're taking so much damage from the Molotov. HEs haven't killed anyone yet, but 3 versus 3, and with a massive health lead here for the South African side. It is looking pretty good on them right at the moment here. We'll see if they're going to be able to actually get that bomb defused. Flash on over. Exit trying to make his way a little bit closer, almost pre-firing that angle. That's so sick, and he will win the fight. He just knew Bingo's dead, and now it's just alone out at long, 1 versus 1, and the bomb is not planted for him. This should be an automatic win. He's trying to gain some coverage there. Oh, he might have been able to. If he committed, I'm not sure if he wouldn't have had it, but it will be the defuse for Slash.
I think he would have got it. If he commits that spray, I think he actually would have got him through the box. He was so low, but he just goes for the burst rather than the spray. And it will mean that South Africa, a sigh of relief, but they just escaped with a round in their favor. 4-2, double the rounds of their opponent. Really decent position for them on this CT side. We are seeing as well South Africa going towards the AWP a hell of a lot earlier as well, right? We didn't see them basically pick it up at all in regulation. Tristan at last round, again got it this round too. So we're seeing these small things where South Africa realized that at range they were losing out a lot of fights and they need to be able to compete with him. Didn't have to spawn for it, so he's just there on a util kind of supporting basis in this round for the long peak. And Egypt's going to barrel up in towards Cat.
Yeah, it might be one of the signs where you just don't need to slow down. Just keep going, like you don't have that much to work with. Just, try to make the speed the real damage here. We're actually out. Slash is calling it in, saying I'm in a little bit of trouble here. Oh, nice flash to be set up. That's so sick. Double kill, that will slow them down. If they can allow the bomb plant, that's fine. You don't have to fight to the death for that one. Let him at the bomb. Just make sure you get the retake every time. There is alone on that AK. Don't underestimate him.
That pop flash pretty good. Catches the AWP was posted. Alone going to get caught. He was meant to try and give them a little bit of something to work with, alleviate the pressure. Quick reaction from Tristan with that AWP. Quick flick and a find, and it will be yet another round for South Africa. But in that round, low buy from Egypt. They go for a quick play. All we're actually looking for is a bomb plant. So bomb plant on the kill, I don't think is the worst thing in the world. They will have a nice full buy-in towards the next, and it's fine. That was always feeling like a little bit of a throwaway anyway.
It was, but there's so many little details you learn, right? Like Slash, I think, plays that really expertly. He notices how many are coming out catwalk. He doesn't go for any fights. He waits for the teammates to flash him in, and then he commits to it. Like those are the kind of positions easily, if you get a little bit panicked or you just have too much of an ego and you want to fight, you know they don't have a lot of weapons, so you're like, I could get like a triple spray down here. And then you die, and suddenly the whole round is turned upside down. So like very good discipline. I think that's super encouraging. That makes them a much stronger team, much harder to rely on like a single player making a mistake if none are coming through.
No, very true. Back into the investments for Egypt. This time, FaZe will pick up the AWP as well. See somebody to keep an eye out for. He had a slow first half, but when he got that AWP out, he really started to look very, very good. This is brilliant proactivity, but actually will be a bit of an overextension. XE's going to dip away, drops a smoke, but he might try and bait out a fight, and actually works in his favor. Surely, we're not going dry for this. We are. 1 by 1, they peek through, and Tristan gets involved a little bit as he helps out XE, but pushing through a smoke dry like that by Egypt is a bold call, and one which most definitely does not pay off.
Yeah, the bomb is off on the other side. Oh, still just taking so much damage through this one. They're going to get mowed down. Sick defense. There's something really funny that happens sometimes when one player goes through the smoke. It's like the rest feel like they have to commit.
Yeah,
because you feel like, well, there's a chance he's reloading now, or maybe I just kind of like catch it, like, and then all that really happens is you just get knocked down one by one, and like, that's a bit of a shame, a little bit of a domino effect almost.
And I think it's part of this mindset. Nobody wants to be known as a beta, right? It's like the classic, right? So I think in that sense, it's like, oh, my teammates died for a smoke. I'm going to, even if I die here, at least I'm not a beta. At least I've sort of tried to help. But I think, again, we always talk about kind of percentage-style Counter-Strike, and that's a prime example of where you're dry peeking through a smoke. Odds are you're going to lose this fight regardless. It takes longer for you to kind of be able to see anything before, obviously, they can see you. So,
and you're coming out covering a super wide angle, and they're covering such a low angle just looking at the smoke, right?
Exactly.
So like, it's very, very much easier in that sense, too. What a position for Awesome to find himself in. Would have been sick for the double. I still think it's kind of cool because it does throw the T side a little bit. Normally say 1-for-1, it's probably going to be favored the T side, but I think in this kind of scenario, you are putting them at huge unease, right?
Yeah. Getting so much information. He spotted another one there. wasn't the bomb, but at least it's enough for them to kind of slightly drag over.
Well, maybe even more so. I think they spotted alone in lower dark, and when you catch like players out long and one in lower dark, that's almost always like a long setup, right? Like it's a classic 4-1 split. So I'm sure they have a pretty good idea what's happening. We'll see the smokes going up for the cross here.
Interesting, they don't rotate over until just now, right?
Yeah.
For a while, they actually just left Exy on the side and it just said, or Deadshot on the side, and it said, do your thing. He could be in a bit of trouble here. Will fall. Damage dealt, sure, but Bingo going to get one of his own. And now we're starting to talk about them executing on towards the A side. Bomb will go down to left alone. And do we actually even give this a go?
I don't think so. It's still there's still some of the half left to be played. They don't have an infinite amount of money. I'd say if they all had like 10,000 now, but yeah, sure, like just try it. But we are only here in round number 9, so I feel like there's a little bit of time still. Like they could end up ecoing a couple of rounds, and if they do that, then Egypt are going to be right back. So
and they'll know as well that Egypt, they haven't seen it, and they know they just financially won't be able to have an orb. You don't want to give them that for free, right? You want to force them into kind of investing in towards that to keep their economy in check. You don't want to give them that sort of a real present, a real cherry on top of already a round 1. So far, it's still so good for South Africa. 6-3, sure, but they've already guaranteed bare minimum tie game at the turn of the half, and the way they're playing at the moment, the expectation is at least one more round before we head in towards that second half. So they're not under any pressure. That one, a couple of lost fights, maybe a slight bit of misinformation that kind of causes a rotation or a late rotation over, but in the end, it is what it is. 6-3, and it will keep Egypt afloat as well. Fight's come back in for them. West, I'm assuming we'll get a drop over from B2K, and it should be fine, so they can get that full AKs across the board.
Truth is, such an interesting part of this map, but like once you get that long control on Dust 2 for the T side, even if the CTs know, even if they drop, pull people over, is not at all a guarantee that you're going to be able to defend the A bomb site. So I feel like very often, it seems a bit bizarre because on most other maps it just doesn't work like that. But you can kind of say we take long, we go A, and it doesn't matter if they know, as long as we've got the right protocols, or the right flashbangs, and everything else. You can get better positions, or you can obviously have better strategies where you thin out the defense more.
Yeah.
But sometimes even if it's 5-on-5, right? Like if you're just taking a bunch of aim duels, like you might come out on top. Like think about it this way: like if every round is more or less a coin flip, like win half the rounds, like that's pretty decent.
Yeah.
Like, you're doing something, right? Obviously trying to do better than that, but oh, another nade. Ouch.
Yikes. And the molly to follow it as well. What a setup. A lot of damage being dealt there. Bingo starts this round out 20 points of HP. Interesting as well from Egypt, early part of that round, out of spawn, even the players who have long spawn, they don't go for control, not even really fighting for it. They throw one flash and that's it. Nice shots from Tristan. Headshot through the pole will catch him. Beautiful. And it will put Egypt in a really dark spot. The only silver lining, that was the low player. That was Bingo on 20 points of HP. So I guess you can take a small silver lining away from that and say, if anybody was going to fall, it is the guy who was basically already 1 foot in the grave.
Bit of a lurk smoke being set up to try and enter the B bomb side with, but they're not doing anything behind it yet. So maybe just baiting out a couple of shots or some last Molotovs that might be on the B bomb side here. 45 seconds. Flash in. They're really on almost no more grenades. I think, Tristan actually has another smoke, so that's pretty sick. We'll see if he's going to be able to set that up. He's going to be trying to see if he can do anything on the plateau. They set up the same lurk smoke that they did before, so they can try and play around it. You've got the right idea, Tristan, but you have to hit the shot. They're right there in front, nearly lined up for a 2-for-1 shot. Awesome helping out, and this defense looking very tight. 2 versus 5 right now, and Egypt just no business getting into this bomb site. It's absolutely done. That's so well played.
That's a beautiful hold. It really is. All Tristan has to do is focus on that right-hand side because he knows Awesome's got it covered on the left-hand side. Unless they're pushing through a smoke, which even then, Slayer's going to catch them. So, I mean, everything sort of works really, really well in terms of that setup by South Africa. And we're starting to see now where they've got a very good chokehold on the momentum of this game. Very favorable over towards the South African side. And this is a good spot that we find ourselves in. Egypt under a little bit of pressure. Wouldn't mind seeing attack pause sooner rather than later. Maybe in towards the next full gun round.
Oh, wait a minute. So, are they going to be straight rushing B? I was going to say every round that Molotov's been thrown from the B defense, but I mean, you can smoke it and run through.
Yeah.
And there's only one person here. That actually would have been fun to see, but they decide to, they call it off. They're like, no, not really.
if any round you were going to do it, now would be the round, though, wouldn't it? Right?
Yeah,
You've got
I mean,
Tech 9s on the move. They're so good in those sort of situations. This is a nice little change up from Awesome. This is an angle we haven't seen them play so far, and a lot of their util sets are mainly for people back sight. He's going to be a bit of an unknown entity here.
He should win the first fight, Awesome, and he will. No one else coming through on that side. We'll see if he can actually stay alive. Yeah, push into this. I like this. You might as well. Why defend the bomb side if you can help your team retake? 2 versus 3. Oh, they're pushing actually back through. Dead shots on this side. Through the smoke. I have no idea how they win that fight. That should have been the end of them, or at least the double kill there, but somehow they've made it out, and it's going to be a 4th round here for Egypt, surely.
Well, you say that, but maybe Awesome might be tempted. Flash and a kit.
He's got the
not
money.
taking any damage. Why not give it a go? The only thing you could really lose in this situation already bar the round is the AK, but why not give this a little look? And that flash is perfect, but he actually doesn't fall or take any damage. Molotov comes down. FaZe sitting behind it. He's low as well, so FaZe doesn't really want to overfight. It's a double stack, and they could actually technically line up, but he goes 1 for 1. Oh, for a moment, that felt like a possibility. But FaZe just goes slightly unclear, then it will be Egypt back in towards their winning ways. For a brief moment, you could see how South Africa could win that.
Yeah, closer. I mean, a bunch of ways. What a wicked round that was. Well played for Awesome, but just not quite enough. All right. Egypt, a much-needed round. They absolutely had to pick that one up. See if they could do anything here. Round number 12 is going to be coming up, and say South Africa already done a pretty good job. If they get 8 on the board, I mean, that sets them up very, very nicely. Remember, they lost the pistol as well. Like, this is a very good look.
If you got 8-4 off the losing pistol on the force, that's actually not a bad spot at all.
Happy.
It just shows the bulk of the gun rounds have actually been only really one-sided.
Oh, what's he doing?
This is ballsy, and it's not going to work out. I don't actually hate that play there. They've not actually been too aggressive in towards long throughout this game at all. So for Egypt, they probably wouldn't have expected. The one time there was aggression, Awesome came through Cat. It was a different play.
Yeah. And there's been a lot of like bombardment of that position. So they might also be thinking, you know what, they're probably a little bit scared of getting grenaded. Trade comes in, Awesome, trying to save the round. It's not too late, but it is kind of hard to bring this one back. For a brief moment, there was a 5-on-3. They're out on long, and they have the utility to make the execute. So, you know, you can throw the smoke once, try and bait out a little bit of some grenades on the CT side. Wait, do it again.
They're not committing the bomb here as well, which I quite like, even though they're super aggro. I mean, they're already up towards CT at this point. But bomb not committed. Also going to find a frag. Oh my god, and they all fall in place in a matter of moments, toppling like dominoes. FaZe left all alone in a 1 versus 3 and got it all to do. And already tagged as well to make matters worse. Tristan posted on the angle. Good luck. Missed shot. Can't find the fight. And he runs out of ammo to make matters even worse. 8-4 South Africa. That is a statement of a first half. On your opponent's map pick, with a map under your belt already, time is dwindling for Egypt to get in towards this game, and they are running out of it.
Yeah, that round stings a little bit. I appreciate what they tried to do, but like Awesome made such a big difference, right? He won the first fight in the middle, then he caught the late rotation in towards Catwalk there, and obviously came back to finish off the job. That was really sick. Well done. Egypt, yeah, they're definitely in some trouble here. It's their map pick as well.
Yeah, don't find a pistol. We could probably already talk about this potentially maybe being game, set, and match, right? We're talking about that at that point, 10-4 for South Africa. More often than not, I mean, that surely should be game, set, and match.
Okay, they have a flash and a smoke, so presumably flash on over, smoke for the cross. If Alone doesn't get a couple of headshots here, he's going to have a... Yeah, all right, he's going to fall back immediately. I was going to say, that's the choice you have to make. Like, go either fight to the death, or you just immediately escape.
It's actually really well played. It's good discipline there
fine
as well. He doesn't need to overextend. And now a smoke will come down towards CT. He might have a little gap to work with for this first engagement before it plumes, but he can't quite capitalize on it.
Reloading. The Glocks are coming for him. He's got some backup. Bingo. Landing the headshots, but Awesome is just as good on the other side. He's really come into his own right now. He's got 16 kills. Bomb is going to be planted. 3 versus 3 in the after plant. And I'm not seeing a kit. I don't know if they had one. If he would have been on Alone or Bingo. That's really important right now for them, because otherwise they're going to run out of money or run out of time very quickly. Slash with a good headshot. Awesome. Wants his 4th kill. He's almost got it. Hasn't reloaded yet. I think he's done enough here. He's the assist on the last 2 as well. What a round from him. And South Africa now well on their way.
Yeah, I mean, only a couple more hurdles they have to overcome to be able to take this map and this series and go towards the World Esports Championships. They're so close. Now, for Egypt, unfortunately, they can't really do anything in this situation. We're talking about them being a low buy towards this round and most likely a 10-4 situation. That's going to require some real heroics to get in towards this. And I feel like, unfortunately, maybe even too little too late. Time seriously dwindled in this game. And on their map pick, they just never got into this.
Yeah, now you need some real heroics from some individuals, right? They stack the B bomb site. Don't mind. Don't either love it or hate it. Like, you have to do something. So you're just kind of hoping. I'd say South Africa so far, they've been very disciplined. I'd be surprised if they just walked into a bomb site without doing a little bit to check it out. So yeah, if you throw the Mac-10 in and it dies, that's fine. Not a big deal. That's kind of what it's meant to do. So yeah, we'll see.
Oh, in the open. The Mac-10 actually doesn't confirm the kill, but I think it's actually quite well played because you have no idea that's just the gamble stack. And he will fall back, bait in a couple more fights. XC spotting out nothing. Close, jumping around the corner. Spots 2 more, they know it's a B stack. Just barrel on towards A.
Yeah. So, absolutely all in here. It's very well played. Even if he got 0 kills, but he spots like 4 players, that's still fine. Not a big deal. But yeah, getting the double, making a little bit of money, and securing the round. Well played.
Yeah, really well done. Wesso hoping to get a little fortunate. Actually just get a kill there. Not the worst thing in the world. Awesome gets caught. But this round is done. FaZe, all that's left. 21 points of HP. Surely not going to get off the ground here. He's just going to try and pick up whatever he can. It's a Mac-10. It may have something to work with the tail end. If he can get a kill with it, but a bonus will add to his investment in towards the next round, but it's not going to change the matter of the fact. South Africa, 10-4. Inching ever closer to the all-elusive 13. Only 3 more rounds they need, and probably 1.5 full buys is kind of what we got. The full buy here, probably an eco in towards the next, and maybe a force in towards what potentially could be the last. So we already spoke about how time's really running out for Egypt, and now you can kind of see it as a matter of fact. Only 3 rounds more South Africa need.
Yeah, they're having a hard time like getting any kind of like ground beneath them, right? Like they're just in free fall right now. It's becoming a real big issue. Out long we go. No delays, no breaks. It's bingo to start with. Egypt need like 3 or 4 rounds in a row here. Just flawless work. It's going to be Exeter getting a couple of kills back. And it's a lot of trouble for Wezo. He's going to go down. And again, the man advantage. And even more so now. Awesome in the middle. My God, he's been playing well for this Dust 2 map. 17 kills. And the smoke is up. Oh, clean jump right over it. Couldn't have been better. Bomb is going to be planted here. And again, this way you want to see the discipline out of the last 2 South African players. Don't fight. Work together. Make sure you make a crossfire that he has to go into.
Like this, for example. Smoke going to come down, and that will block off Tristan just a little bit. Hot flash behind it, and he avoids it with ease. And they swing straight into his, well, not so loving arms. He sees him off. Headshot to close it. South Africa, 11. Now for them, in a great position that they find themselves in now. Closer and closer. Only 2 more rounds they need, and like we said for Egypt, lose that round, it puts you in a low econ situation here in round number 16. Time seriously dwindling in this one. And that was a really nice play out towards long, right? We were working together. The pot flashes over are perfect. They're going for that palm tree flash that he's thrown now. It's the new variation in towards CS2, just because of the slight change in how long is compared to go. Works perfectly. Everybody full blind. And the spam on the smokes, the volumetric smokes, opens up, and Wezo, poor guy, just gets exposed there. He doesn't even realize. Spam down, and down he falls. MP9. Few good pistols, but dead shot. Awesome. We'll double it down. Super simple stuff, and he's looking for that 3rd.
Yeah, he is cooking right now. 20 kills in just 16 rounds. That is really, really good. There's a lot of small details, right? This round, I mean, they cleaned it up quickly, but they get the smoke on the long corner. They actually Molotov the middle, because if you just smoke the middle, the CTs can still run into lower dark. Like, you Molotov it from T-spawn. Yeah. And it's going to, like, they can do it, but they're going to take some damage. It's not going to be as much fun. So, a lot of small, cool details for South Africa. Man, they're 1 round away from winning the series, and this one, in a much more convincing fashion. It was overtime on the first map. This one is... It's all South Africa at the moment.
Do you know what? It's quite funny in the sense as well that in our opening game of this tournament, the one that we casted with Morocco and Tunisia, it was overtime on Anubis, map number 1. Yeah, true. And then towards map number 2, which was their opponent's pick. Yeah. Slaughter. And this is unfortunately the case here.
Double up for Egypt. So, like, this is...
The change up.
Yeah, you got to try something. Nothing else has been working. Or straight executed. 1 entry, and the double up is actually going to bite them in the back. They're going to have a retake with 2 AWPs instead. There's 1, and there's the 2nd. Oh, This is an absolute stab in the back for Egypt. They needed to have a slow round where the orbs can work. Instead, you're retaking the most difficult bomb site with 2 AWPs. There's like 1% chance they can win this round.
Yeah, it couldn't actually get worse. Like you said, statistically, the hardest site in CS2 to retake, and now they've got to try and do it with a double orb, which orbs and the retake are awkward, and they've only got now one more flash to work with for Wezo, popping them in. Dead man walking here, has to be said, Bingo will fall, down to 2, down goes Wezo, and FaZe will fall as well. South Africa, map number 2, taken cleanly. 13-4, and the series closed out 2-0. What a performance from them in towards their opponent's map pick, and they make it look easy.
Yeah, very well played. I've got to be honest, like a lot of discipline, a lot of cool little details that kind of shows you they have like a high appreciation and a good understanding for the game.
Yeah.
It's fun as well to see Awesome come out with some really cool rounds at the end, like obviously on the map number 1. The highlights were, you know, on the rest of them, like Slash had a couple of good rounds, all the rest of it, right? But he really came into his zone on the second map here, so super well done.
Yeah, Awesome were great all the way throughout, taking a lot of kind of those owners in the early fights and really good information gathering from him. But a really good game, and considering with Egypt, things started okay for them. They got the opening couple of rounds, and everything was sort of slotting itself into place. They just got obliterated when it came towards the gun rounds. The second South Africa got any sort of investment, it only went one way.
Crazy, isn't it? Like, how does that even happen? Like, they were well matched on the first map, right?
Yeah.
So kind of hard to explain how that happens. Maybe a little bit of a collapse on the mental side for Egypt. Playing in overtime and losing it could have been, like, it cost you a lot, right? And then you can't really get things going on the second map. But yeah, well played overall for South Africa. That's really cool. Kind of living up to the hype.
Yeah, I always sort of say that you'd much rather lose a map like 13-3 because you can just sort of forget about it. But if you go for like a grueling overtime scenario and then you lose, it can be quite kind of hurtful. We were so close, but we weren't able to close it out. And I think maybe it might have had some lingering effects. So Egypt, it really took them a lot to even get kind of competitive in some of these rounds. They struggled to get active. And credit to South Africa. What a performance from them. Really great throughout. Of course, it's not end the road for Egypt. Of course, they're going towards that third match playoff against Namibia. So still definitely a chance. But Namibia also had a really good couple of moments in that first series of the day. So definitely going to be a really interesting third-place playoff game there. But for South Africa, credit to them. They, of course, have locked themselves in towards that grand final on the WEC spots. That's all they would want to see. I think we're going to throw it over towards potentially the host to have a little interview off the back of that. But thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure in that series. And South Africa 2-0, congratulations.
مباشرة هنايا من القاعة المغطاة ديال مركب محمد الخامس في الدار البيضاء لوكازيون ديال افريكا اي سبورتس تشامبيون شيب الاول ايديسيون ديال هاد البطولة هنا في الدار البيضاء لسنة 2024. فرحانين بزاف باش نكون معكم هاد العشية. بزاف ديال الماتشات باقيين غادي يتلعبوا بيان سور من بعد جوج ديال الماتشات اللي كانوا تاريخيين بين تونس بيان سور ناميبيا، الفوز ديال المنتخب التونسي بجوج ديال لي ماتش الصفر، اي الماتش اللي تلعب جوست افون بين ساوث افريكا اند ايجيبت اللي سلب الفوز ديال الفريق الجنوب افريقي حتى هو بنفس النتيجه ديال جوج للصفر. دونك دابا غادي ندوزو للسي اس 2 ولكن كاتيجوري النسويه، كاتيجوري وومن افيك هذا لو ماتش اللي غادي يكون حتى هو تاريخي بزاف بيسكو غادي يتواجهوا فيه جوج ديال الفرق من احسن الفرق اللي كاينين في هذه الاندستري ديال الاي سبور في افريقيا. اي جو بارل بيان سور على الفريق المصري والفريق التونسي. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again in this third day of the first edition of the African Esports Championship Casablanca 2024. So happy to be with you today, and of course after two historic games between Tunisia and Namibia and Egypt and South Africa, we know now that Tunisia and South Africa went through to the next step or to the next round, and now I'm gonna let you with another historical game between Egypt and Tunisia, but this time we will see girls competing because we are playing CS2 in the women category. So guys, please get ready, stay with us, stay tuned, so much more coming today, but first I'm gonna let you go with our talented and experienced casters. Casters, are you ready? You're live.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Esports Championships, the African National, oh my God, African Championships, sorry. Yes.
Casablanca.
Casablanca, that's where we are. Yeah, really excited for this game. We've had a few games happen off stream,
yes.
So I think we should build some context before we get into this game between Egypt and Tunisia, because we've already had one team that's done the upper bracket one, Brandon, and it's already qualified for Riyadh at the end of the year.
Yeah, so if you're not too sure with how it's working, basically that we've got 4 teams here in Casablanca. 2 of them make it through to Riyadh. South Africa have already done it. They won both of their best of 3s. They beat Egypt in the upper bracket. They're now through. And we can even show the bracket and bring that up now for you to kind of give a little bit more context as to what is going on. But South Africa made it through, and now we're here. It's a repeat of the opening game, Lucy. It's going to be Egypt taking on Tunisia. But here's where it matters most. Here's where it's the most important, because you win this best of 3, you make it through to Riyadh, you qualify through to the Iesf World Championships at the end of the year.
Yeah, so we can see that bracket, how it's all panned out so far. Egypt did win out this opening matchup versus Tunisia, then fell to South Africa to end up here in this lower bracket. And Tunisia, they had to do it the hard way. They lost that opening game, beat out against the locals in Morocco. That was a fairly close affair, 2-0, but 13-6, 13-10. Morocco put up a pretty good fight, and we were actually kind of impressed with them in that game versus South Africa on day 1. So it's a bit sad that we don't get to see any more of them here in their home country. But for Egypt and Tunisia, this match now determines if you go to Riyadh. And while the first and second obviously matters in terms of the prestige and the obviously the prize pool, but overall I think just getting to Riyadh is the main objective of the teams here. Let's take a look at Tunisia. This is the lineup: Dina Croft, TNG, Sai, Tita, and Lazy.
I remember when we were watching Tunisia just in these online qualifiers, I was really impressed with Dina Croft. I was also impressed with TNG. I think TNG had a lot of important moments just to kind of get Tunisia to Casablanca in the first place. And I don't think we're seeing that trend sort of let down. I've been impressed with watching TNG. I haven't been able to catch the games off stream, obviously, but I know that TNG was a main feature piece here for Tunisia. I think Sai had some good moments as well from what I can recall, because I'm going all the way back to these online qualies. We can take a look at Egypt, Lucy, because they competed in Yash last year. We're a bit more familiar with them.
Yeah, we've seen Egypt through the times and changes. Shawarma, everyone's favorite, I think, player from Egypt. I don't know, we just like the name. She's a great piece of the puzzle here. I think for me, the player that stands out the most is probably Nana. I think she's probably the one that I look to when I talk about Egypt, is the one that's going to be kind of carrying them through here. But Moita, I know we've seen some good moments from her. So yeah, it's a pretty scary roster, and obviously one out in that opening day.
And as the host said, look, historic game, and it is in all senses, because history has tended to repeat itself here, just in the Tunisia
Tunisia and the Egypt ranks when they go against each other in the BO3s. Technically, it always has been Egypt coming out on top. However, in that opening game, it did go all 3 maps. So now we're looking at this and I'm thinking, well, if they're pushing it in that direction, if they're forcing it to a third, is there a chance for them? Can they do it? I think they can. I think it'll be hard, but I think there's definitely a conversation here for Tunisia.
Yeah, I think impressive for Egypt to reverse sweep that opening series as well. We're like, lost that first map 13-10, bounced back with a 13-5 and a 13-7. So a fairly good effort to bounce back after being, 1 map away from being locked down to that lower bracket. So yeah, this is where we really get to see, now these players have had a bit of a chance to acclimatize, get used to playing on the stage for one thing right behind us. That's a whole new experience. Not for Egypt necessarily, given that they did get to do that last year. But, for Tunisia, most definitely. And they've had the fortune, I suppose, of having that extra game in the... Well, sorry, actually, no, it's the same amount of games. Right, yeah. They've played that lower bracket game, so they've already had that moment of elimination if they lose, right, where the stakes have been high, so they know how to deal with that pressure. So we'll see if that favors them here.
I think that's interesting. You brought up just about the stage in general, and for me, it's interesting because I haven't seen Tunisia play just on the main stage. I've seen Egypt, and I've seen them do it in Yash, and well, we don't have to wait any longer, Lucy. We can get straight into the action here. Tunisia versus Egypt. This surely is Egypt's map pick as they go on the T side of Ancient.
It's a classic pistol round through Donut to A. Silas and Wade, the only one here. Gush immediately. She's under pressure and run down by Moa. TNG looking to get something back, but being swung on by multiple Ts. Bomb to be planted as the entirety of the counter-terrorists grouping towards CT and Temple. Molotov's great at locking them out, and that's a beautiful shot onto TNG. There's a kit in play, but it drops, and the headshots are great from the Glucks. Lazy, can she offer up anything? No, it is a flawless pistol from Egypt.
And that is loud as well from Team Egypt. Getting hyped. I really like the molly because it just splits them in half, as you were saying. But, I mean, Tunisia still go into this really individual on the retake. Just keep pushing forward and going one by one. And Egypt, they've always got 2 or 3 players just kind of taking this fight. There's a clarification on the screen, by the way. Ancient picked by Egypt. Mirage picked by Tunisia. And Inferno, if we needed that decider. No Vertigo.
No Anubis either.
They might just permaban both of them.
Yeah, we'll see. Get the pistols stacked in the donut. For Egypt, they just need to default this one out, get the information. Not sure about the AK going on the adventure. I feel like you'd rather the MAC-10 be the one that pushes the extremities to kind of find out, because now that AK is alone and can be recovered.
It can be, but at the same time, you've got B. That's your trade. Should it have been the MAC-10 going? Absolutely. But Egypt will still take this nevertheless, and now Mauer can farm up. Every kill, $600. So valuable for Egypt to get off to a strong start here, even breaking the smoke a little bit. Tita's now revealed. This should be a clean-up. This should be the lock-in. And for Sai, it's all about holding on to this AK.
Yeah, you really want to send the MAC-10s hunting here just to get this kill. I think there was another rifle as well, potentially, that can be recovered. Sai's hitting some great shots. She has no armor, by the way. She's managed to find herself 3 kills, so doing exceptional damage. And yeah, now you can't really push further for it. So this has gotten incredibly costly for Egypt.
Yeah, really expensive. The thing you're all saving here is just the MAC-10s. I mean, you can still keep this into a bonus, and you've got enough money to bring out AKs, but it doesn't need to be sort of this expensive. Great result from Sai, doing the damage for Tunisia. She can now keep the AK over. Everyone can bring out M4s. And now we're in a position where you've got to now compromise here for Tunisia, because they've gone mostly for the rifles rather than the utility. So it'll be interesting to see whether they're going to be aggressive here, if they're going to take the fight straight to Egypt. And Lazy, you see, is even in that pause as we've gone to other cams, has actually sold the M4, gone to an MP9 to get utility. Egypt, I love this call. You go straight in towards A. I don't think we're live. I really don't think we're live.
No, we're not live. There's no way we're live. So this will get cancelled, you imagine. Yeah, there we go. It's going to get reset. Wasn't some sort of avant-garde stack the CT spawn strategy, which is kind of awkward now because Egypt, I don't think...
You've shown it.
You've shown your hand, right? So I don't know how much the CTs would have seen of that. If they were like all DC'd, for instance, they might not have actually got a hint of it. But yeah, that's you might reconsider your rush? I don't know. I think you
I'd
can
do
also
it. I'd do it
You just
again.
do it again, right? 'Cause it's like 3D chess.
Oh, 5D mind games.
Well, I wouldn't add 5
cerebral.
dimensions to it. Let's stick with 3.
Well, I guess it's 2 dimensions because it's just A or B.
Yeah, I guess.
I like the
The extra dimension is time.
yeah. And then we need 2 more dimensions. I don't know. I was just trying to make it, big and just.
Well, dimensions are like the 3 dimensions are your physical space, right? So you know what
Maybe.
2D is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Mario.
Yeah, like top down.
Yeah, or side.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's flat.
Yeah.
All right? It's up and down. It's X
Okay,
and Y. That's your
yeah.
second dimension.
So Z
Your
is
third dimension is your Z.
okay.
All right? So now you got 3 dimensions. That's our 3D space we exist in. Your fourth dimension, time. Fifth dimension, space.
Okay, well, they're not in space, are they?
No, that's what I'm telling you. It can't be 5D,
But
as you said.
maybe it was 5D because they created a lot of space on it.
Yeah, we need like a CS dimensions.
Maybe. Anyway, I just think we should probably
Should we
reset in. Should
should we recap on some of the games that went off stream?
We should.
So we've already spoken about kind of the opening game between Egypt and Tunisia being a 3-mapper. We spoke about Tunisia winning the 2-0 versus Morocco to get to this lower bracket game.
Yeah.
The upper bracket game, which South Africa qualified off to Riyadh, that was a 2-0 against Egypt, and that was 13-5, 13-7.
Okay.
Which actually, to be honest, that's not that bad. Up against South Africa to bring 5-7 rounds. I believe, and I'm not certain because I've not seen it, but I
Yeah.
believe Avro pulled off a 1v5 at one stage
Really?
during that series.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Is
that's
she
kinda cool.
IGLing? Is she in game
That's what
leader
it
on this
says on the
team?
thing. Well, so she was on ATK, is on ATK, right? According to her Twitter bio. So, 16-year-old calling. It's just like my face
I don't
emojis.
think we're live again, everyone.
No. Well, then they are doing it again too.
They were doing it again. Yeah, something has gone catastrophically wrong, and hopefully we can get this fixed. They did do it again.
Yeah, well, they had a lurk this time, so it was slightly actually different.
But now do
so-
you want to do it again?
Well, I don't think they would have seen anything anyway.
But yes, look, South Africa, they made it through. I think why this one's interesting is because we saw online Tunisia versus Egypt. And
Yes.
it was Vertigo that got picked. And I was really excited because Tunisia picked Vertigo, and we were like, oh my god, Vertigo's been picked. This means you got someone
Because
in your locker.
every qualifier was Anubis.
Every game was Anubis. We had Ancient, which
Mirage.
Kay is here again, and Mirage. Like, it was always just sort of like
Yeah.
these
Oh, some
3
does too.
maps. Sometimes. But
in the
otherwise,
Americas, for sure.
yeah, but otherwise it was like never Vertigo, like never Inferno here, which was cool. And you kind of see that and you think, okay, well, if you've been pracking Vertigo, like what are you going to bring to the table here? And it looked all right. It was just I think the individuals getting overwhelmed by Team Egypt. I think on paper, Tunisia have got some really good structure about them when we've seen them live. It's just the individuals sometimes let them down. And it's good. That's why it's good that we see Sai just really step up here. This is why TNG is going to be really important because I think TNG is like the best player on Tunisia, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So you kind of need those 2 to step up. For Egypt, you hope that none of them step up. If you're a Tunisia fan, you're hoping that one of them just doesn't pop off. But there's a lot of potential. There's a lot more sort of room for these Egypt players to rise up to the occasion. And I think where they've had that experience in Yash, where they've had the experience of going through these qualifiers and playing them before, having the experience of representing their country previously on a big stage, that's going to help them massively.
Yeah, they come into this having played last year, and you imagine during that space of 12 months, it's not like they've just not been,
No, of
playing.
course.
I'm sure they would have been having the reps together, preparing for this year, knowing that this African championship was going to go on, right? They wanted to participate here, represent their country in their continent, right? And to use that as their leaping point. So, yeah, I imagine a lot of prep went into it. What I would have liked to have seen, obviously it's too late now, but I feel like
Sure.
if you're coming into this, maybe next year, it's a little thing for next year teams, you should become experts in Nuke and Vertigo because teams can only ban one of them.
Yeah.
And you can easily then just pick the other, and I think you'll just wipe out any team here.
Yeah, I think so. Just becoming just map specialists just in the unique ones, I think is just a good avenue to take. I think what's interesting as well is whenever we've spoken to sort of like Egypt, I got a chance to speak to them in Yash briefly, and they were saying how much of a good experience it is just to make it there in the first place. So they know what's on the line. They know the stakes of this, and I guarantee you they've been practicing like really hard. 'Cause they're looking loads better since we last saw them in Iesf. So
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I'm really interested to kind of see what Egypt we get. I do, if we're doing predictions, guys, I do think Egypt are going to take this. I don't think it's going to be 2 maps. So I think Tunisia can do it again. I think they can bring it back. And these rounds have been really competitive, and they've been expensive, even though we've only seen a couple of them.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, I think already what we've seen from them, I think this round we're going to see is maybe going to be the one that really determines how the rest of this is going to play out. Hey, look, it's us.
Hey,
on
what
the
an
screen.
angle.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's the real side view from that camera over there. Oh, it's gone off it now.
Oh.
We can't see ourselves.
Yeah, we can't.
Which is why we're amazed when we were on screen just then, even though you're at home probably thinking they're always on the screen.
Get
Guys,
them off.
Please get off the screen.
We want the game.
Please put the game on. Yeah, exactly. But no, we can't stop talking.
Hi, guys.
We have to continue talking. We can't start the game.
Let's talk a little bit more, just in general,
Okay, cool.
about Riyadh at the end of the year, because obviously we're talking about Casablanca. We've kind of recapped all what's been going on in the tournament so far, but I think it's important to mention who else is here at the end of the year, because we've got the Netherlands, we've got Germany. Do we? No, we don't. Poland. That's what I meant. Denmark. Like Australia as well. I imagine Australia will make it
How about I rattle
through.
them off? No, I won't actually, guys. I'm not
Okay.
going to rattle off anymore. Instead, we're going to save you from the rattling. You can go look it up on Wikipedia. Instead, we go to a short break, and then we'll be back very shortly.
And welcome back, everyone. Here we are then. It's going to be the continuation of Tunisia versus Egypt. We have to know whether Egypt's going to rush A again or not, Lucy.
That's the question.
Yeah.
That's been on our lips for the past 20 minutes. Will they go A again? We hope so. We'll see. Game's underway. Ancient. 2-0 up are Egypt, but Tunisia made that second round costly. And so we'll see Egypt with 2 MAC-10s in their mix. And the round is live.
And we're going A.
And we are going A. It's going to be a 2-on-2 split, so 2 defenders to deal with.
Oh, TNG doesn't quite make the jump, and now needs to be aware these players are just working out of A main. Famas is good for the... Well, actually, none of them. It's Sai that's doing the damage. She gets 4 from that spray. 1 spray, 4 kills. That's the saved AK as well.
Oh, Sai. That is beautiful. Nana doesn't know what to do now. My Sai. Make it the ace. Collects all 5, and celebrations from the side of Tunisia of a beautiful hold from Sai.
Yeah, that's that saved AK where she had no armor. She got 3 kills on those hunted players from Team Egypt and then steps up with a massive round. But I'm going to be critical, Team Egypt. Where was the util? Where were the flashes? Where's the molly at big box? There's nothing there. And TNG actually missing the jump is such a gateway for Sai just to mow them all down because she's in the open on an off angle. Crosshairs are drawn one way. Egypt completely sent packing the other.
Yeah, it feels like if you're going to hit that side, at least through util, you know, throw the smoke towards CT so the rotator doesn't come.
Yeah.
Throw the molly behind big box. That's the
the
one thing that you need.
That's a really early smoke for Dina Croft as well into cave.
Yeah, that's not going to slow anybody down. By the time they get there, it'll already be too late. So this one's very slow from Egypt. They know that if they lose this, their money is completely broken. 2 AKs out. Deagle going hunting, lazy.
Ooh.
She spotted. Oh, she's in the open. Yeah, caught out. Thought she had that timing, but just as she creeps up, 3 Ts walk in.
And now you can go into Red Room, you can pick up the AK. You can also threaten that you're going to have this lurk on. And Nana, she has drawn the rotation. Tita, that's an important kill, but Mawa's here to potentially trade and follow up. That's massive. Sai steps in, but that means that B's compromised.
Yeah, Sai's going to have to do it all again. Does spot TNG, not that far behind her. Molly towards the box, making it difficult for them to clear, and they can just smoke this off.
Yeah.
Actually, the smoke catches on the mollies. There's a big gap on the right-hand side. That's given up halfway through for the CTs. Low HP towards long. Bada, yeah, under pressure. Sharma has to fall back. I'm sitting behind default. Just tucking at the moment. They can play off each other's contact here. Sai going forward, going first. Gets that intro kill. And now it's all in the Shawarma. Good damage, good kill, but the bomb's just being stuck. It's being defused. 1 second remaining. Oh my god, there must have been 0.03 on the clock.
Yeah, that's so close. Nice try though from Sai. She is doing everything for Team Tunisia to make these retakes look possible. Again, for Egypt, it's really good for them to take that red room control. They draw the rotate over. They're able to get the site. It's the B rotates that go when it should be Sai rotating. You can see there's a little bit of miscommunication, but when it comes down to that retake, that's a 3-on-2 that's nearly converted. What a nice attempt, but that win immediately breaks the economy back to Tunisia. They have to force, you got a scout, you got MP9s.
Yeah, they've kind of gone for a bit of a halfie on some of the players with that loss bonus building up, so they can invest 3 rifles next round. Now they're going to be up against 5 AKs. However, Scout finds its mark early. So nice opening kill for Tunisia. Lazy sits in wait, but she falls off just as they come around the corner. Swings, gets her kill, looking for more, runs out of bullets in the MP9. But she's done her job, bomb in her grasp. And now this player in towards cave, she's going to get flanked on. They've crunched through lane, overwhelming. Shawarma doing her best to bring something back, but it's only her. She's immediately put down Tunisia, their second round.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, good decisiveness from Tunisia as well. Just immediately deciding to go aggressive off the back of TNG's kill with the scout in mid. That just accelerates the play down B ramp. And when you got this player locked in at cave, the fact that Lazy just wide swings that with the MP9, It's really good work from them. It's Egypt making these consistent mistakes, though. That's now 3 rounds in a row where you've seen these micro errors being brought forward. And for Tunisia, they're just capitalizing on it. And that is something that Egypt cannot afford to do the longer this game goes on.
They're just going to go fast up B, try and get a bomb plant if possible.
No,
Utility doing a lot. Tierney's got a gun out, and she sprays between her and Lazy. It's a cleanup on the site. Tried to rush in and couldn't get past the door.
Yeah, much needed round. A little bit of respite as well for Tunisia. You allow the bank to build. No AWP available yet for Tunisia. They're just going to keep going with the rifles. And it makes a lot of sense because, you know, Egypt, their econs just still isn't in the best state of affairs. Even with this round being an eco, no bomb plant just means there's going to be MAC-10s on Bata Tarek, maybe a Galil here or there. There's not a lot of utility here for Egypt.
Yeah, it's quite lacking, isn't it? Could have opted for a MAC-10 on one of these players just to bolster that util. Looks like they wanted to aggress mid early. Currently smoked off, so doors closed. And Ascension towards the heaven for the CTs. They've got good control of lane. Lazy needs to be anything but in middle, but a re-smoke. It's going to force Egypt, you think, towards A.
Yeah, and guess what that means? You're going straight into Sai, who's 10-2 right now. Last time they went A, she got all of them. She got an ace. And there's no disruptive util here. Shadow's already been spotted. Sai can calm that over. Even more shadows. Molly will eventually filter in, and that is a cracker of a shot. She even gets one before she falls.
Yeah, 1 for 1, but that is still her falling, and she was the main defender. No smoke onto Donut. Might not matter. They just fight their way forward. Little lazy on it. But the numbers are enough for Egypt. Tita's on a fast flank through main. Kit and smoke available. So it's not out of the realms of possibility to give this a go. And you've got the money bolstered, so I think you'd give this a look in. See if you can find that first kill. There it is. Can't connect it. Schwammer finds it. That's Egypt getting 4 with 3 alive.
Yeah, so the game plan here for Egypt is to go with numbers and just try and overwhelm and at the bare minimum trade out against Tunisia. Because once they set up in these after plants, that's where Tunisia have been struggling, just in the retakes. They had that molly into big box finally, but the fact that Sai is still sharp with it, it's just the awareness here, because that could have got really messy in Donut. Because there was another player rotated in for Tunisia. Egypt's able to get it over the line. And I think the narrative actually changes of what I've seen so far in the first 7 rounds. I think Egypt actually need to win their map pick of Ancient.
Yeah, I'd say so. We have the AWP now in play for TNG. Kind of hyped her up. Brandon is the player who's watching for Tunisia. It's her round to find that impact. She started over a pretty standard place for the AWP, which is over on the A-bomb side, playing from Brokey. It gets its name from an AWPer. Lazy in charge of red, but caught out by Marwa. This opens up a huge gap in the map. Tunisia are going to be feeling a little uncomfortable, but the AWP finds contact in Donut.
And Sai's boosted as well. And you've just smoked yourself off if you're Egypt. Tita trying to play around the edge of the smoke. Will reveal herself, but it doesn't matter. She still finds kills. The fact she gets away with 2 there is ludicrous. And now Bata Tarek is put in a 1v3. Egypt collapse and they fall apart at the seams. As soon as they get shut down by this AWP at Donut, they feel like, okay, well, we need to wrap, we need to go and do something. In fact, they come away with nothing. A huge hold out of Tita.
Yeah, nice kills from Tita. 3 for her. Tunisia, it feels like they can pull out these multi-kills, you know, from someone or other, which is something that I think Egypt is lacking a little bit. We've seen a couple of moments like Nana on the entries to A the round prior, but definitely feels like Tunisia got a bit of that X factor going on. If you're not perfect with your utility, with your spacing, with your trading, they are being allowed to get away with these multi-kill plays.
They're getting away with a lot. But it's good that, as you said, they've got the individuals to actually back it up. It's not like the position's going wasted. And it's good to see that we are getting the likes of now Tita stepping up and being alongside Sai. We've had some good contributions out of TNG. Even this is the first round with her with the AWP. She's really holding the deep line in Donut. Makes Sai just focus completely on A main and then can be that unknown element, that win factor, in case Egypt wanted to swing that into an A play. Money is terrible. Money is not in a great state of affairs at all for Egypt. Last few rounds, they've struggled to put that bomb down. And they're in a position where you've got, what, pistols, 1 MAC-10. This should be Tunisia taking the lead, and this should be Tunisia holding on to the lead as well.
Yeah, you bet on Eco after this for the next buy round. You see Mariam's getting a bit of extra money, you imagine, for an AWP, because they haven't had one on that T side yet.
It's interesting, because Egypt have been putting so much prioritization on mids, Tunisia actually just leaving it open, playing extremities, playing sights. There's Tita, 2 quick kills, but there are trades. This will be a retake.
TNG's already here with the AWP. Oh, she wide swings, and she's punished for it. 1 for 1. Schwarmer's low, AK's in both the hands of the T's. Brown hinges on Batatarek, and she finds kill onto Lazy. Sai, who was phenomenal with that ace earlier, needs a 1 versus 2. Both these players so low, but Batatarek hits the headshot. And Egypt, on a round that didn't look likely for them, with a cobbled together buy, are able to get it done.
That's a 3v5 in essence. That was Tita getting the 2 opening kills. And then Egypt, what they've been good at all this half is traded. When it's that first little altercation, they get 2. Batatarek takes matters into her own hands, just allows Shawarma to play around default. And it's very impressive from Egypt to make this work. And this is kind of the conversation we're saying. They've got the better individuals. It's just whether they can make less mistakes.
Yeah, well, I mean, TNG, for instance, why swinging long, like in the 3-on-2 at that stage, right? She just needs to post on the angle, right?
Agreed.
Wait for her team to get there. These are the sort of small mistakes that do creep in, particularly when you're in this environment and, you know, you're on the stage and the pressure is there. You know that's a swing round. Steps up in this one.
Ooh.
She actually gets a double with this FAMAS. Not enough time to swap to the AK, but bailed out by the pistol. And that's the bomb delivered. Lazy combs that over, and they have to try and recover this. Oh, she does pick it up. Mariam fighting forward as well, so they managed to get it and get out.
Please use utility, Egypt. Like, you made that so much harder for yourselves. But you're in this 2-on-2. It's still entirely possible you can win this round.
They've got a re-smoke they can throw on Donut. Yeah, there it lands. That does make it very tricky, but a HE available if they want to blow this and go for it. But I think with money as it is, with the kill not being offered up, with their way in blocked off, you want to utilize these rifles into the next round. So Egypt, that's going to be 6.
Do you agree with this decision to save? I think 2v2, you had the nade. You could have just gone.
It needed to be a quick decision, is the thing, right? When it's too indecisive like that, where it takes 5 seconds to kind of make the move, it's too late at that point, right? When you got a 10-second defuse. Exits though, that is good.
It is, because they hold on to their rifles and they can get AKs, I suppose. But it's not good, because now Egypt have had these 2 rounds in a row where they are being able just to reinvest all these AKs. And now you're at a stage now where this is now 6 rounds for Egypt. The shoe's on the other foot. This can break the bank balance. And sure, Tunisia will be investing in both of these rounds, because the next one coming up is the last one of the half. But if this turns into 8-4, from what was, I mean, I was painting it maybe like 6-4 going the other way. Tunisia should be on 6 right now. That is a lot of resilience shown by Egypt.
That half-buy round, well, I guess it was a forced buy round. That really broke this game for Tunisia, this first half at the very least. That was a tie turner. You don't want to lose one of these rifles early. They are both on the B bomb site. But now that means that there's space to be taken elsewhere. Marwa has just lurked in mid, caught out Sai in Donut. And you got so much time left on the clock to work with.
I actually really like the game plan in here from Egypt, just in the majority of these rounds, because they've taken middle a little bit later, but they've always threatened it. And I think they know B is weaker, because you haven't got TNG, you haven't got Sai just on this site. Dina Croft is still holding firm, can't quite get the second, and now it's just a deagle. So Mawa overwhelms, Lazy steps in with the other AK, bomb can go down, but it's a 4-on-2.
Yeah, they should just be able to run down these players in CT, maybe not. Lazy gets 1. How many fights do you want to give her? She's ready for them. And she swaps to the pistol to get that one. Suddenly it's a 2-on-2, and there is a kid in play. Egypt felt like they could just press the advantage, win it out there and then, but now they're the ones on the back foot. Schwarmer is low. At the ramp position, could get caught out, but no, Nana swings. Good adjustment from Lazy, can't find Schwarmer, almost pulls it off, but it's Egypt on 7.
And it's Egypt with brute force. There's so much util there. They could just throw one flash over long, for the two of those players to swing. If you want to go individual, fine, but just add that $200 worth. Just throw it over the air, and you guarantee that kill on Lazy. They're making it way harder than it needs to be. And yet again, it's these errors. It's just unfortunate Tunisia can't capitalize on them. Because when you see this 2v4, when you see Lazy being gifted these 2 kills, you think, yeah, go and win it. What a shame.
Close call. It's crazy Egypt are 7-4 right now.
I really don't think they should be. Like, I know this is like probably like a ridiculous thing to say, but Tunisia are playing the better CS.
In a lot of these moments, most certainly.
Sai's got a P90.
At the end of the day, though, all that matters is the round count at the top of the board.
Very true.
We do have the P90. So that's fun, isn't it? When the kill bonus doesn't matter, it's better than a FAMAS.
Fast.
Flash, though, is good. Tita rewarded off the back of it, and she falls back, has that support at long as well. Gina Croft throws out her HE, Lazy swings in, but Shawarma gets one. They are managing to trade their way in, and Bada Tarek, how does she hit that second flick? That's completely opened up the bomb site. Lazy needs to step in, but straight into the firing line. It falls to Sai with that aforementioned P90, not the weapon you really want in the 1v3, but maybe, just maybe, she can get something happening. Bullets, not in the chamber. Knows the players behind default. Bada Tarek does swing, hits her shot, a phenomenal round from her, and an 8-4 half for Egypt.
And Bada Tarek, I think, has been brilliant just in these closing stages of these rounds. Has now had 2 really important moments that keep Egypt within the balance of the round. The fact that it is 8-4 is staggering, but for Egypt, they'll be so happy. This is a brawl on towards B, and one in which Bada Tarek hits that shot. That's the shot that wins the game.
It's crazy Egypt win this round without throwing a single smoke to block off short, to block off long, to throwing flat.
They did. They were just deep, and then they had mollies as well. They just threw none of it.
They're just fighting up ramp. And, well, it works.
I guess it does. Missed wrist red room smoke as well. Nana now gets the info. It has to be donut to A, and our rotates will pile over.
But they aren't going to be on the site itself, waiting for reinforcement. So TNG gets in.
Shallow.
Sai, seen. Oh, up. Not needed. Nana finds the kill. Smoke lands in CT. And the Tech 9 finds one. So 4v4 as the bomb's planted.
You can just burst over here. There's no util, which, I mean, I guess doesn't matter for Egypt ever. They see the player back default. Surely, no, Dina Croft has a massive round with 3 kills. And now Shawarma's left all alone in the 1 versus 2. Needs to deal with Dina, who's proved that she's so deadly. But it's TNG that locks it in. It's Tunisia with a vital pistol round.
Oh, Dina Croft. Call of the Tomb Raider. Demolishing Ancient. Taking the relics, aka rounds, for her own. What a beautiful 3K from her. That looked good for Egypt. It looked like they were going to be bursting in. They'd actually found those clean entries into the site. They have the player advantage, but not for long. That is a 2-on-4, and it's Dina Croft that does all of the heavy lifting.
I thought they saw her. Her head was just poking out towards the top of default, but I think she just went overlooked. And as a result, they're just swarming the site. They're ready for the donut. They're not ready for default. And it's the Glocks up close. Just smashes them. I can't believe that. What a pistol round. And that puts Tunisia on 5. That puts Egypt just on the back foot a little bit. I feel like they're going to force. I just got a feeling they're going to force.
We didn't see too many eco rounds.
No.
I mean, that was a bomb plant. And you got it down to, what, 2 players survived, I think, on the T side. So
I would eco.
You could buy that. I think it's not like out of the realms of possibility, you know, given that you did take down 3 players. So we'll see. Hopefully this isn't some sort of extended tech force. Brandon, I think we're on screen.
I think we are.
Yeah. Hello, everyone at home. Hope you're enjoying the action. Remember, winner of this one goes to Riyadh. We're on the road to Riyadh right now. Also on the road to crowning the African champions.
Yep.
Which South Africa wait in the wings for the winner of this series. But already impressed by Egypt thus far. Although Tunisia, I think the T side's going to sting a little bit harder.
This is just brawly CS.
It really is.
And when you're adding in Tunisia's aggression with the utility, and that, like, it feels like they're going to throw it on executes, then we're at this point where I think Tunisia should have the edge, but it's just whether, again, the individuals of Egypt just going for like these bonkers plays, and they're just working out whatsoever. Like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, the fact that Bata Tarek in that last round walks up ramp and just hits a flick headshot just to open up the site, where there's no flashes, they've been counter-mollied. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, Egypt won the fights. Even that retake, I just think that was a great retake. They
I think it was as well, yeah.
They couldn't find the kill, right? They are going to eco, so Egypt are going to play reserved into this round.
This is good.
Does mean that they kind of buy. This is part of that kind of conversation around the Force. It means when you do go into that gun round, it's not the greatest util-wise, which can feel a bit limiting, but maybe for Egypt, that's not limiting. Because you're like, what, 4.5, thereabouts?
Yeah. Well, you just buy M4s, right, and just run at them.
That's probably what we'll see.
Getting inquisitive towards Cave. It's a very slow round out of Tunisia. Bomb is on an island, but you've got Donut, you've got A, you're even holding for Nana as well. Like, this is brilliant out of Tunisia. Oh!
Whoa!
I don't know what it's...
There we go. So they lose one. That's more than fine if you're Tunisia.
I like how loud both teams are getting when they win a round.
Yeah,
Force or
good.
Eco, Pistol or Full Gunny, like, they are just screaming.
That's all part of the experience, right?
Yeah.
Can also, you know, it's all the mind games, the enemy, you know, you're getting hyped up, being rowdy, that's going to, like, you know, in your head, like, oh, okay, they've got all that energy. Feeling humbled right now. So there's that buy coming out for the CT side. Sawa wants to fight. Famas forward. Elbow smoke. No, elbow molly, sorry. Thrown. Oh, do you really want to get any closer? No, she's going to be holding the angle.
Oh, timing.
Mawa spots one. The burst into elbow. Good for one. Mawa forced off the line, though. And the issue with taking that forward fight is now, once you do go 1-for-1, you've lost all that mid control.
Yeah, so that Mayam's got to now step in, brings over the M4, just lies in wait. For Tunisia, you know that Egypt are going to aggress somewhere now, because they have to be the ones looking for info. So you can sit back, you can wait for them to make the next move. However, with 1 minute left on the clock, there is still a counter smoke. Where is that right now? That's on A. So if you go B, there's no counter util to stop you, bar this flash out of Shawarma.
Not gonna do it. Smoke thrown on the fight. Molotovs over the top. Mawa gets the information, and it comes at the cost of a lot of health. Shawarma's life is gonna have to do everything here. Swings out for one, looking for the follow-up, but Dina Croft inside combine to get two. Oh, but unaccounted for. Mariam slides in, can't convert. Dina Croft again with a triple. Leaves it to Bata Tarek. HE forward. Tiny lick of damage, and that's information for Bata. Knows that she's still behind default, hasn't fallen back to Cave. That's where Lazy lies in wait. Now she's put the leg. Honestly, all she needs is that one shot, and it is the kill. Lazy, though, swings off the contact and locks it in. Well played in the post plant.
Yeah, Dina Cross played that really well, but I thought there was openings there for Egypt because the molly that was thrown on towards Cave missed. So the player behind default could remain there, trying to set up Shawarma, but Shawarma just didn't hit any shots, and it relied on, I think, Mawa just going through this smoke, just trying to be a nuisance, and it nearly works. It's Mayam, excuse me, but the fact that Dina Croft is able to stop, get off the bomb, pull out her gun, and with a swift headshot, we're seeing some of these individuals start to really rise here for Tunisia.
Yeah, that felt like a double, right? Locked in for Mariam on that push.
Yeah. Or even Mawa. Even Mawa getting at least one.
Nice shot from TNG. Mawa also just going to get destroyed by the HE. And now they can just run into A. This is a stacked bomb site. But they do have the weaponry advantage, and they can just force their way through. TNG with a triple. One falls to the Desert Eagle, but bomb to be planted utility. Good. So, oh, that recovered AK. Actually, Oh, is there not a smoke? I swear, I thought I saw them throw something. Shouldn't be any more casualties.
Yeah, you got Sai.
You got this lurk coming. Now the smoke. What the hell? What is that bounce? Oh,
Sai's got it. Sai's locked this in.
Yeah, that was awkward though. That was very awkward. But Sai saves the day.
Yeah, and that's the main thing. The fact that they walk into that stack as well, and they're still able to make it work. It doesn't even look like a stack, because you've got the nades just filtering in from A main. You haven't got Egypt swinging with each other, but at least it is just the pistols. Now we get the guns. We can see an AWP out for Egypt. I haven't seen that like at all.
Yeah, at all. Like literally, I mean, you don't always see it on the T side,
No.
so, you know, you can kind of understand. I think they were considering buying one, I feel, at one point.
There we go.
We will
Mawa's
see
got
it.
one.
So Mawa is going to be using that AWP. Where is she starting? It looks like she's going to be early with it. And Tunisia's T side's been very, very slow paced, very defaulty, trying to get that opener and capitalize on it. So they actually could fall prey to this AWP.
I like these slow defaults though, because you know Egypt's always going to try and fight you. So you're just punishing, you're holding, you're waiting for Egypt to make the move. It's very reactive, but it's clear that Tunisia want to build in. This crossfire is so deadly. Lazy, I was going to say, should be cleared. It's Schwalmer that gets the kill and not Mayam. But that's an important opening. That's one that hasn't come for Egypt in the last few rounds. These smokes are a bit messy in mid as well.
Yeah, you can see Nana's just sitting between two. Oh, you really want to try what your teammate just failed? Swing coming.
That's a bold
Sai was
swing.
ready for it.
Yeah. That's a bold one out of Mayam. You don't need to do that. But that's going to push the A play in, and TNG will find Bata Tarek.
But look at this push. So fast through Red Room. I don't think the T's going to be ready for this. They haven't got a smoke on Donut. Tita, though, will take that space and gets caught off guard. Nana finds success. Both these CTs so low, but it's only on Dina Croft. She knows when Nana lies in wait. She actually has the space to go for the bomb plant if she wants to. Just taps it. Trying to bait out a push forward. It's not come yet. Bomb now is planted. HE could have done the damage. She's just flirting with that peek. Molotov forward. Nana has to push through it. And she's just going to fall to it. That last tick gets it done. She can barely believe it.
Yeah, that's indecision as well, though, because she thought about going for it and then she didn't. And it's that literal second that she takes one extra tick. If she had just committed through that, I don't even think she gets tagged by the molly if she just runs through. What a round, though. Again, it's Dina Croft. Dina Croft doing everything for Tunisia. And this was even with the opening kill fall in favor to Egypt.
You know what, actually everyone kind of on the Tunisian squad is contributing frag-wise. You know, even though it doesn't always feel like, you know, I'm saying Lazy's name or TNG's that much compared to Dina and Sai, but they're all finding their frags. Tita removed early. I was just spamming the smoke, blowing on it. They're going to re-aggress to get one further into their favor. And this is punishing this slow play, but they stick around a little bit too long. And it's back to the 3-on-3.
It's just the disengage. Schwalmer can still win this. Oh, if Schwalmer got that kill on TNG, that's the bomb dropped. That's your rotates coming over. And I think Tunisia have realized that, hey, these players do like to rotate quite quickly. This is really nice. You bring the elbow player back in for Dina Croft. Sai has a little bit of a look. Are they hurt? Are they hunting for info? Are they searching? That timing between her and Schwarmer is live. It feels like they're really interested in B, and Sai was holding for just that second too late.
And now you got the full HP player in here. TNG gets the kill, gets dinked though. But now you know you got one low player still on B. This fight in middle determines everything. If Dina Croft wins this, which she does, that's a clean headshot. That should be the round. Because Schwammer is so low. 11 HP in the 1v2.
You got to go for it, though. You need to kind of keep this aggression on. Dina Croft can't win out the fight. And suddenly, it's 11 HP plays 17. There is a kit. And where TNG is going, not that Schwarmer knows this, but she could just stick. She could stick the entire time.
There's a HE. If she does try and stick it and the HE gets thrown over, that would actually end her days. A tap on it. Not going to stick it. There's the HE. Oh! And it gets the kill after time. No bomb to be defused. A martyrdom for the round.
I can't believe this. I cannot believe we've now seen... Yeah, they're laughing about it. Just 2 util kills come at the end of rounds in the 1v1s. I just thought it was going to be just a fake defuse. You get the nade out, you grab the kill, and you go back. Instead, the nade flies not very far forward. And just turns around and looks at it.
Oh, no.
Cannot
Can't
believe
it.
10-8. Money on its last legs for Egypt. The way we painted this is that Egypt need to win their map pick because Tunisia are looking brilliant and Dina Croft is exceptional. How many kills has she got on T side? At least 10 or 11.
Yeah, Dina Croft has been an absolute lights out. She's been the star of this map, hands down. The consistency of her frags, even when they're losing the openers, she's finding something back for them. So 5-on-4 for Tunisia. This has been a flawless T side, by the way.
Oh, it's been brilliant. All the pacing of this T side has just been exceptional because you know exactly how Egypt are going to play. You'd have learnt how they played as well in that opening game. You take those lessons and you're now turning them just into your fortunes.
Stuck on A. Tita's going to keep it in place too with the pressure she's putting on, and Tunisia can just take the B bomb site. This is played perfectly in the 5-on-4. Egypt go for a gamble stack on one side. Oh, is here, but I don't think she's going to get much. Dina's coming over the rotations. Tita activates on her lurk. This is looking perfection. This is looking like 11 in a moment. TNG, some nice shots from her. Makes it 3. And that's Tunisia on to 11, and the money for Egypt is in the bin.
And it's flawless as well. And I think that round, you can kind of see these rounds building up for Tunisia. It's where they're having these good ideas, but the execution has not always been so perfect. This one, it felt like everything just clicked together. You've got the lurk, you've then got the communication in towards Red Room. You've got brilliance from all of these Tunisian players. We saw them online, and they still surprised us, and I was impressed with the fact that they managed to qualify through to Casablanca. They can now go one step further, win this series, qualify through to Riyadh at the end of the year. They're playing some very, very good CS.
Full spy equates to 3 FAMAS, 2 M4s, a flashbang. At least, kids. For Egypt, this is just going to be winning out gunfights, which, to be fair, has been their game plan for the most part. Smoke thrown towards long. Molly thrown.
They're trying to get a response. So they want either the mid player to push red or they want the mid player to rotate away. Instead, it's neither. It's Nana dealing with Lazy. Lazy thought she had a timing, but doesn't.
Yeah, now the smoke lands on CT, and I don't think this fake has been sold. Still 2 players on A. Dink, though, through the wall. Batatarek put on notice, but Nana again winning out another fight. HE blows Batatarek out of the server, and TNG forces her way in. But she's alone on the site, completely isolated. Going to be going to stick the bomb down, and she will be allowed it, which gives Sai something to work with. A 10-second stick. It's the play without the kit that's on it. Sai could maybe deny this. Sai, given an opportunity, needs to get her off the bomb. Sai, you need to peek this. Oh no, she thought she had it, but she didn't realize it was still being stuck.
That's the ultimate mind game. That's the 10-second defuse. You don't expect them to do it. A fake out on the bomb never happened. And she thought when she got rid of this first player in Donut, that was enough. They weren't on the bomb. They were the entire time. Wire's just not seen. That's unlucky. But I don't know how you don't see the defuse on the initial peak. 11 rounds plays 9. Egypt with a vital round that keeps their economy somewhat in check.
That's their first CT round.
Yeah.
It takes them, what, 7 in a row for Tunisia before they finally break in. But they do break in. That's the important thing. And it's at such a critical juncture. 9-11. Tunisia still have another buy in the bank. Maybe a chance to go again as well if they get this bomb plan. You can see 3K, 1K, 1.5. It's enough for something. They'd love to get that 12th right here, right now.
No AWP. I think TNG has flown under the radar quite a lot because we've seen Dina Croft's involvement be enormous, but always watch when one of these players from Tunisia falls. It's not always TNG just grabbing this trade. It's so essential for Tunisia.
Yeah, I feel like she's gotten like 4 triple kill rounds. Almost all of them on the B-bomb site.
This is so passive out of Egypt. Completely giving up mids because they know that Tunisia just like to go on adventures there. So they give it up and say, okay, you can have it. Oh, fumbling now the utility. Pressure starting to get to Tunisia. Egypt trying to hold down B. It's just a complete assault when it comes to the util. It's a stark contrast to the T-side Egypt were showing us.
Yeah, Egypt are really having to make the call about what Tunisia's game plan is here, because they've shown they do like to fake. They like to put the pressure on and then hit elsewhere, and I think they're going to be doing that right here. Bit of noise coming out as they do try and burst into A. That Molotov not going to affect Batatarek at the back of the bomb site, and there's no smoke on CT. So they're given open firing lines to continue fighting forward, and Batatarek, like a turret, behind default. She doesn't peek, she just sits, waits. Now she needs to get active because TNG found 2, and it leaves it to Lazy flying around the corner. How have Tunisia won that one?
I can tell you, and it is because Batatarek is so worried about what is going on behind her, because in mid, there's this complete lack of awareness and attention being given by Egypt in the middle of the map. And Tunisia just had this late lurk of Lazy. She's able to find that first kill. Panic starts to set in the comms, and suddenly you lose sight of where TNG's gotten off to. You think that Batatarek is covering that CT cross. She isn't. And that's where TNG is able to isolate those fights. 2 massive kills.
Yeah, you feel like Batatarek's making the right play, just tucking and staying alive there, but she needed to be fighting forward and keeping the attention of TNG. TNG gets given so much space. She's now on 21 kills. And Tunisia on that point of their opponent's map pick, no less.
And look at what they're working with here, Egypt. FAMASes, XMs, 1 molly. Mauer is on B with the rifle. That's the only good thing here, because currently the bomb is just outside ramp, but we know what Tunisia are like. They'll burn down the clock. They'll try and find and fight these mistakes. They're in such a good position here to try and close. Look at the scaling that Lazy's got. They have no idea, Egypt. You have no idea that she's here, but can't capitalize on the fight.
Yeah, you think she's good with that one. What's the play with the molly out? Now the support comes from Cave. TNG again stepping in, but only for the one this time. There's a fight on A, but it's 1-for-1, and Tita has good spacing in middle, but with her team falling, it doesn't matter. She might get herself a kill on this CT play, but no. Nana's being very slow on her approach. Should be seeing this from Tita's POV, so that we can see what she's doing in the clutch. So she does catch that player, but low HP, now they know where she is. How does she get past this double layering? Oh, giving her an opportunity, not the choice. Look at the clock, 15 seconds. You just need to sit back.
Don't fight.
Just let Shawarma die. Marwa wins the round and she just stays alive, but it's okay. Shawarma wins the fight, and double digits for Egypt.
I can't believe Lazy scaled literally all the way up B ramp, and then she misses that one shot, and they just swing in from Cave.
She could have just swung. I think she just misses the initial one. She gets scared there.
Yeah,
I feel.
she should have swung.
Because she sees the player with an incendiary. That's such an easy punish.
But also, what's the entire point of making that play in the first place? To create space. The moment you recoil, it's actually Sai that's further progressed than Lazy in that moment. But the moment you concede that ground is the moment you give all of the onus and the tempo of that fight to the CT side. She needed to swing. She needed Sai to come in behind her. And that ruins the money. This can go OT now.
It actually could. Tunisia going to invest some pistols into this one. They're going to allow 11 for Egypt, most likely. And this is where you just need to go for something punchy, pacey, the whole squad.
And they are. I think they're just going to rush B, which is the great call. And remember this condition that's been set here. Egypt are not going to expect a really fast play. Look at how they're holding Red Room.
Yeah, they've been very much running this slow default consistently. So the whole squad going quickly. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be ready for this. It's through Cave as well. Shawarma's out of position. They're bursting into the bomb site. Marwa, though, stepping up, spraying down 3. And now the reinforcements arrive. Bomb can't be planted. The ideas were there for Tunisia. I think if they throw a short smoke instead of a long smoke, they can win that round.
Yeah, that's the difference. Because I really like the pathing through Cave, because you're making the most of your Tech 9s. But Mauer has a massive round. 3 kills within it. The money will now be here. You see Tunisia, just looking at the cams, they're all nervous. We thought we had this game in the bag, and now suddenly, you're at round 24. You can make all the financial woes that Egypt have had and gone through in this second half null and void. Because if they convert this round, with the fact that it was an 8-4 half, we're now staring at overtime. We're now staring at more rounds. And you've lost all that momentum.
Staring at the A bomb site. That's where this is going. Bad Tarek towards Big Box.
Not enough util for this, though. You've got smokes, but you have 1 molly.
That molly needs to be good. Smoke's gonna land.
Oh, that one isn't.
Oh, actually, yeah, it's a little awkward. Still good damage done. There's just no decisiveness for Tunisia. They grouped up here and then they didn't do anything.
Shell-shocked. They're absolutely shell-shocked. And it's bearing a lot of resemblance to that lazy fight on B ramp. And now you're at this stage where you're looking for answers elsewhere. But Egypt have adjusted because they aren't giving you anything now. If you want to take these fights, you've got to go into these bomb sites.
They're going to split. Who's in the back?
Timing on this is
Donut.
everything.
She gets 1. That feels like enough. There's that kill and a second too. Overperformance. Bomb drop. Dina needs to go. Nana's distracted. You can strike on her. There it is. That's the bomb picked up, taken into the site, but Marwa's going to be fast on the flank. And there's no smoke. Nothing to cover it. It's calmed over. TNG needs to provide the cover. There we are. Very close in the temple. Sai spots her out, wins that fight. And now both players are coming through the donut. Kits on both, but they need to clear this. And there's so many players to get past. Dina Croft gets 1. Schwammer's life needs 2. She cannot get it done. And Tunisia take Ancients.
Brilliantly played after plant for Tunisia. Having that bait and switch. TNG holding CT and then can swing to be that extra element is amazing. Because it looks like you've already got 1 crossfire. With Sai at back box, the player over there that was holding donut initially. You're never ready for TNG. That was perfectly done by Tunisia, and they escape a scary situation because Mauer found 2.
Yeah, that was really awkward. When they go into donut, Nana gets 2 of those kills, and then, in fact, even just the start of that round, right, where they're sitting in A main as 5. One player gets brought down to like 10 HP, and they just kind of are not sure what to do. They just sit there. They regroup, find that space in middle. It does cost them, but the post plant is perfect. That fight towards Temple is everything. And you feel like that's just slight mistakes because if Egypt had gone on donut first, allowed that Brokey Temple player to come in late, she's alone there, right? Allow her to activate when the distraction's on donut, maybe there's a way for that post plant to work.
It's just timing. So I think that's ultimately what it is. The Temple player going first and going before the donut play just is slightly off. But let's talk about this because this was an 8-4. We came into this half as it ended and we said it shouldn't be 8-4. Like, theoretically, I don't know how we're here, but we are. That's the most important thing. That's what you said, Lucy. Now we're in 8-5. Tunisia turn on and just have an unbelievable T side. They were so deserving of this map. It felt like they were always in control right up until the last moment.
Yeah, take a look at TNG's kills just slowly go up as this half progresses because she was, what, like 7 kills or something at that point. Getting multi-kill after multi-kill, slowly ramping up. We had all these players coming in line on this T side. TNG, Dina Croft, Lazy's lurk to win out that 1v1. Those 2 1v1s that they win with the utility, both Dina Croft and Lazy, that's just exceptional that they're able to pull off those 2 moments. Yeah, that's another clutch. Yeah, so many these clutch moments, so like 3 clutch moments won out by Tunisia.
And for Egypt, you take a look at this and you think, what could have been? Because you had the fact that you had 8 rounds, the fact that the clutches, you could not win a single clutch is upsetting to say the least, but they should have won it before that. They should have got to the point where it shouldn't have even needed to be clutches in the first instance. So I've been very, very interested to see what Egypt have got moving forward, because you're now going on to Tunisia's map pick. It's clear they've got the firepower, but it's just whether they've now got the experience to shake that off and reset, because it's now 2 for 2 in this best of 3, where Tunisia have won the
The road to Riyadh gets a little bit closer for one team. Tunisia take the opening map in this series, which will decide which team goes to the finals of the African Championship, but also to Riyadh at the end of the year. And now we go to their map pick, Brandon, of Mirage.
Yeah, and look, they were performing really well on Ancient. I was really impressed with Dina Croft, TNG, especially on T-side. And you imagine where it's your map pick on Mirage, you're going to start T-side, which means that Tunisia can get the ball rolling very early. We kind of painted the narrative that Egypt needed to win that map pick of Ancient. And to be fair, they nearly pulled it back in overtime, but it was just too many mistakes that they were making along the way. Tunisia's T-side was so methodical, their defaulting was brilliant, it completely nullified what Egypt wanted to do. And now you're staring down the barrel of a Mirage where on paper, you think, okay, well, if Egypt's aimers are here, hitting all their shots, then potentially they've got what it takes to force this decider. But Tunisia were coming online towards the end. I don't know, I feel like Tunisia have got this one in the bag.
Yeah, I will say that I felt like Tunisia, they looked the best on that T side. They looked really, really good. Should have won a few more CT rounds, but
yes,
when the pressure got on towards the end, we did see them start to falter a bit, and that does worry me a little bit. I'm a little, slightly less concerned just because they did eventually close it, right?
Yeah.
So they do feel like they've got a little bit of leverage now going into their map pick, and the pressure now goes onto Egypt instead. But it does feel like when the chaos is happening, when it is getting stressful, Egypt are actually able to make something work and sometimes look like the better team.
I think it's because of that experience, but it's Tunisia not wanting to take risks because they want everything to kind of go by the book. They want everything to be sort of just on their terms. It's Counter-Strike. It doesn't work like that. And now you're at this position where Tunisia are going to be having to put the pressure on. They're the ones that can now be making these slightly riskier plays because you've got the leeway of that map. The issue I've got now, potentially, is we've seen this all before. Opening game here in Casablanca, Tunisia versus Egypt. Tunisia won that first map. Egypt reverse swept them. They win 2-1. They bounce back into the series. They're able to do it. Tunisia are going to have that in the back of their minds. And I worry that potentially they're going to falter and they're going to maybe be reminded of that and not play their own game.
It's confidence booster for Egypt, right? You've been in this position already and you were able to bring it back. And that was with a very similar opening map. It was 13-10, this time 13-11. So a little bit closer for Egypt. Couldn't quite get it over at the end. But you hope that, given now that they've had to, they've already played a series against Tunisia. I'm not sure if but Mirage was in a Veto. I assume it was.
I'd assume so.
Which means, they've had some time to reflect on how that map was approached from Tunisia. And I'm expecting Tunisia to play it maybe a little bit different to what we saw from Ancient. It was very default heavy on Ancient on their T side. It was kind of like the same thing. Methodical, slow, spread out. I feel that their Mirage might have a few more set plays in the mix. I think we're going to see some of those A execute, some of those fast B plays, maybe some short wraps. I hope so anyway. I hope it has a bit more of a playbook. Because
I think they're going to leave middle.
You think it's going to be left completely open?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they're going to maybe try it once or twice. They'll get shut down by Egypt, and then they'll just go into sort of maybe dropping util there, but not go in there, and then just go in like B or A. Like, I honestly could see like a whole T side where we're just seeing set plays.
I think what's going to be interesting about this map as well is going to be the AWP, because we barely saw it on Ancient, right? TNG brought it out like twice on the CT side, but that was it. Egypt will be on that CT side. We do see a good amount of utility for Tunisia. Looking like they're just going to set a very direct A play out the gate, and it's the right read. There is a single player playing very passive at Ticket.
Nana has to do it all. This is the main thing. Even if she doesn't find all of these kills, just staying alive for these rotates to come in is so paramount. Outrange the flashbangs. TNG's got more, presumably, to take CT.
Yeah, you imagine if you're Nana, you need to be able to hold on to CT here because they are scaling towards, and she does hold a double. Now the flash comes, but she's gotten the third kill from that position. Bomb down, yeah, sure, but these smokes fade very shortly. And you're stuck in the open. Tita, she's going to need to do something special. Gets a second somehow. Was that a gush in midair? TNG gets one back, and now it's a 1v1 somehow. There is a kid on the side. Tarek knows that's in play, but it's planted for ramp. A tap on the bomb to bait out the swing, looking for the fight. Can't find that head. TNG can play patience. Clock is ticking down. Doesn't need to commit to this fight. Knows that she's not on the bomb. There's the tap again, and there's no time. No time at all. TNG with Tita by her side, enough to get Tunisia on the board.
I can't believe that round completely just disintegrates in front of in front of Egypt's eyes, because they had everything. They had that free K from Nana, and it still is not enough. That's shocking to me. That really is shocking. That's a 2 versus 5, in essence, 2v4 that goes the way of Tunisia.
Yeah.
TNG just plays it perfectly.
Name's flipped at the top, but it is indeed Tunisia on that T side. It looks so good for Egypt. That was a triple kill.
I know.
A triple kill.
But the smokes were faded as well. They were just in the open.
I swear she hit a jumping gush.
No, it was TNG.
Okay,
it did look,
looked like it, right?
like it, but no, it was TNG. Taking that distraction, just swinging at ramp when it mattered most. Now it's the eco. So if you're Tunisia, all you're hoping for is just a clean conversion. You don't want to let things slip. You just try and wait patiently.
Here's that default coming out from Tunisia. They will assert control of middle, and they'll just walk in through short. It's a perfect way to play against the eco.
There's no SMGs, it's just Galil.
Yeah, I think they did this on Ancient as well. They're really prioritizing those rifles. Side does fall. So that's a recovered Galil that can be held on to. Even a Molotov as well, that's nice. Glad a turret can find something that would be even better. In fact, Schwammer's life has made it slightly more expensive. Find a 3rd kill and you're very happy with how this eco's panned out.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. I mean, Batter Tarek can walk over to where Schwarmer is and maybe get another Galil. But instead, oh, they're just trying to contain. The bomb might be the undoing here. Batter's found another kill. That will keep them interested. Lazy should fall to the bomb. And that is a hell of a lot of damage.
She does too, yeah, wow.
That's massive. 4 kills on just USPs and pistols. That was all Galils. It's a lot of money.
You're very happy if you're Egypt. Because yeah, you're right, that's 5 Galils invested. You only bring 1 out. That means you're probably running 5 Galils again. No AKs. Actually, no, I lie. There's AKs. But we'll come at a cost of a bit of util. And now if Egypt can convert this first gun round, that'll mean that Tunisia's money very early will be significantly impacted.
That was 4 players dying, right?
Yeah, 4.
So that is over $7,000 worth of money just in the bin by the pistols. That is so substantial when you speak about future-proofing. Mauer through the smoke has found TNG, and TNG is such a threat when it comes to close. So getting rid of her early is huge.
Very similar round, this time against the rifles. Mid control prioritized. Easy, looking for this swing. Is that follow recoil? Would you spray then?
I hope not. Window smoking missed it is actually a little bit worrying. Mauer just takes the risk, pushes the smoke, deals with Dina Croft. It's a 5v3. You know exactly where Tunisia are.
It's not their crosshairs, don't worry guys. It's the Ob's crosshair. We get to see the recoil there, that's kind of fun. Tita gets a nice kill back on Window.
Oh, timing.
Lazy. Is that a swing going to come again? It does, but she looks back. She's able to get it. Miriam, she's the one that's caught by the timing. Nana doesn't swing. So they're very able to bring it back to a 3-on-3. Now they're going to group to B. Schwammer's life is going to be under pressure.
There's no smoke, there's no flashes for her. And the rotates are so far away. You just lead with the MAC-10, but she's playing this one really nicely. Doesn't need to commit onto this first fight. Can just wait for the bomb to be plugged in. And now she swings. That's the bomb drop. 10 seconds left. They need to find this kill. And Schwammer's playing it perfectly, just wasting the time. And now the rotates here out of Mauer. Schwammer does everything. 3 massive kills keep Egypt afloat.
Now that is a delicious clutch. She had to do it all. She was fully alone on the bomb site. 15 seconds remains. They don't thoroughly clear. She denies that bomb, and there's just no time to flush her out. Tucks behind the pillar, doesn't overcommit to the fight, waits for the rotations, and they arrive. That one's devastating for the T side, but beautiful for Egypt.
I like the fact we get player cams here just to kind of see the comms, because it was clear that Egypt was saying, look, that they weren't fanning around when they were going for this sight. You saw like the visual illustrations of the arms moving. They didn't try and swarm her directly. It was very much like 10 seconds, like you've almost like just been gazumped at that point. You don't really know what the right answer is. And Shawarma just staying tucked here is so perfect, buying enough time for that rotate. So even if she fell, there was a guarantee that there was going to be another kill. Brilliantly played by Egypt, and as you were saying, Lucy, with the compound of finding those 4 kills with the USP, the bomb not being planted, you're looking at probably Tech-9s and pistols here at the best for Tunisia.
Well, we can look around, Brandon, at the stage. You can actually kind of just see their money above their heads. And yeah, it doesn't look like it's a pretty sight from what I can see. So yeah, I think that investment is not going to be great. They probably will have to force buy, I imagine. So we'll be seeing likely Tech-9s. And this is where we can maybe see some of that pacier play, because it has been, so far, outside of the pistol, a mid-default, right? It's been very standard. You have a play walk underpass. You have 2 take top mid controls, smokes on connector window. Very standard kind of affair on the T side. So I hope we do see some of those set plays coming out, because the pistol round had it. And I think this sort of round, where you do have these limited weapons, this is the perfect time to go for some sort of pop play.
Whilst we're praising Egypt, we've got to talk about the fact that that was, what, a 3v5 that actually kind of just disintegrated.
True.
And you're at the point where Shawarma gets an important 3K to make sure that round doesn't get out of hand. But you are giving over just a lot of inference to Tunisia to be able to trade and to be able to sort it out in the first place. And you need to make sure that doesn't happen if you're Egypt, because the moment you start giving Tunisia these opportunities, they will try and punish you. I mean, that's already been clear and evidenced on Ancient.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of that scrappiness from Ancient brought across here as well. A little tech issue, guys. We'll hopefully be back into the action shortly, as you probably already worked out that was what was going on. This is a cool angle, isn't it? Hello, friend. Yeah. So, yeah, as mentioned, you know, we've got the crowd chanting. Egyptian fans out here in force. That's one of the factors you get when you're on the stage, right? You do get the crowd firing you up. That's a big factor in both, you know, your support, but also kind of intimidating your opponents, you know, as well. I think it definitely has a big role to play.
I think it's really cool to see the support of like your country. Like you've got the men's team's just gone over to come and support the women's. The women's team was watching the men's team as well earlier today. Like it's cool. It's really good that we have got like this unity.
Yeah, I think we might have some of the other esports present as well. Yeah, so it's cool to get everyone here. That's what it's all about, right? It's all about community, bringing together of nations.
Oh, look at their camera angle. Their camera angle is awesome.
Yeah, well, I don't know if at home they could see their camera angle. Maybe they could.
Maybe.
Who
Not
knows?
sure.
Let us know. Which camera angle did you prefer?
Comment.
Do you think Egypt can force us to a third?
I think that they've made good strides initially here. I'm interested to kind of see what their T side looks like.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
That's the thing I'm worried about. The biggest concern here for Tunisia is if they do get a little bit shell-shocked early, their money breaks, which is currently what is happening. The thing I'm concerned about is when they get mid, what are they going to do with it? Like, what's the next phase here for Tunisia?
Yeah, I will say Tunisia's CT side on Ancient wasn't the best.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I feel like they do want to kind of come away with the lion's share of rounds here on Mirage.
8-4 was not a reflection of that half.
I know, but I still think, you know, 5-7 would have been maybe more reasonable.
I think they would have got at least 6.
Okay, well, they didn't.
I know, but like I feel like they should have. So yeah, you're kind of at that point where it's like, okay, well, we can kind of see that. Egypt versus Tunisia is just so interesting because it always just feels like Egypt has got the better of them in this head-to-head. It has always been just sort of Egypt coming out on top. And now you're on the stage where it matters most. Tunisia have shown it again that they can take this first map. It's just whether they can actually go the distance. That's always been just sort of the proving point for this team. But if they qualify, if they win this best 3, they qualify through. Tomorrow we've got Tunisia versus South Africa potentially. And we haven't even seen that matchup, so that would be cool as well.
Yeah, true. That could be an entirely new one to decide who comes first and second. Big prize on the line as well, outside of the qualifying spot. It's a great shot of the whole setup here. We spoke about it off the stream, Brandon, but I'm a big fan of it. It's a really lovely setup. We've got the 2 teams on each side. nice crowd here. There's also like a secondary kind of setup where the public can come through and set up on the grandstand. So it's a really cool setup we've got here. It's a big arena actually, and yeah, it's a really nice stage for these players to get a chance to play in front of. I love the logo as well with the color combination. So it's a really slick setup. Anyway, sorry. What I wanted to ask about with the game is, we talk about Mirage. I think Inferno is the decider, right?
I think so.
Who do you think takes that?
I want to say Tunisia. I do, because I think their fundamentals are better than that of Egypt, and Inferno is one of those maps that requires just the most amount of fundamentals in general. But this game is too close to call, genuinely, because every time Egypt, you feel like they're getting into this sort of rhythm where they shouldn't win these rounds, they are. And you're at a point where it's like, okay, well, if they're doing this and they are overcoming the odds, they're showing adversity here on the stage, then why not? Like, why can't they do it? Why shouldn't they do it? Even if things don't look and appear that they are in control, somehow they are.
I think
not in this one.
Yeah, this sort of round. There's a few of these that happened on Ancient as well that I think kind of summarize some of the issues that Egypt do have, where even when they have the advantage, like we saw in the round prior, where they almost gave away the 5-on-3, right? It comes down to a 3-on-3. They're bailed out by the way Shawarma plays on the B bomb site there, but it's positions where they should be able to just lock it in after the initial fights are won out,
it's
right?
overextensions. That's the big thing. It is Egypt needs to play a little bit more disciplined. They're doing a really good job of getting these opening kills, but it's then against just minimizing risk, and you can play percentages. And CS2 is just all about whether you're the ones taking the risk or you're the ones just sort of making sure that you have got all this information at your disposal. And I think Egypt have done a good job at getting that information, but when they go looking for it, it is very individual. And it's these mistakes that are creeping forward. It's what Tunisia have been punishing all the way through. And I know you can't pick and choose who you kill first, but in that round, that third round, they removed TNG. Like, that was the first kill that gets locked in. And as soon as you see that sort of light up on the scoreboard, if you're Egypt, mentally you're thinking, wow, okay, that's a big sort of character to remove. That's sort of our mid to late game, almost denier of Egypt, removed from the equation. And now you're at this point where it's like, okay, we feel like we can win these rounds, even if you're in the advantage and maybe giving some of them over.
Yeah, I think that one thing that Tunisia is probably going to work out pretty early is that this CT side, just from what we've seen initially, feels very similar to how Ancient was playing out, where it is very much playing the default CT setups and not really going for, say, info gathering down the ramp, or through Palace, or pushing the B apps, or pushing up mid. It's very much sitting back.
It's reactionary.
It's reactionary, yeah. Good way of framing it. And that's how Ancient played out. I think Tunisia are going to work that out very quickly, that the same sort of setups are being played, and they were able to find the ways to break through on Ancient.
Yeah, and the way they set themselves up in that previous round, even though it didn't go to plan, it felt like they were looking to take mid to then split through connector or short and go into sort of one of these splits. Mid wasn't the avenue early, but it did work out later. And now you're at this stage where Tunisia need to sort of figure it out. We've just been told it's going to be a little bit more of a technical break. Don't go too far. It's going to be a little bit of 10 minutes. So don't go too far. We'll see you then.
And we are back. Sorry about the delay, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready to jump back into the action of map 2 of this wonderful best of 3 to decide which team is going to Riyadh.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Tunisia sort of take the pistol round, they took the second round, but once the guns came out, Egypt, it was a little bit of a struggle, but they got there. That's where we find ourselves right now. Tunisia on the back foot when it comes to the economy, and for Egypt, they can now start to build, create a foundation for themselves on this CT side. It is so vital that they come away stronger here, because I tell you what, for Tunisia, if they take their map pick, they qualify. They've already done the road to Riyadh. Next stop, Riyadh.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's all on the line here. Obviously, it's not all done once you make it through this game. There's still South Africa waiting to decide which team comes first, which team comes second here in the African Esports Championships. Obviously, the prestige of the title and a little bit of extra prize money, obviously. A lovely thing to take with you on the road to Riyadh. But yeah, Riyadh's the main objective here. I do believe the money is a little bit broken for Tunisia off the back of that last round, which is really impressive. Bit of individual play from Shawarma to deny that bomb going down and then playing the clock. And there it is, the game in front of you, the clock ticking down, the action about to get back underway.
Yeah, and as stated for Tunisia, it's Tech-9s, it's Deagles, there's a smoke and a flash for Lazy, but that's about it. For Egypt, it is all about making sure you are not undoing and you are creating these mistakes. You need to make sure you are not doing any of that. It could just be a fast pop here in towards B. It looks like TNG's just been left as a lurk. Otherwise, it is straight to B. Shawarma to be tested once more.
Yeah, this double setup should be perfect, though. Player playing close in the corner, Shawarma spotting, the crossfire should be enough to handle this. Smoke, you imagine, being deployed to window, then a flashbang to set them up. They have a player lurking at A ramp, but I think they're waiting for the contact. However, I want to praise Marwa. She's actually just gone and pushed mid. She's seen nobody there, continuing to push for info. And the longer this takes, the harder it gets.
It's interesting that there's just no util whatsoever for Egypt.
She's walked all the way out onto the A bomb site, by the way. TNG has walked all the way through.
And the wrap from Marwa is going A.
Oh, this is bizarre.
So TNG, if she gets this kill right now on Nana, that is
She's
going to...
walked past.
What on earth is happening? And this is weird now because you're going to send the Ts all the way back towards A.
Observer, I don't know if you can hear us, but please watch TNG. I really want to see what she gets. She's in CT spawn.
Oh, she's just fired off as well. Now they know. And there's the backstab. This is now getting really complicated because you're not sure what's going on. If you're Tunisia or Egypt, 30 seconds left, a burst onto the site. Nana trying to hold on, and as she did in the pistol, she just stays alive.
Yeah, and now the reinforcements arrive. The utility, too much to handle. Sai actually does overwhelm Marwa. Getting that bomb down, going to be incredibly difficult. And now, even though that one's a little bit labored, this will be, in a moment, Egypt's round.
That was complicated. That was...
Yeah, it only became complicated because TNG gets all this space and Tunisia's like, well, we need to do something with this, right? Let's change plans, and unfortunately it ends up just not working out.
I think TNG, if she walked through jungle, if she went towards B, that's the winning play because you've already got your players just outside of the apps.
Or just not go for that fight. I think she saw the player crossing from Meadowhole through to B and tried to hit the dig. Misses it, obviously a difficult shot to make in a moving target, and that at that point her position's done.
You just want the best of both worlds. I think that's the issue there. Tunisia were put in a really fortunate position and then just weren't too sure where to go with it. But that was the eco. Now you're on the full rifles. This is Galils, this is AKs. Isn't that many flashbangs, but it is still something you can shape around with.
Smoke to stairs. On jungle as well.
The bomb's very committed outside B early.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a fake play, putting a lot of pressure on A, hoping to draw the rotations. And with TNG getting that kill, I think that will send people scrambling.
But this is weird though, because you've got a player that's gone underpass and Tita's just walked out apps.
What is the... Okay, well, that's cost you everything. You probably lost the round off that.
That's a massive breakdown in communication. Now Batatarek can just walk forward on towards Lazy. Shawarma can wait in the wings outside B. And the trades are not even coming in here for Tunisia.
The bomb fell onto the bomb site.
Oh, this is worst case.
If she'd been alone on the lurk, maybe there's some justification to it. But sending herself out by the bomb, assuming that the bomb site's clear, that this fake has caused everyone to play over. You know what assumptions make.
Not guarantees. I can't believe that. The timing of that was off as well because you took
Tunisia got the opening kill.
You took the contact, you got the kill out A, and yet you commit your bomb player out B apps. Maybe she wasn't aware she had the bomb, even so. Like, I just think that is mistakes that shouldn't ever be made, and that's the stage inexperience of Tunisia really shining through there.
Yeah, it kind of felt like every player was playing their own round there.
Yeah.
I think, because you also had a player in Palace, right, who's not even part of that fake. She's just kind of there, right? So it's just like, you got two players there, one goes under, it kind of felt like a default where they were just going a little bit too aggro on every single extremity, and yeah, it was a bit of a weird one.
And this is where I thought Tunisia were going to maybe not falter. I thought that it was going to be more of this execute-based CS. I thought they were going to go as 5 because, don't get me wrong, the T side, whilst it was really good for Egypt on Ancient, that relied heavily on trading. That was something that they were fantastic at. And for Tunisia, it feels like you're completely correct. They're trying to make everything too individualistic. This one isn't. This is pack mentality. This is a straight hit on B. Shawarma to defend again.
Yes, this is what I thought we were going to see with the pistols earlier. Now we're going to see it with the weaponry. 3 Mac-10s, 2 rifles. Smoke surely on their way. Can't wait here forever because Egypt are going to get the information. And they do go. Utility over the top. They start to execute through. 14 Shawarma's life back. Molotov drop though. She's able to get one from the back. Maryam gets 2 as well. Lazy gets 1 back. But now it feels awkward. Now all the reinforcements arrive. There's no way to get this side control. Too slow out the apartments. They just get funneled into the firing line. Lazy gets 1 back. She needs to find 3 more. That's 1. And look at the health bars. This is doable. But is she aware that Shawarma's still there? No. Not calmed over. Shawarma lies in wait, starts and finishes the round.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one because where you look at that on the basics of it for Tunisia, they had the smoke lineups. They wanted to cut off control in towards arches, just in short, but they didn't have that third smoke. So they couldn't actually cut off that incendiary that gets thrown in towards apps. It's good counter util, and the player that was short just pushes by the smokes because Shawarma's taking all the contact. Really good layering by Egypt. Tunisia, it feels like this isn't their map pick. They feel a little bit out of their depth.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see more of what we saw in the pistol round. Let's get some executes going. Even the default didn't look too bad. They were getting the control of middle.
It's just too slow.
Yeah, it does feel... There's a bit of fear there. Player not showing fear. Finally, we have that AWP out for Marwa.
I don't think we're live.
No?
No. I think Egypt think we are, but I don't think Tunisia would agree. No.
No.
Absolutely not.
No, we are not. We were almost live for a little bit, yeah. So this one will be reset momentarily.
And to be honest, with all of these pauses, all of these breaks in play, you feel like it would favor Tunisia more because they're the ones that are on the back foot. Mm-hmm. If you're Egypt, you just want to go, right, come on, I want to play. We were in the commanding position. We're the ones that are now winning out these rounds. The gun rounds haven't been convincing out of Tunisia so far. And you're at a point where you need to just sort of keep that momentum going because Egypt and momentum, it has been a tale as old as time. It's been fantastic for them when it's working. When it hasn't, when rounds have been escaping them, that's where you start to see the doubts creeping in. Why on earth would you have doubts if you're just winning every single one of these rounds? This looks a lot more convincing than either half on Ancient so far.
Absolutely. Yeah, I feel like this is a true test to the players' kind of composure when you're in these scenarios where there are these sort of tech issues and you do have to take that time. The momentum of the game gets broken and you've got to stay kind of composed. Looks like they're allowed to talk, so...
That's good vibes.
That can keep the vibes up. See that's different with different tournaments. Yeah, plug it back in.
The old classic.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked kind of at some of these T rounds from Tunisia.
Yeah.
It really feels like... I don't know. They're looking like they don't feel comfortable on the map, which is just crazy because it is their map choice. And after a very clear game plan on the first 2 rounds, it's felt like that's just not there.
It feels like you're going into a default and then you're trying to figure out what to do on the fly. But if you haven't really got sort of any of those sort of like plan Bs, even plan A from once you get the initial map control, then it can just be so difficult just to kind of just fall away and be able to kind of convert your mid round. And if you're Egypt, you're enjoying the chaos. That's something that you mentioned on Ancient as well, Lucy, the fact that Egypt were surviving in these high pressure situations. That Tunisia did just about edge it, but it was Egypt that seemed a lot more in control right towards the very end of that map. And now you're staring down the barrel of this, where if you're Tunisia, you got the pistol. Could you argue that you shouldn't have got the pistol? Or it was like a 2 or 3 on 5 or whatever that they were able to convert. You get the follow-up, but you did significant damage if you're Egypt. You killed 4 of the players that all invested Galils. You then win that first gun round. You're never in control. Even though you won these rounds, you weren't in control. And that's the danger now, because you've got the big light shining at you. You haven't got the pressure of being down a map, but you've got the pressure of holding on to the lead.
Yeah, and it certainly feels like that pressure is on and affecting these players in terms of some of the decision making. Even that B execute, where when they do go, first of all, it takes them ages just to go for it, which is kind of interesting. Like, are they waiting for a specific timing? You know, what is it? Is everyone needing to get into position? Does that mean that they're a little flustered, right? Like, okay, who's throwing the util? Who needs to do this? Who needs to do that? If you're deciding that in the moment, you know, that's going to delay you significantly.
I think what's interesting is Egypt haven't really pushed any extremity. They've not really taken map control outside of that one round where they pushed, I think Mauer pushed mid.
Middle, yeah.
But aside from that, notice how this T-side default is looking to punish the same things that Egypt were doing on Ancient. Cast your mind back to Ancient. I know it was a while ago, but it was a lot of aggression coming out of Egypt. They were looking and fishing for the kill. The thing is, Mirage doesn't really play like that. You either fight for mid or bust. Like that's kind of the sort of excitement you get out the gate. You don't have these like mid-shelf fights, these like B lurks. I think Tunisia are constantly set up to see if they can punish this aggression on an extremity. And when it isn't working, they're just thinking, what do we go? Like, we have no info. The biggest thing is the lack of information.
Yeah. I think they can take stuff from what has worked. They've been able to get space on A, for instance. Even the round where they
the weird deagle round.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's the round where they walk through the deagle. There's the round again where TNG also on A coming up ramp was able to get an opening kill right with the fake execute. It's just that the rest of the round just felt so uncoordinated around her, but. I hope that they can identify that they are able to find some of these weaknesses on A and maybe look to exploit that. Honestly, just give us that execute on that was in the pistol with the guns.
You don't even need to fake. And I think this was something that was creeping into Tunisia's T side as well on Ancient. It's that they were prone to giving a little bit of misdirection. Well, do you need to do that right now? No. I feel like you should be conditioning first and then faking rather than faking as you're conditioning. It feels like it's a little bit misaligned to me. And that's why I'm in the same boat as you. I just love a full execute straight out the gate. Or maybe if you are fighting middle, just send the majority of your forces there. We just need a window smoke. We just need a top connector smoke, a couple of flashes, bish bash bosh, like you take mid, and it's been really uncontested for the most part for Egypt.
Yeah, I think a bit of pace in middle that should be really nice. Yeah. I don't think Egypt would be able to deal with it if you had players up short quickly. They've obviously got the con window kind of stuff in their game plan. We saw that in that first sort of defaulty round, so they were able to get that control with the slow default. Do it a bit pacier, punish them, get those legs through connector, get a player up into ladder early, right? It feels like that space is going to be open for them. The short setup that they're running on the B side for Egypt isn't even fighting in towards Cat at all. It's literally sitting in close short. So there's so much space to be exploited.
The way to do it is just con to A, because if TNG's getting the space out ramp, you just throw that in with a con split. Like, you should be able to sort of walk over like a lot of these rounds, in my opinion. So I think that's your game plan for Tunisia. If you're Egypt, you don't really need to react because you are already playing reactive CS. You don't need to do anything differently, except when you fight for mid, just make sure it's coordinated with the connector and the short player, because window's always going to be off limits. It's interesting to see if we're going to get an AWP here as well. For Egypt, that's something, again, we've not quite seen yet from them just in general in this series. Will an AWP be the reliability? Will that be the player that then goes to anchor down? Normally,
we saw Moa pull it out, right?
Yeah.
In the last round, she peeked off stairs, but didn't really get to be active with it just because the whole squad just got decimated going into the B bomb site, right? So that is a threat they're going to have to be worried about. And this looks live. I know it says replay there. I think that's a lie. 4-2, guns being purchased.
P90 swaps to Mac 10. Better choice.
Tunisia have in play. Not going to be A. Can tell you that straight up.
Back to B again.
But yeah, so this is the setup from Egypt. Miriam's just happy to play, so passive. They're relying on the players in connector and window, and with no smokes down, obviously those players can cover it. So it's going to be ideal, actually, because that means that these players can just sit inside.
There's 2 smokes again. However, the difference is Sai is holding one.
This is 40 seconds, and you're just sitting in the apartments. Are you going for this B play?
They are. They're just waiting for the aggression that's not going to come in. Difference maker is that Sai can drop a smoke, and it can counter the incendio. But this nade is going to do heaps of damage.
Short smoke falls. There's the incendiary from short as well. Mariam looking to get something done. They come out through the window. She's able to clean them up. That smoke actually does limit for a second, but they find success in. And with a player advantage, bomb will be planted. This time around, B bomb site falls. Shawarma can't keep them at bay. Deep smokes, making it very difficult for these CTs to retake. They're all approaching from the market.
And there's only one flash. So now you're hoping that Mawa can take contact and then your rifle players will burst. But Tunisia are never peeking. A 4 versus 3, the pressure, it's now on. Egypt burst out the window, the spam, but Sai not feeling it. And you've still got Tita in the back lines, completely overlooked. Much better on the afterplant for Tunisia. It's about getting in the bomb site, but once they're in, you feel like they're guaranteed for the round.
Yeah, Postline's beautiful there. Little bait and switch with bench and then tucked into that corner. That was always going to be Tunisia's round, even with the player advantage as well helped out. But yeah, decent attempt for Egypt, but that setup was just too strong from Tunisia. And yeah, I was a little worried, to be honest, especially when Miriam gets this kill and the smoke is kind of half blocking the window, but Lazy getting that critical kill into the short player allows them then to focus on Shawarma and get in.
I can't believe there was no flashes there either. Like that makes it even more scarier. But they overcome the odds and they do manage it. TNG scavenges the AWP off the body of Mawa, and now she wields it for her own.
Yeah, take that one for free. She's going to post up in the ramp. This one, again, more default. But see, Egypt are going to run. If you look at this minimap right now, if you're at home, this is the CT setup you're going to see every round. Egypt do not vary. We saw it on Ancient, not a single bit of variance in their CT side.
Just go con. Like, honestly, just go connector. You've got the players that are probing over towards Palace and Ramp. TNG trying to hold for a swing that isn't coming in.
It's crazy to me that Miriam is playing so passive on short there, because Tunisia can just walk out middle for free. Nana has to do it all instead of having a crossfire. This is where you need that short pick.
And it isn't coming in either. She still isn't going for this. Instead, it's Mawa trying to activate, and she's walked through the smoke. Okay, this could get complicated. The backstab is in on the sniper, but you still got to overlook the Palace player.
Mawa flustered, getting attacked from every angle. Miriam, nice tap, can't get the multi. And it falls to Shawarma on that B rotate. 1 versus 3, they're coming to her, they line up, and she doesn't even get the kill. It's Lazy taking down her teammate to secure the round.
And now this is where you need like a pause. You need just to take a little moment to breathe here for Egypt, because you can't keep running this same setup. You will get punished.
That was much better from Tunisia. That's punishing that setup. They've clued on to the way Egypt is holding this, and yeah, they're more than happy to exploit it.
And I think they were really waiting and sort of gambling on the fact that the short swing did come in. The fact that it didn't, they're just like, oh, okay, we just went up con for free.
Yeah, I think they even threw a Molotov just to sort of counter that potential, but it just never came. So now we have pistols, half fight for Egypt.
And you got to win this if you're Tunisia, but you got to win it cleanly. You can't afford the same mistakes you made in that second round of play.
Yeah, so mid control again to be established. And you imagine they should just be able to freely split onto A. That should be the play on the anti-eco. Tina Croft gets a nice kill. More of what we expect to see from her on this T side. Phenom on Ancient. Oh, nice shot. The Eagle gets deadly. She's looking for another, but Sai, she's the one that finds her. Tina Croft's got info on short players, and that should be the call to bring the bomb over.
Yeah, just take the bomb A, leave Dina Croft as a lurk. Nicely done. TNG doesn't need to overstay her welcome. Mariam will find the first. So there is an AK that can be recovered now, but this is a 2-on-3. It can't get any more costly than this. Shawarma, if she goes around this corner, will be dead. Sai now clearing out every angle. And there's the confirmation. If you're Mariam, you save the AK.
Yeah, you don't have armor, you've got no utility, you've got no kit. Best case scenario, hold on to the rifle into the next round. She even has actually 3.5k, so she can maybe even drop an AWP potentially. Now that you know the T side is utilizing it, That's great from Tunisia. That's perfectly played against, in an anti-eco round where they're going to have some upgraded pistols. You take the positioning in middle where it's long-range engagements where your AKs are going to have the advantage. And they will take back the lead.
And here's the fun part as well, because if Egypt do not react to things in middle, Tunisia can even spiral this into a quick mid to B. Because of where Mariam is playing so often, you could drop your same top connector smoke, you could drop the molly in, and you could just rush it.
Yeah, I hope we see that. That was something that's kind of capitulated as a potential. Yeah, so Mariam will drop that AWP. Nice deagle shot that came through for Nano. That was all she was able to find.
So I would love to see Mawa being posted up in B apps. She takes that control, and then you've got two players that originally start on B. Just go and take short.
Going window. I think we're going to get that A execute.
Yeah.
Which, with Nana having to focus so much towards middle, it's going to come at the perfect time. No one's in the side itself. It's super passive. Tunisia just need to go, though. When they go for these executes, they can't afford to wait too long.
I don't mind this, though, because the reason for going for this execute is because you know the utility is going to be a little bit light as well, and they'll have to adjust in towards middle. Here comes the burst.
Great protocols, the molly to prevent the bench swing as well. Batatera can't see a thing. They're going to blow the smoke. Fires off the AWP shot. Nana looking for something over the top. There's smokes everywhere. Damage being done, but no kills found just yet. Bomb down. 5 on 5. Re-smoke comes through. Nana gets a kill before it lands. Petita fighting in with Sai by her side. They clear out CT. And that's space now for Tunisia to work in. But Nana has something to say about it. Over the top of stairs. Player tucked behind default. Setup's good in the post plant. Lazy can't quite convert the kill. But Sai's there to finish the job, and Sai swings for another, can't hit it, but it falls now to Nana, and she can't find a thing. The AWP gets 2, and Tunisia gets 6.
Yeah, there's a couple of things here which are brilliant for Tunisia. Number one, TNG, staying alive to the very end of the round, always guaranteed a multi-kill, it seems, just closes it. But you've got to compliment Sai, because it's her swing at CT that keeps Tita alive in the first instance. It's then her just staying alive on the site, never over-peaking, waiting for the ramp contact, and then revealing herself again. Was absolutely fantastic, and Egypt cannot get a look in. But where was the util from Egypt? There was a smoke that could be put towards ramp once you get that contact. There are flashes that can go over the top by the palm trees that would just completely wreck Sai. There was none of that.
Did love the utility from Tunisia on the execute though. It was really good. They had all the smokes down. They had double mollies as well to prevent the swings, the common swings that come out through the smoke. So great denial of the bomb site.
Egypt are never going to push the issue anyway, though. They're playing so passive.
That's true, yeah. But, it's the fundamentals.
Yeah, good protocol.
Egypt in a funky spot where they decided to get the Hero M4 and the rest to be rocking the pistols.
Okay.
We'll see what Marwa can get done.
That is your AWP money. So you need, for example, Mariam to save as much as she can so she can drop the sniper next.
She's going to get aggressive. That's that extremity pushing that Egypt don't do very often. And in fact, they do it in the ramp as well, but Sai, her eyes are on the prize. There's Mara, though, activating on that push, getting the kill.
You've got to go if you're Tunisia. You've now got the information that they've pushed underpass, which means you've got to go contra A, and they're doing exactly that.
Yeah, going to recover the AK. M4 gets thrown over.
The bomb's in a tricky spot, so this might actually delay proceedings here if you're Tunisia. And this allows rotates. Look at Shawarma. Dina Croft not caught off.
That was the fight. That was the fight that could have ended the round. Mariam, though, comes through and gets a double. TNG needs the 1 versus 3. First kill is hers. Knows one's behind default. She would love a HE right now. Is that swing going to come? Doesn't look like it. Marwa jiggles. Spots nothing. TNG catches the timing to walk back and grab the bomb.
It's going to get complicated because Egypt are not aware that the bomb's been dropped in the first instance. So now they're just going to assume that TNG might have just left. So you're going to get these individual fights now.
Time. Not going to favor TNG from her position. She can't really afford to walk. Yeah, 30 seconds. No, she has to get a move on. She needs to clear close ramp.
She got pistol out and Batatarik is low.
Did she hear her? Oh, the swing! She had her gun out expecting her, and the second she decides to put it away to put the pace on, that's when she peeks into the angle.
She should have just swung with a pistol. She had time. What a shame, because suddenly that rotate with Mauer is so far away, you could even throw that into a 1v1. You can take the off plant anywhere.
That's a brutal round for Tunisia to lose. Dina Croft looks like she's done it all getting this kill, but then she gets caught off. I don't think that's calmed over because Lazy's just not aware that Mariam is that close.
The downfall was leaving the bomb top middle in the first instance, especially when you see that push out of Mauer.
After a sequence of great rounds from Tunisia, that one really stings.
They did the right thing as well by taking the spacing connector. If they had the C4, that round gets played out completely differently.
And again, that's a punishing on that slow default where they spread out, right? Where the M4 can get these isolated fights. If they're playing pack there against the anti-eco, like they did the previous time, they win the round because the M4 can't get a multi. It gets 3 kills.
And Mauer's reward is an AWP. Fight breaking out at Palace. Grazing cursory glances, but it's Batatarek getting rid of TNG on ramp. And now Nana wants even more, and will find it. Further damage added to Sai.
Not looking good for Tunisia. Lazy's now going to skirt through unders. They got a lot of space in middle again, and I think they're going to try and recreate the success they found earlier. Dina Croft with the Deagle moving forward, but without a smoke for connector, they're going to have a tough time getting past Nana. Even Batatarek can swing as well from her position. Unless the Deagle hits something gnarly, or they catch a good timing offside. Deagle does convert. Little messy, but now Batatarek gets under pressure. Players coming from every angle. She's getting spammed out, but she finds a second. How does she drop Sai? That might have just won the round right there. Lazy 1 versus 4. No time for her to work with. This is going to be all tied up at the half. Can you believe it?
No, I can't believe it. Because that should have been Tunisia's round again. But it's Batatarek taking the fight in from ramp. And it's because Sai repositioned. She got scared off the angle at stairs. If she had just stayed in Palace and got the swing, that would have been a much more favorable fight. Instead, it goes the other way. Batatarek on 1 HP, basically.
I can't believe she gets away with that. Sai should have had that punish every day of the week. Egypt would be very happy with that 6th round. Now, T-side looked decent.
Yeah.
On Ancient. Ended up with 8, but there's an asterisk next to that.
Can Tunisia battle back? Because they've already done it once in this half already of Mirage. It's about whether Egypt can continuously apply this pressure. Pressure, speaking of, being applied to B, but that is not the true intentions of Egypt. They want to go towards A, but they've done their job. They've got all the rotates.
Yeah, they really fell for this. Nana drops the bomb to scale. That's a shot on the side. One goes back from TNG though, so it doesn't get easier. There is a kit as well, and it is dropped. But the back flag comes through. Lazy hits a double, and that's the pistol for Tunisia.
Well, Lazy played that perfectly because as she was coming out short, she cleared underpass. And that was another lurk that Egypt were trying to throw in to be that late round converter. You think with the space in towards CT, that would be enough, but no. Tunisia even make it look really easy.
Lazy makes it look easy with those kills. That was a triple in that round, the opening kill. I think that was from short into the window.
It's diabolical. Sai's on the P90 again.
Yeah, all right. We see you, Sai. Egypt are going to force buy into this. Got the bomb down, so some Galils, Mac 10s allowed out. Tunisia need to convert this round, or their money.
This is faster.
It's devastating. This is fast. HE, Sharma's ahead, but Lazy able to get the kill with the MP9. How does she get a double? Any more? No, denied. Defensive smoke. Dina Croft sits behind it. Now the rotations arrive. TNG gets one, traded out, but it's a player advantage. And you still have Dina Croft. This whole time she is sitting bench and they had no idea. Perfectly played. The rotations arrive and Tunisia converts.
Classic Tunisia, isn't it? With the bait and switch, with just the little extra bit of spice on that site. The fact that Lazy gets away with 2 kills. If you've seen Lazy now get 4 in the pistol, 2 in that follow-up, I'm never going B again. I'm trying to fight middle. I'm trying to just take it away because it's clear she's brilliant on the anchoring.
Yeah, it's actually interesting that you know, you've got Lazy playing towards short, and then you have Gina Croft who's playing kind of the more hard anchor position. Between the two of them, that's a very difficult bomb site to get into.
What do you think about the AWP being brought out when we know it's going to be pistols?
Yeah, that's risky, isn't it? Very risky.
At least she's in window.
Yeah.
And it feels like we're going B again.
You want these rifles, your 2 SMGs in play to be doing most of the work here.
Oh.
That HE wasn't quite it. Size position will definitely catch this lurk.
Unless.
No, she's not going to clear this hard enough. Yep. So that's your lurk dealt with. Dina Croft spots one as well. She'll call for support. M4 sits back. Nice line. Oh, stays a little bit in the open. Lazy swings in, can't convert. So she has to fall back. Dink down. AWP arrives, hits the shot. Now pushing forward. Lazy extends a little bit too much. But it might not matter. Schwarmer is left alone. To expose a little bit of flash to her, but can't quite convert. TNG with that AWP does get 2. That's clean against the pistols.
Yeah, very important round for Tunisia to win. You keep the AWP alive. I think you dropped, what, a couple of M4s in the mix here, but the MP9s can maybe go and upgrade them.
Yeah, one got upgraded. P90 is still in play.
Sure, why not? I want to see them fight mid here. If Tunisia just fight mid, I've seen how good sort of their defaults have been and their protocols. It wouldn't surprise me if Sai gets aggressive here in middle.
Yes, next round's going to determine if Egypt have what it takes to get to Riyadh. Well, Tunisia will be in the driver's seat to take this one home. The guns come back out. 5 AKs across the board, all the usual they need. What have Egypt got to show?
This default means everything. This round means a lot because it separates the momentum from the belief. If Egypt are able to convert this, then we're talking. TNG will fight aggressively. It's her own flashbang actually that catches. And Sai's just going to sit default.
This is going to be an A split. You got 2 players
Yeah.
in middle, 3 towards ramp. Sai's going to need you a lot, and she is not in a position to do it, but TNG hits one onto Marwa from the window.
And here's the difference. Lazy's now being more proactive in towards short, and you've got this crossfire between her and Tita.
Yeah, that's what Egypt weren't doing. Tunisia punishing, but Nana with the opening, that's the AWP dropped. Tita combing this over, hearing them towards ramp, swings wide, can't find the shot. Sai though, with that P90, able to get one from behind default, and she, oh my god, Sai! The P90 queen! And it's left to Mariam to pick up the pieces for Egypt. Side's open for her. If she can get behind. Where's that bomb? Back towards default, so she has to cross again. Spotted on it. And Pepid from jungle. That's a tap and a half. And a chance now. Tina's on the way. The HE over the top. Doesn't hit the mark. A little bit off. But a couple of bullets will do it. She drops down. Heard by Mariam, who just tucks behind the box, waiting for this headshot. Just needs the one as she clutches up for Egypt. Unbelievable.
Yeah, what a round from Mariam. As soon as she gets the kill on jungle, which was just unbelievable, she then knows that that player is the short player. So she can just wait, bide her time, doesn't swing. There was even a shadow advantage for Lazy, and it's not enough. That's a massive clutch because you think Sai overperforms tremendously with that triple.
That HE could have ended the round as well. I think it bounced off the top of triple and went a bit to the side.
Back on the P90. Back on the SMG grind set for Tunisia. Oh, we said Egypt needed it and they got it, but at what cost?
Well, they've ended up pretty good off the back of it. At 1v2, that loss bonus built up means that they end up with the better buy. Despite Tunisia having all the rounds on the CT side till then. I can't believe she's just sitting here with the P90.
If they swing Palace like she's done, so she needs TNG or just someone to hold it, which they are doing currently.
Egypt are really expecting aggression. You can see they're just holding for it.
This was never Tunisia's style of play, though.
Now they're going to group, having not found anything. One player sits top middle, the rest getting ready to hit onto that bomb site.
There are 2 smokes here, but there's also counter utility available. So I could just drop a smoke in the middle of sight, make things just really complicated.
I wonder if she will. She's in a really tough spot because Bada Tariq, you imagine, can just swing out and clear her. So she's got to be ready for that fight. Actually, the swing comes back the other way. TNG falls. Tita, though, swings out through that smoke. She's able to get one. Sai, another. Tita doubling up. And still Sai's alive in the back of this bomb site. Somehow, this P90 is making it work. It's enough time to allow the rotations. And again, it's a 1v1 required. And again, Dina Croft on the other side. Low HP on Nana. She's going to fall back. She wants to take the fight to her.
I like this. You know she's there as well. Dina Croft has no idea, but the low HP could potentially betray. However, pre-fire isn't quite there. I really like the approach from Nana, but Dina Croft locks it in.
That clutch goes the other way, and that is now double digits for Tunisia. Dina Croft, redemption for her. Plays that one more passive, knows that bomb's not gone down. So that fight might be coming to her as the clock ticks.
Issue is now for Egypt is you need to invest. And if you can't win this round, that's Tunisia up to 11, and you're on an eco for series point. Riyadh point.
It's been a long road to Riyadh. And Egypt gets ever narrower.
Oh, this is good, though. They actually sold all their guns. They did invest, and they've sold them now.
Okay, so they are going just for a few pistols. So they're going to concede that 11th, or look to do it, unless Tunisia trip up. But you imagine they should be able to comfortably walk this one in. Surely not versus Glocks. They've got the head armor, and they've got the headshots. Dina Croft making quick work. I can't believe Sai is using a P90 so successfully. But here we are. That's the reality we live in.
In the past 3 rounds, she's got 7 kills with the P90.
Hey, if it ain't broke, why try and improve it marginally by using a better weapon?
It's making her broke. The kill bonus is just not good enough on the P90.
I mean, it's the same as the rifle, right? So, and the weapon's cheaper.
Yeah. The thing is, for Egypt, this round, the design of it, I want to talk about it briefly, because they ran into the same issues that Tunisia did a few...
Oh, hold up.
Oh, hold on.
Mawa? Oh my god, she's hit another. 3 digs from her pistol. She has a smoke as well. A swing? She's crazy. Going for the bomb plant. They know where she is, though. She can't use that smoke to her advantage. There's no way out now. No way at all. Tita locks it in. But for a moment, you believed.
How she got 3 there? How on earth
I have no
has she
clue.
got 3 kills there? What I was going to say is that Egypt ran into the same troubles that Tunisia did a few rounds ago on their T side, where they had the play, they wanted to go in towards B, but the bomb was at ramp. I mean, Mauer shuts me up.
Let's see these shots from her POV. Okay, that one's nice. This one, though, beautiful. It's a shame. I think if she just stuck onto where she was over at Triple, got the bomb down, played around that smoke, there was maybe a round to be had of it. I mean, she got a lot out of that regardless.
Yeah, she got a plant and 3 kills. Like,
Yeah,
that's huge.
so
It means that Dina Croft's on a FAMAS, TNG's on the AWP, more importantly.
and Tunisia, 1 round away from serious
Oh,
point.
they're going A again.
It's only Sai in the site. Tita is deep in connector. She's going to be needed to help out.
Oh, they're going to respect the smoke, though. Are they? No, they're not. This is much better from Egypt. Yeah, disrespect the smoke. Go with your utility.
They're going, forcing their way out. Tita dropping all the defensive utility she can. That Molotov's keeping them at bay. Sai is still alive behind default. Somehow, look at all the players focus on her. Yeah, she's done for. Flushed out, had no support. Now they're able to get into the bomb site. There is a player at CT. Tita gets 1. So they keep it even. Bomb still to be planted. The orb comes around. The orb gets 1. Doesn't deny the bomb. And Nana gets 2 before flushed out by Lazy. A 2 versus 2. These T's in very tough positions. The orb on the line misses a chance. Lazy takes it. And again, it comes down to a 1 versus 1. And this one, Egypt stand tall in.
Yeah, difficult here for TNG because her position's known the entire time, kept back at bay by the molly, and you can't swing. You're really hoping that the rifle could take the contact, but both the AKs were staring at her on stairs. TNG never got involved in that fight. NT from Lazy, but it's Schwarmer with the wide swing, and it's Egypt staying alive for another. And even breaking the eco.
Yeah, it's crazy. 2 clutches gone the way of Egypt, 1 for Tunisia. But now it puts Egypt in a position where they can make something happen. Tunisia just trying to run down this one player, and they do, cost them 2. That's now an AK picked up. And if you're Egypt, you need to start making those moves on B.
If you're Tunisia, you save this AK.
Yes.
You give the molly. Tita drops the molly over to Sai as well, and you just leave this round. If you can do any more damage with the pistols, cool. But Sai should be saving this. That's exactly what she's doing.
Yeah, she's gonna hold on to the AK. Yeah, let's hear. We'll look to see if they can get an exit. Another rifle wouldn't be too bad to take with you. No, Marwa's not going to allow that one to fall out of her hands. Gonna have a 2-round game very shortly. Egypt have some fight in them still.
And I don't think Tunisia will be able to afford an AWP either. So TNG will just be rifling. That's not a detriment to Tunisia, but it just means that they won't have the AWP, which is something that they've been prioritizing a lot here on this CT side. Important hunts, but you're killing the pistols, you're not killing the AK. Sai's burrowed in Palace, so that will be kept forward. There's even an argument to save again here if you're Tunisia, just to have all the utility and the weaponry at your disposal, but I don't think they want to give Egypt a safe way back in. They want to make sure every round's competitive.
Yeah, I mean, you could half-buy around the AK, right? But no, they are going to go for the full investment.
So she dropped the AK and bought a paid item.
Yeah, well, you know. She's obviously comfortable with it. Even if it doesn't make meta sense.
I just want to see Tunisia actually now start to be a little bit more aggro. Go looking for info. Maybe TNG and Tita can maybe push middle together. You've got the support of Lazy coming in.
He's about to get contact. Spots out a couple. Nana's brought down very low off that engagement. A lot of players in towards middle. Lazy's in a pivotal position. She's dropped through the ladder room. That drop down is actually going to be a problem for her because A, I think it was heard. And B, it means that she now can't support short.
Oh. She's definitely hurt. And I think Mariam's got a whiff of Sai over towards top Palace. So you still got this crossfire. TNG Tita unknown.
Oh, this is awkward. Mara? Oh, yeah, this one's free. Trade is there. They lose another. Sai is flushed out, but Tita, that's a beautiful shot. Egypt spaces in towards middle. They're going to molly off the angle of Lazy, but she can see if they cross. She'll get that info. Egypt are going to regroup.
Yeah, they're nice. So they're resetting B and they're going the safe way about it. Tunisia, when's the penny going to drop? I think now for Lazy. I think she's just gone, okay, well, we can't see them. They're not in middle. They've got to be going towards B. So Lazy will be here doing her best Schwarmer impression.
Yeah, they just don't know the information, though, so she has to be slow on this rotate, which means she won't be in the bomb site. They're going to be allowed to take the B control. Lazy. Not going to be able to deny, but she is going to have a good timing on this walkout.
Wow.
Yeah, she's not known. And she's going to walk around this corner. Will she win this fight? She does. And now she swings back, but Schwarmer is live, gets the double. Nana hits hers. And that's double digits for Egypt.
Yeah, she needed to be in the sight there, even though she hit like a mega timing on the cross through. If she was in sight, providing more of a distraction, Tunisia would be able to walk it over the line. Instead, it's an eco for them, and it's Egypt with the opportunity to equalize the scoreline. They're desperately trying to hold on. Another wrong move, one mistake, and that could cost them their entire journey in November.
Great positioning from Schwarmer to get a double there. Expecting that re-swing from Lazy. So now it's just the pistols. You're going to be all tied up, you imagine. We saw the T-side pistol, the Deagle of Marwa, doing some work. I wonder if the Deagles of Tunisia have got anything to say.
Maybe it's the USP, not quite. Oh, Mauer just removes TNG instantly. She's not done with this series. She means business.
Yeah, now I think you just gamble. You're hearing a lot of presence towards B. Bring everyone over, see what you can get done. Looks like not a lot. They're just charging in, overwhelming, hitting all their shots. From Tunisia, they had, it felt, this map, this series, Riyadh in the palm of their hands, but now Egypt looking to wrest it back. They are not done.
Yeah, but it's Tunisia just playing the same round over and over and over again. Like, if you go in towards A, you know that side's going to be playing default or by a palace. Like, something's got to give, something's got to change.
Now they're hearing all their supporters getting loud in the crowd. Egypt, all the momentum with them. Tunisia need to do something different. Need to find a way to get this 12.
Just fight mid. Just fight mid, Tunisia. Give us something here.
Good news is no United.
No AWP.
11-11. Tunisia lose this round. It's most likely done. They're going to have 3K, 3.5 at most between them. And we're looking at that Inferno decider.
They're not fighting mid. It's going to be another one of these defaults. Window smokes missed. That's big. Maybe that actually incentivizes you to fight for middle now.
It's just so maybe.
Passive. It's so passive.
TNG's juggling all these angles, trying to get the information. They're out there, top middle. Can't fight that now. Gonna call in the support. They don't want to mess up. They want to make a mistake. Don't want to overextend and give that advantage.
Yeah, but by you not doing anything, that is inherently you still making a mistake. You can't play to survive. You have to, as cliche as it is, play your own game.
Play to win. Mid-control firmly established by Egypt. I feel like Tunisia are barely seeing a player despite them scrambling all over the map.
Like, if Lazy just takes a risk here with the MP9, just pushes apps, that's guaranteed info. That means that your A players can remain focused on A and not juggle mid.
You're going to need to be focused on A because that is where this play is coming. It's going to be a split out the connector. Tita and TNG, they can't get caught off. Tita's back is completely exposed, and they're just going to walk in. But TNG comes in, she steps in, provides that coverage. Is she going to be ready for the second player? Swings forward, finds the shot. And that should be enough now. There's no smoke on jungle. The reinforcements arrive, a double up in CT. TNG gets her multi. Always good for the triple when needed. And when map point is on the line, she has delivered. 10 seconds left. They can't get this bomb down.
No,
they have to commit to it, but the swing will be there. How have they got it down? It's not going to matter because Tunisia find themselves on series and Riyadh points.
Yeah, TNG does everything there. Steps in at connector, gets the necessary kill on the players out ramp, and expects the second one from middle. Able to guarantee that. No idea how she got the third kill, but it is just the cherry on top. Awesome moment for TNG. Big moments player.
Love the round from Egypt as well, right? They get all the mid control. They post 2 players up there, ready for the split. They reroute. I think if they don't miss that jungle smoke, or maybe they just didn't throw it, I think. But the ideas were all great. TNG just gets ahead in the fights.
And actually, the shoe's on the other foot. The narrative changed. It's the individuals of Tunisia that are now prevailing over Team Egypt. Last time out called in reg.
Last chance for Egypt here, potentially, in this African Esports Championship. They lose this round. They are out. 3rd place. They win it. We keep on going.
How heartbreaking would it be as well, considering that you battled back? This time it isn't the same as Ancient. You were 8-4 up on Ancient. You couldn't force overtime. This time it's more of a comeback effort. Will Tunisia deny again? Prevent OT? Put themselves forward as the second team to qualify through. The AEC Fight for mid brewing. Miss window smoke again. It gives TNG a little bit of insight.
Yeah, but they're not too intent on exploiting it, right? It's not like they are fighting out there. It's not like they've got an orb. They can just hold the line. So it's not as punishing as it seems. The re-smoke comes through by hand. TNG getting a lot of pressure put on her early. Tita, is she ready for it? Adjusts onto Nana. That's an opening kill, and she falls back.
Important she stays alive there. Oh, juggling the U2, having to strafe into the open. That's worrying.
Scares me. It really does.
But she can still focus. Has understanding that Batatarek might be still under.
This is a bit weird. The bomb's going to come back to A, but you've still got a player in the B apps, and you've got this player under. So each are going to be very split up.
Oh, timing on this is everything. Tita spots it and takes the head. 5v3, despite the low HP, and Lazy can hear the player at B.
This Trump's being very loud. Lazy's seen her drop out. Hoping this draws the rotation. She gets the kill, traded immediately. Lazy sees nobody else. So now they know it has to be the A play. And it has to be Mara and Miriam if Egypt have anything to say. Flashbang good. The smoke allows them to cross. Got to deal with this player a ticket. Need that space to plant, but they can't get it. And they all fall. Egypt eliminated. Tunisia are going to Riyadh.
Yeah, what a moment from them. What a series as well. This is the third time that Tunisia and Egypt have played against each other. And it's the first time that Tunisia have been able to win. Been getting better each and every time. First time was a 2-0. Second was a third map that Tunisia couldn't convert. This time it's 2-0 the other way. And look at how much it means to them.
Yeah, I know that there's still a championship to fight for against South Africa tomorrow, but today the celebration is that they have made it to the Iesf World Esports Championships in Riyadh late this year. That's what it's all about. That's what they've been playing for. That is everything that they've achieved today.
And commiserations to Egypt because they did compete at Yash. They did make it through to the AEC. And you feel like they had chances in both of these maps for this to go the other way. But instead, today, it's Tunisia's time.
Yeah, and it did feel like, I know towards the end of this map and even towards the end of Ancient, that it was up a question. But I do feel like Tunisia in the service today did feel like the better team, you know, right? There was some great individual modes from Egypt. Those clutches were beautiful, but Tunisia as a unit did feel like they came into this as the stronger team.
They had a game plan. They had a game plan for the majority of these rounds, and you could see it sort of being set up. You've got Dina Croft that is the opener on T side. TNG is the late round specialist, finding all of these multi-kills so consistently. Mawa was phenomenal, but it wasn't enough today.
Yeah, commiserations to Egypt, who did play some fantastic CS. We saw it on the opening day where they won out that series, reverse swept Tunisia to make it through to the upper bracket. Weren't able to do it in the rematch, unfortunately. Both maps coming very close, though, double digits in each, just not quite enough to get it over the line. And yeah, some great improvements in what we saw from them last year, but unfortunately, I mean, there's only so many spots.
Yeah, of course. And look, for Egypt, this has to be just motivation as well, just coming back next year, because there's going to be more. There's going to be more chances to qualify through to the World Esports Championships. However, it will not be them this year in Riyadh. That confirms our two spots, though. That's Tunisia and South Africa. We do have to play sort of the winner's match, which will take shape tomorrow, just to sort of have a look at sort of how for the seeding, whether that matches up. And we get a new matchup as well. We haven't seen Tunisia play South Africa yet, so there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, and that'll kind of help us see kind of which team's going to be the stronger going into Riyadh. You know, we know that South Africa come in as the clear favourites, yet to drop a map so far in the championship. So, yeah, we're curious to see how they're going to go up against Tunisia here, as you can see them on the stage. Obviously, this feels like the moment that they've won.
Yeah.
With that top two finish, they've secured the spot at the World Esports Championships. And tomorrow the fight will be for the prize pool and the honor. $6,000 to the winner, $4,000 US dollars to the team that comes second. And obviously, the kudos, the recognition, the honor of lifting that trophy.
Yeah, I'm really glad for Tunisia, because online it looked like they had all the makings of being like one of the best teams here in the region. They come on LAN, they come to unproven territory where they're on the stage for the first time. It's the first stage game they've played this tournament, and they look absolutely fantastic. We now go live with the host, who are going to interview Tunisia.
In a moment. But yeah, the celebrations go on, as we will be having the interview very shortly. Fantastic result for Tunisia, and I know we are all very excited to hear from them.
So guys, welcome another time for this third day of the African Esports Championship live from Casablanca. We're going to ask one of the Tunisian players to join us here in front of the stage. What a match. What a crazy match by Tunisia. What a crazy match by Egypt too. One player from Tunisia, please. Who's going to be talking to me? Hi. Ça va? لاباس؟ كل شيء مزيان؟
It was an amazing game. حقيقة. GG. We played hard for this game and we try harded. So yeah, winnable for us.
It was crazy, huh? It was crazy. So one more step to Riyadh. What's the global mindset of the team?
Come again, what you said?
Well, what's the global mindset of the team actually now that you have only one step left to Riyadh?
Our dream is like to win the final and we move to World Cup. So yeah, inshallah we qualified there.
Why not? Good luck for all the next steps that are coming. As I saw, as you also on the live stream on the FMG, on the Iesf social media, we saw a very young and very talented Tunisian team. We saw a very young and talented Egyptian team. What would you say to your old opponent now that you won, to the Egyptian team?
I want to say to them that nice try. You played good too, but the chance was for us, so.
Yeah, so congrats again to Team Tunisia, and see you maybe in Riyadh for the World Championships. And don't forget that we're still together here, live from Casablanca, from Complex Mohammed V, Ola Mohammed V, and we of course are gonna have some other matches in some other titles. Let's meet in a few minutes for MLBB. We're gonna have a huge match, a huge game. Moroccan team playing in a few minutes, so stay with us. We're gonna be back in a few minutes.